Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome everyone to Berlin, Germany for our second week of the Spring Split playoffs. Only 6 teams are left vying for the Spring title. Maybe it'll be this one right here, Fnatic, we'll see. But they'll have to take down Team Heretics to get into the next stage of the lower bracket. Flacket has got the moves with the football, but does he have the moves on the Rift? I think he does, but we'll see indeed. I'm really excited to get back into this. My name is Shox, and yeah, I'm joined here at the desk by Broxa, by Goldborg for later, and also by Finn. But Finn, before you can come to the desk, Corporate needs you to find the difference between these two pictures.
They're the same picture.
Correct, you can come to the desk. Well, as long as we have a green screen and Finn to do stupid gags with, I think we'll be good, right?
At least there's no southern accent this time. Thank God.
There isn't.
Yeah, maybe later.
No.
Don't say that, please.
Oh, Finn, it's happy to have you back. They always come crawling back, don't they?
They always do,
Yeah,
right?
they always do. We can count it. But we're like tourists. Broxa has been here the whole time. So, Broxa, it's really nice to be on the desk with you. How have you found the Spring playoffs so far?
I think it's been very exciting so far. Like, you know, Finn just mentioned with the photos, it is very similar to last split in a lot of ways, but at the same time, curious to see how everything plays out.
Great segue, because I actually wanted to take some time to discuss with you two, knowing that we have some teams where we can now clearly see kind of the changes that you made. Did they work out or not? The improvements that you made, did they work out or not in terms of how far you're getting in these playoffs, right?
Yeah, I mean, the main one is Heretics to me. Like,
Yeah.
this team has really stepped up. During the regular season, they looked really, really good. And they did falter a little bit coming to playoffs. Like, maybe the Junkos Trimby synergy still needs to work on some areas, but I do look to them with like a lot of optimism.
Well, they definitely have made it further than they did in winter, because last time it was SK in that spot, but they beat
That is
them
factual,
last week.
yeah.
Do you share that excitement in terms of Team Heretics and what they have shown so far?
Yeah, I think especially Spyro coming in, replacing Perks, as well as Flaggett have been really underrated, and I think their consistency has been flying under the radar a little bit for me. Like Finn mentioned, it's mostly Jankos and Trimby being on the same page and setting their strong carriers up for success. That's lacking a little bit.
Oh, do you agree that the mid is underrated as well as Flacket?
I mean, I would say mid is underrated, but I think the combination of Jankos and Trimby's good map play with Wunder's and Flacket's team fighting is like their main strength. Because I feel like Wunder is a really good team fighter. He knows exactly, like he was on G2 2019. He knows how to fight. And Flacket as well has been really good in the team fight, so I do think that is usually where Heretics wins the games. At around like 3rd, 4th Dragon, their fighting is really good. Partly due to the setup from Trimby and Jankos, but also the just individual carries.
Okay, we're going to talk about Jankos a little bit later as well, but I also want to talk about Fnatic, and he will be up versus Fnatic. Now, it was Fnatic versus G2 last week, and I feel like, I know I've missed a couple of chapters, but I know that Fnatic was doing very well, closed out the regular season in 1st place. Everyone was very excited about them. So why did it fall so flat versus G2 last week?
Well, I think more than anything, the weak points of Fnatic in playoffs so far have been the solo lanes. Oscar has been inconsistent. Humanoid has been dying a lot for no reason, just overextending and disrespecting. Well, he does normally in the regular split, but we expect different things in playoffs, right? And I think for them, it just comes down to being much more disciplined.
Yeah, I mean, I could also see the power of Fnatic. I mean, Humanoid did solo kill Caps in that game 1. Then he kind of threw it away.
He died twice right after.
And then he died again 2 minutes after that. But you know, like, there is still Humanoid in lane. He's like probably one of the best laners we have in the league. And it's gonna be tough for Zwyro today, I think, because Humanoid is kind of the rookie stomper coming in against Zwyro.
I think it's funny you say that, because I'm mostly worried about Humanoid in lane. Laning phase has been a weak point for him in the last 2 series. Again, he just tends to overextend and die a lot. He's disrespectful. His synergy with Jun and Razork isn't always on point. But I think if he goes even, mid and late game, he's a literal monster.
Yeah, and I think we still have the trust in that. Even if he didn't show up in some games, we know what they can show, right? But of course, mid is so important. Mid jungle is so important. We're going to talk about it later as well. But it has to work out because it's kind of like, I feel, a minefield going up versus Team Heretics because they have been underrated and because you have been playing so well in the regular season. But there has to be an X factor there for Heretics.
Well, I think for Heretics, it's... I mean, Flagged is always going to perform in my mind. I think it really comes down to, like Finn said, that team fighting generally is pretty good, but it's also one of Fnatic's biggest strengths. So you need to figure out how to set yourself up to win those team fights. And I think for them, strong front to back fighting and, you know, just make sure Flagged can actually hit and carry, because he's usually strong in mid game.
But as coming back to kind of circling back to why we're having this discussion, have they improved a lot? They have. They are 1 round in the lower bracket further, Finn, but do you see them going any further?
I mean, I think they have the chance. I think it kind of depends on how Trimby and Jun goes versus the Jun Razork matchup. This is, like, to me, the key matchup to watch today. Obviously, I would favor Fnatic. I think looking at their regular season and their winter split as well, I think they're really strong. But I see glimpses of hopes in Heretics gameplay.
I'm reading between the lines, and you're saying no, they're not getting any further, but we'll see. Let's talk about Vitality versus MDK as well, but specifically about Vitality. I was watching last week, and I do remember the throws versus BDS because I thought the way they stepped into that series, they were the better team on the day. So how worried are you that this is something that they're gonna repeat when they play MDK later?
I really wish they cleaned up a little bit. I mean, it is Vitality, it is Karsi Hildesang, so you never know what you're gonna get
Careful,
with those
Pat's
guys.
gonna tweet at you.
Yeah, sorry, Pat, sorry.
Sorry, we don't
But it is also like, I have a lot of faith in Photon, words are hard. Photon, I think, has been one of the shining lights for Vitality, and is going to against Mirwin, which in my eyes has been one of the weaker points from Alliance recently, because I feel like Mirwin, he was really good when he had the edge in the matchups, but lately he's been playing these meta matchups, Gnar Renekton,
Why?
Rumble
What's
Renekton.
happened? I come back and watch, and he's so boring.
I know Photon is gonna do good there, so I think it's looking good for Vitality today, I would say.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off because we have a very important update from Goldberg, because it is, of course, all about that spot for MSI. G2 is going, we know that, but who's going to be our second team we send? We need to figure out what's going on with those championship points, and GB will explain it to us.
So let's go for it. Championship points, championship points. We hear about it so often. I've already seen so many comments of MDK at MSI aware. But I want you to know right now that points in spring are worth more than they were in winter. And if you look at the current total of who's up there as a team that would go to MSI, it's actually BDS if G2 wins again. Now, to set the stakes are very easy for our teams right now. Because, of course, if you win, then you're going as our first seed. But let's talk about the scenario where G2 wins the league again. Which team will actually go? Well, it's quite easy, because if you're Vitality or Team Heretics, to make MSIs, all you have to do is just win the split. It's not looking good on points. You need more than you currently have. It's not even enough reach in finals. You need to take it all the way. You drop games in the elimination bracket, you're out, and we won't see you till summer. For MDK and Fnatic to reach finals versus G2 in this scenario, very easy. You just need to go there, and then you're going to MSI. You reach finals, you reach MSI. You reach finals, you reach MSI. You got that for MDK? Very important, because if they lose, they're not going. So, very easy to understand. As it looks right now, BD is up there. For the teams in the lower bracket, they just need to win. And as we gear up for Fnatic versus Team Heretics, let's check out Razork's evolution as a player here in the LEC.
I think Razork was fortunate that when push came to shove as the year moved on, the team kind of ramped up around him. He started working pretty well with Oscar, and despite like the last minute substitution of Wunder, he also worked really well with Wunder. And I think that his flexibility and adaptability that year was a big reason that Fnatic were ultimately able to mount a comeback despite 2 incredibly disastrous splits and a lot of kind of unknowns when it came to those pretty rapid roster swaps.
I will give credit to Kadra on this one because I was like, I'm struggling on jungle, what do you think? And he was like, no cap, I genuinely think Razer was like the biggest carry jungler of this whole winter. Yeah. So I went back and I rewatched all the VODs. That boy was way more insane than I gave him credit for.
I think right now he thinks way more strategically. It's not even close. I think he grew into one of the best junglers in Europe.
Oh, look at, yeah. He's going for the kick. He gets the kick on Xiaohu into the Magnus Storm, and now Xiaohu's pulled back. Stunned up, locked up, and Oscar Winning joins the fray. That's 2 for Fnatic.
So it was really in the 4th year of his career that I think he started to come into his own and start to look like a confident player again on the Rift, but in a way that was tempered. It wasn't blind aggression anymore. He was making good plays. He was playing around the right lanes and the right champions. He was setting people up. And I think really just blossomed into like a significantly better player.
I felt like winter was gonna be the weakest point for Fnatic in terms of like, okay, we played for 2 weeks with June, and yes, new patch, you know, there is a lot of things to adapt communication-wise, and I felt like this was gonna be our weakest point, and going onwards, we would like get better and better. But right now, I'm just like being annoying with this, but I just want to be disciplined as a team because I think that's what we are missing the most. And I feel like if we keep doing what we are doing in practice, we would actually show up big in stage, in my opinion, because I feel like all my teammates are very talented, and I think, yeah, we can achieve great things if we just work on this.
I mean, he hit the nail on the head, I'm pretty sure, in terms of that. More discipline overall, by the way. You can find the full version of this content piece over on the LEC socials. But I'm just going to throw it over to you. Do you agree, Goldberg? Is it more discipline that we need to see from Fnatic in order for them to kind of dream? You know, they want to lift that trophy.
Well, it's interesting because I actually didn't think that discipline was the reason why they lost some of their recent series.
Okay.
Instead, I thought they were more figured out in the approach that Jankos actually got, or rather, Razork got hit on by G2 as a whole. But I definitely think that Razork, as a jungler, throughout this entire year, has been the best jungler, the most well-rounded jungler, and I think you can even see that in his champion pool as well, from aggression with Ajax and Sinsao, but also more facilitation from a Wire or for Rill instead. So I definitely think that he, as a player himself, has also become more disciplined throughout his career.
Yeah, but he is against Jankos. Jankos owns this league. He's been here forever. Like, today's going to be a really interesting jungle matchup, I think, because I feel like Jankos last week's wasn't the best, considering if you compare to regular season, he didn't have the best performances. I have a vivid memory of the Volibear game against BDS, where he was just farming and didn't dive a single side lane the entire game, and then eventually got outscaled. So I really want to see a more aggressive Jankos today that plays for his laners more actively.
And I agree, because I thought Jankos was amazing in regular season. I've been so disappointed from what we've actually seen in playoffs so far, because from what he showed last year on Team Heretics, where he was such a 1v9er, from what he showed in regular season this split, he just looked like he was back into his peak form. Obviously, there's a lot more things going into it as a jungler in terms of how do you connect with the rest of your team, what's the game plan like, but in terms of pace from Team Heretics, it definitely got slowed down, and I think they really need a guy like Jankos to step up, get that high pace back. Of course, he's more facilitating, but you can easily still do that with the champion pool that Jankos has available to him.
Stylistically, what does that look like, and how likely is that, Finn, when you look at if Fnatic does play at their peak and how Razork does like to play?
Yeah, I remember the last time they played each other. I remember Razork and Oscar diving Wunder repeatedly, over and over again, but they still lost the game. So I really feel like maybe Razork has to look elsewhere against Heretics, because I feel like shutting down Wunder is not that easy. He will always find a way to sneak back into the game and make himself relevant. So maybe it is mid and bot he has to pay that attention.
Did see a tweet being sent out by Noah saying, I watched all your VODs, Wunder, I know you're going to come bot, I got it. And he said, well, it's going to be one already, so don't worry about that. The spice is there. For now, though, we're going to send it over to Lore, who is standing by with Humanoid.
Thank you, Shox, and thank you, Marek, of course, for joining me ahead of your series. They were just talking about your jungler and the matchup against Jankos. What do you think of this matchup, and what is going to make Razork stand out?
I mean, I think Razork is playing pretty well this year, so I think he's really good at being aggressive in the early game. I think our early games have been usually very good, except last week. So I think he's better at early game pathing and ganking. So I think he's just gonna come out ahead.
It's going to be interesting, especially in the early game, because as you said, last week was a bit meh. But it was the same thing that can be said for Heretics. And when I look at early game stats, you guys look bad, honestly, but they look back as well. So Razer having the advantage in the early game, do you think it's going to be enough? Do you think you fixed your early game from last week?
Well, if we didn't fix it from last week, then we are just gonna get stumped again. So I'm hoping that we did, and I think we did. So I think it's for sure gonna be a lot better.
Okay, give me hope and give Fnatic fans hope here. Why do you think you made improvements since last week? What have you guys been working on?
Well, it's kind of hard to not make improvements from last week. So I think we just kind of had a really bad week. So everyone was like, okay, we need to do something about it. Then we had we talked a lot in the team, but we need to focus on. I think we figured it out pretty well, and we had a decent week of practice. So I think we're coming.
Okay.
We're coming in this week with way better preparation.
Confidence, and let's trust practice here. Any words on Heretics and how they've been playing so far? The changes that they implemented in the player department, especially.
I mean, they for sure look better than last split, right? I don't think they are that scary. I think they usually just win kind of through like team fighting. They don't really do much other than that. So I'm really confident that we can take them easily.
All right, well, let's hope it shows today. Marek, thank you so much. Good luck today against Heretics. And Dagda Dracos, back to you.
Thank you very much, Lore. We're here, Fnatic fans, unsurprisingly in the house. Heretics fans here as well. Bold, but very softly delivered words from Humanoid. Yeah, I think they just kind of team fight. I mean,
a little bit self-deprecating.
They don't got anything else, you know, like, fair enough. That's the thing about tweets that I like, you know, the trash talk tweets that Shox alluded to earlier. It's like, you can infer whatever tone you want. So if you're really hyped up about the matchup, you just read everything like they're screaming at each other. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. But when you see someone say it and it's kind of like, meh, you know, you're like, all right.
It does feel a little bit biased when usually Noah includes a squirrel or something afterwards, and you're just like, oh, he's clearly been adorable. What can I do?
Here we are, players taken to the stage. Our cameraman beautifully highlighting a matchup we're excited about. Razor versus Jankos. Support as well. Jun and Trimby. Seems like a good mood in the Heretics camp. Always a good sign of things to come. And while we look back at this matchup, you know, it's not necessarily the biggest historic rivalry. It was Fnatic who denied Heretics their shot at season finals previously. So maybe a little bit of revenge here. Of course, that particular version of Fnatic did sub in Wonder to make it to the season finals. So hard to know how much of that bad blood is attributed to Wonder, but obviously two teams, and a lot of players at least, with a decent amount of history.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see both these squads face off. I think it's going to be an absolute banger. I want to see a little bit more productivity from Heretics in the early stages, though. When we look at their last series, it kind of went to the point of, hey, we're just going to look to scale into the late game. We're not really worried about trying to fight toe-to-toe in the early stages. And I think against a team like Fnatic, if you give them that much control in the early game, it's going to come back to bite you. But already into draft, no surprises. Nico going to be taken away from Spyro. It's 100% ban rate against the guy at the moment.
Yes, and of course, one of the teams that learned firsthand how effective Spyro is on that champion is Fnatic. They had an incredibly dominant early game, playing through topside, shutting Wonder down, and then spent the mid game not counting minions, watching as a Jankos leads in and a Spyro Nico kind of dissected so much of what they wanted to do, and ultimately got Team Heretics the victory. There was a particularly overtuned Baby Dragon in that game, but still,
they've had something to do with it.
Yes, reminder that we just still need to see that diligence from Fnatic, who have now, you know, banned 2 champions. Of course, the Spyro has been successful on. We need to see how much deeper his pool goes, because it really has been the Azir and Nico where he's had the most standout performances thus far.
Still seeing a lot of things like the Kalista left open though, which is crazy. Oh, okay, never mind, it's going to be banned away there. But I was going to say, you still have like Zeri and stuff that has been very high priority for Noah. I think it's been one of his best performing champions, so maybe that's what they look to try and take on this next rotation. But oftentimes we've seen it taken on red side in this 1-2 selection. And with Orianna taken, maybe we see Spyro try and bring out something a little bit special. We've seen a lot of people go towards the Aurelion Sol into this matchup, but we'll have to see if Spyro has it in his back pocket.
If that's something that he wants to go towards, yeah, for now, we've seen in playoffs at least. It's been control mages through and through. The Zeri and the Rek'Sai now locked in, and we haven't really seen jungle Rek'Sai, so just assuming that that's an immediate blind pick for top lane. Wouldn't surprise me if Team Heretics want to just, you know, deprioritize Wonder. Say, hey, here's a strong pick in the meta. You don't need a counter pick. We can save that for another role, another position. Potentially wanting to give Spyro more time to figure out how to deal with the comp as a whole. But Fnatic ready to match fire with fire here in terms of bot lane scaling.
Okay, yeah, they're going to take the Nautilus away, because one of the things you could have seen in this rotation for Heretics is that they take the Nautilus and then you ban away things like the Braum and answers that have been traditionally pretty good into it. But I am curious now what Trimby wants to take in this bot lane, because Rakan is left open. He could end up taking that. It's not the best of matchups in the lane into the Nautilus, but at least when you get to the later portion of the game, you can be very proactive on this pick. Works pretty well with this area as well, just because of that mobility. But we'll have to see exactly what the answer is. Also, could look towards the mid lane, but okay.
Jarvan. Now going to be the selection here. We saw Jarvan earlier in the hands of El Yo-Yo as a champion that when it's not able to find those early ganks, falls behind a lot of the other more conventional jungle options in the meta. So expect Jankos to be on the map fast and early, or really not at all.
But this seems to be the style that Heretics are going for, these high-value early-game junglers. We got the Volibear in their last series, a lot against SK, where they had mega high priority on it, first picking it on blue side, and then in this game, going back towards the Jarvan, it feels like they want him to be proactive, and now it's just a case of, well, getting rid of champions that can affect that, like the Poppy, and then trying to secure something for Trimby to try and get him active on the map as well, to try and work alongside this, because I think Fnatic have, well, for all intents and purposes, been an incredibly strong mid jungle. And one of the things we saw from G2 was shutting that down with early skirmishing towards, the 5 to 10 minute mark. So I wouldn't be surprised for Heretics to try and take a similar leaf out of G2's book.
See if that's the angle they go for. Of course, Nautilus was a champion in the series versus SK that Heretics played, was banned away in all 3 games, made things a little bit less clear. Team Heretics very frequently had the luxury of counterpicking from the remaining support pool. This time around, they will have counterpick, but the Nautilus still not available to them, and Fnatic Renata, obviously conventionally just a universally solid champion, but instead the Rakan respecting Trimby kind of as an engaged player for Team Heretics. If there's any criticism that's been levied against this team, it's kind of like when Trimby's not making stuff happen, very often not a lot happens.
But we have seen him fall back a lot to Alistar in these kind of situations where you're playing more on the defensive footing, and it hasn't worked at the best for Heretics when they have that back foot in that bottom lane where they're not able to get Trimby as active. So curious if he ends up going back towards that option here as well. Although, so I'm going to go over towards the Ahri. So strong mid jungle, a lot of CC and knockup, so great for skirmishes, but I definitely think you're going to be looking to try and get Zeri involved in these fights from Flacket if you want to try and find success with this duo.
Definitely. Of course, saw in the previous week Frescowi with a really masterclass on the Ahri, reminding us of how important individual comfort can be, even in the face of things that feel so much stronger in the context of the meta. Spyro going to find that success on the Ahri as well, and a lot of early to mid game tools. I like to see this from the Ties Team Heretics. Opposite side for Fnatic, it feels like they're just drafting tools to team fight. I'm not gonna lie to you. You've got Orianna, you've got Jinx, obviously reliable scaling, you've got some pretty good engage, you've got decent lane matchups, and if they lock into Sejuani here, it feels like
crazy front line.
Crazy front line. And a call out potentially just getting followed up here. He said, hey, all they can do really is team fight, so we're gonna draft a team fight, fully assuming that they're not gonna do much else in the early game and just have better tools for it.
It feels like they've stuck a massive arrow on the map and just gone, hey, I wonder where Razork's going to be, because you're not going to go towards Udyr. Your Orianna isn't really going to be powerful enough to try and skirmish around that either. So it's hey, we're going to go bot lane to make sure Noah's fed, because he's going to be our carry. So the entire game for Fnatic is protect the Noah.
Look, it's a respectable game when there's a Jinx on your lineup, but there's Renata now locked in. It's a lot of melee champions who want to dive into Team Heretics, and Renata's going to do a lot of work. They banned the Rakan, letting through, I think, a champion that's perceived to be much more powerful. Rakan in the context of the LEC, though, obviously I feel like the universal power pick for our best supports. So understand how we got here, but could be a bit tricky for Fnatic to navigate. This is going to force out a cleanse from Noah if he wasn't going to itemize it already, because nothing is worse than killing your entire team as a 3-item Jinx.
It also means that Flacky gets to play that little bit more aggressive. One of the things that you will struggle with is Azeri against a mega Mundo front line like Fnatic have is trying to position well, trying to make sure you're not getting hit up by Nautilus into Sejuani or finding Udyr that access the backline. So having that little bit of an extra bailout should help in Flacket being able to try and carry these team fights. So I like the pick, but it's just trying to see again how this bot lane ends up panning out, because I think that's where the majority of the attention's going to be, and it will be Razer trying to influence that lane from the get-go.
We'll need to see who can take control in the early game. Lots of fantastic late game tools for the side of Fnatic. A lot more mid-game focus on the side of Team Heretics. They're going to need to show us a more proactive game than what we've seen in weeks previously. It was a devastating series versus BDS, a bit better versus SK. We'll have to hope they just continue that trajectory today against Fnatic. Reminder, One best of 3, loser goes home and knocked out, no shot at MSI. Winner will get to move on to the best of 5 against the winner of today's other best of 3. So it's all do or die from here on out. Except for GTBS. Everything else, do or die.
Nothing too crazy as we enter into the Rift. Just having a quick look at a lot of the choices that were taken. But
he did not take cleanse.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I don't think it's the end of the world.
I'm just gonna say that I have never seen a more universally agreed on thing in pro play than if there is a Renata on the enemy team, you take cleanse. So Noah's got some confidence, and it showed on Twitter. Damn, production, great transition. Yeah, he's just trash talking Wonder. Watching his VODs from back when he was, you know, successful, except for the time that he played on Fnatic and helped them be very successful. And Wonder, obviously, you know, coming back, hitting back. No need to run bot. We're winning bot both games. Which, I mean, again, they've got the Renata, they've got range advantage. Mayhaps it is enough for them to snowball this out without the intervention of top laners who are never going to go bot anyway. Just to be clear. It was so weird you just to call out Wonder like that. Like you should have gone after Yanko. Like no one goes bot.
Maybe he does now though. Maybe that's the whole plan.
We got double TPs last week, Rob,
yeah.
when we were just going crazy. So maybe it's a return to the 2018-2019 era of European League of Legends where it's just all TP bot all the time.
But it does feel like a return to 2018 Fnatic. Honestly, this has been the most successful that they've been since that era where they actually finished first in the regular season. They went on to win the whole season. And it feels like they are very much in our top 2 contenders and one of the teams that I'm looking at for that finals representation. So this is a game where I expect Fnatic to come out swinging, trying to fight back against what was a pretty devastating loss, as we heard from Humanoid on the interview, against G2.
Certainly, and I think if they want to make that come to life, if they want this to be one of their best splits after, you know, last year, I think an excellent recovery despite a disastrous start, you need to keep doing things like making it to finals, making it to the top, going to international competition. Because yes, 2018 is the last time they won a title, but even 2019 it was close. You know, it was double best of 5 series against G2. It was on a knife's edge. But yeah, the trophy case from Fnatic, not nearly as full as it once was. So now just see, well, you know, Valorant had its moment. Don't want to take away from Boaster. Let's be clear about, you know, League of Legends. Not that Fnatic Valorant's going great either. Sorry, Fnatic. I'm really not trying to drag.
But we do like any.
Want to set the record straight.
Anytime we have an opportunity to talk about Boaster is just great.
So it's just Boaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I was talking to Boaster the other. No, I'm kidding. Wonder getting aggressive. Oscar and trying to keep push up here. This is the healing reduction matchup, but I think they're both just not going to build healing reduction and instead be content knowing that they will spend an eternity hitting each other to no effect. It's a Sisyphusian matchup, really. The boulder's never getting up the hill, Rob.
Yeah, Oscarden did end up crashing second wave, though, rather than third, so it doesn't get that reset that you traditionally see now. Spyro.
Flash. Spyro for early flash.
Oh, the charge!
The tower! Oh! That was dirty. That overconfidence there from Razork, instantly punished. Spyro raffling straight to the bank. 300 gold lead. Spyro chance in the studio. Love to hear it after last week. Didn't understand why, but making good. Punishing that mid lane gank. Fnatic, we talked about it in the draft. They're not really the team that needs to force anything, but they still try to make the play happen in mid. And it costs them dearly.
Big whoopsie. And the fact that Zwyro now gets the reset, will be able to pick up a Dark Seal, come back into lane, have a good time against Humanoid is going to be massive. And it felt like Jankos was almost expecting this. You could see he finished his 3 camps on top side and kind of poked his head into River. So they're expecting Razork to try and do something mid, but Zwyro, he ends up getting caught here, but great charm on the flash to pick off Razork, and 2 tower shots was all was needed.
And it looks like he flashed out before the command dissonance came in and got away from the flail as well as we get the double reaction cam. Uh-oh, uncertainty. Then certainty again, obviously successful. So just a bit awkward there. Maybe if the timing's a tiny, tiny bit better. And now he's a little bit closer to getting mercs as well. So a defensive early item choice, expecting to get ganked again, knowing that he doesn't have flash. But now gets to roam up first, gets scuttle for Jankos. Razork has to be careful here.
That's double scuttle now for Jankos. Did have a reset, and will be able to move back into his own topside jungle as well as they look to respawn. So nice timing there from Jankos to get a little bit of an advantage off the back of that kill onto Razork.
Yeah.
But this is where, again, I think for Razork, it's a little bit unfortunate, but you can't really let it get to you too much. I still think you need to be starting to get good vision control on the spot side, trying to shut down Flacket, because especially as you start to go towards, you know, static shiv and you get them push, it's where Flacket's going to be very, very comfortable in this matchup. And if you end up in this position where you're able to skirmish early with the Zeri before Jinx really comes online, Heretics are going to be very happy with that.
Certainly are. And I think freeing Trimby up potentially to roam as well. Zeri also quick boots to purchase, something Aragon likes to talk about. You know, just gets you out of the lane faster, gets you up out of lane to roam to objectives where needed quicker. So if they want to do some more lane assignments on the fly, they can. But for now, that set on the bottom side of the map is Razork clearing these relatively uncontested. Some pings from Trimby. Maybe he wanted to support there, but opts not to. As Oscar's keeping the pressure up topside.
A lot of people around mid lane, though. Even Flacket has come to help
Bit
out.
awkward for Oscar, though, because Wonder pulls the wave away, and now Jankos is just waiting. Flag, drag, goodbye. What? When we say pro players have good wave manipulation, we rarely get an example that is so clear and tangible, and that's also not what we mean, based on the one we just saw. But in this case, that was great wave manipulation, and I think Oscar just kind of forgot that when the wave didn't hit the tower that he might be a bit vulnerable.
I'm not going to lie, I wasn't looking at the main screen. I was looking at the mini-map, because I was like, there's nothing that's going
to proxy a wave, and we're going to be fine.
All right.
Yeah, remember that the minions need to get to the tower before the tower will shoot the minions. If you go first, they'll shoot you. So, a learning moment for all of us as Flacket locked up. The cleanse, though, he still gets hit by the CC. Follow-up is there. A few more stacks coming in for Razork. They got the flash up from Flacket. That's going to be big. The cleanse as well. Nice little gank on the bottom side for Fnatic. So despite an early hiccup in the mid lane for Razork, he's still getting active on the map. And as you highlighted, Rob, going bot lane where that attention is needed.
I mean, great job. The fact that you end up burning the cleanse before Razork arrives as well means that Flacket has to flash away from the flail, otherwise he'll end up CC'd again, will go down. So getting both summoner spells there. And here Jankos just trying to get some control back on the bot side, realizes that you really want to shove in this wave and give an opportunity for Flacket to reset, but at least find that space on the bottom side of the map.
Despite the kill, however, Wonder battle. Okay, looking at that. Razork still heading XP. That's his level 6. The follow-up is there. Excellent handshake comes in for Trimby, but even with the bailout, they don't have the damage. Noah gonna grab that kill, lets the buff expire. Well played on the bottom side.
Massive for Fnatic as well. They really want Noah to be the one leading the charge here, and getting those early kills is going to help out decisively in this matchup. Great repeat gang from Fnatic.
And again, no sums on Flacket means with Jun having level 6 right around the corner, the second that Ignite is off cooldown, they just go again. Trimby holding the wave as best he can just to try to get some control to get some more resources for Flacket, but it's going to get trickier and trickier, at least for the next few minutes until those summoners are back online and available. So while there are two pretty massive whoopsie moments for Fnatic in the early game, things are otherwise going quite well. The gold is dead even, yes, but the gold for Fnatic kind of where they want it to be on the bottom side of the map. Need to see if Zvairo, speak of the devil, flag, drag, cataclysm, Razork still living, forcing the flash out from Zvairo. One more stack. Nice pick in the jungle.
And that's what I was about to say. I think a lot of this now is with Zvairo hitting 6, he can actually get access to work with Jankos, and great example there. Zvairo has really stepped up over the last couple of games that Heretics have played, and coming into this as well now, leading the charge with Jankos. Beautiful stuff there from the mid laner.
Strong point on the map. They need to keep this going. They can't just let bot lane sit quietly, especially with that some deficit. They need to make sure that they're continuing to get more as Oscar and Wonder trading back and forth. Wonder might be in a similar situation. He just gets killed! What is happening top lane? Did I miss? Was there a seminar? Did we just agree we're going to fight to the death? This is supposed to be the wet noodle fight, Rob. They're supposed to just heal infinitely and never die, and yet both of them have died before we're even 10 minutes into the game.
They just forgot to boil the noodles. Now they're just stabby things. They're just whacking each other with them. But I don't know. This is kind of crazy, to be honest. The fact that you've now given a kill apiece over on that top side, especially just sticking around that little bit too long, and Fnatic as well being able to secure with that early aggression on the bottom side of the Dragon for themselves, it's definitely starting to come up more and more Fnatic.
That it is. Gold difference tiny. One buff to one in terms of the grubs. Wonder's going to grab another plate. This time, hopefully, it won't cost him his life. He's going to tunnel away and proxy a wave without taking tower aggro. Crucially,
we're learning.
For those who are following along at home, looking to implement some of these pro play strategies into your solo queue. Probably has another tunnel here in a second. Okay, reminder, this is what it's supposed to look like. All right? Void thing. And
you have Hollow Radiance, Wonder.
Wonder, you're going to start tanking the tower.
I mean, you get the plate. If
Normally,
you get the plate,
we don't
it's worth.
cast this lane because nothing
There we go.
happens.
Okay. Look, he does take a couple of terror shots, but that is actually decent for Wonder. The fact you get the turret plate, you get to prox the wave, you're going to reset. I'm all on board of this one. Last one, a little bit of a whoopsie.
No.
But
I'm with you.
Now, starting to roam mid as well as Vyro. Very far forward on the wave. I think trying to set up for potential charm play here with Wonder coming over the wall, but Wonder just going to steal away a camp instead. So at least Heretics topside are starting to push back and trying to get some control. But I think you have to start to lean that into, hey, let's shut down Noah a bit more because, again, Jinx is going to be a menace as this game goes on.
Certainly is. Wonder, again, proxying a wave will go into one of his mini tunnel options. Humanoid now looking to come in. Wonder going to go for the knock-up. Ball is there. They're taking their time, however. Wonder can immediately try to ult to get out of the way, but he's just going to accept his fate. There's no one else on the map right now. They finally have mid-priority. They're going to try to transition to the bottom side of the map, but it's just it's a bit loosey-goosey here in our first game of the day.
I'm trying to figure out if Wonder needed gold for an item or something, or his boots or something along those lines. Maybe he was just shy and was like, oh, I'll proxy one more wave and got punished for it. Because it does feel like he's just slightly short in his Merc thread, so I'd assume that's the case. But big mistake. Again, 2 deaths now that were completely unnecessary, and giving now those turret plates back over to Oscar Innen. So this Udyr getting a lot more control up in this matchup, and as well getting Razer and Humanoid involved was just great for Fnatic.
Definitely. Again, Wonder now finally here, but this is about 3 plates. Oscar going to stick around. Oh, he wants to stick around for the 3rd plate, but that little melee minion, not quite enough. Wonder trying to extend this trade. Again, it's so hard to get any meaningful damage here. And now they just go back to hitting the minions, yeah. Udyr has a biscuit, so he has mana if he needs it. And so nothing is really going to happen. But now, a lane where people can die and are supposed to die, bot lane. Nothing else is going to happen. Dang it, we're back to top again. I don't want to be here, but no one else is doing anything.
Hey, look, Humanoid was starting to roam up there. Maybe they thought something was going to happen. Heretics also kind of roaming bot side, but not really making anything happen. Now Zyro here with friends. Can he get onto Humanoid?
Jankos gets the bailout movement speed. We'll just back off. Set up for a bit of a fight here on the bottom side. Humanoid can collapse here, but he might be a little bit late to the exchange. Black is going to get there first. Spyro is already ulted. Hostile takeover comes out. Noah forced to flash to safety. The slow coming in from the Glacial Prison is big. It buys a bit more space. Spyro still 2 attacks remaining. Trying to finish off Jun. Knockup from Jun is there. Spyro hits the charm onto the Nautilus. Looking for the reset. Jun is taken down. One more dash for Spyro. Goes in. Tries to get another. Flacket finds that kill. Trimby taken out. But here comes Oscar. And that is one fast bear man. Flacket. No cleanse left. Getting knocked up, but they don't have the damage. Flacket still waiting over the wall. They're trying desperately to finish this area. The Udyr will not die, but he also cannot dive the tower. In the meantime, Wonder taking place, but the play continues. Oscar trying to keep them here, trying to usher them under the tower. Humanoid ready, wants to finish these kills. They're so damn low, but someone needs to do the damage. Flacket trying to dash to safety, but Oscar with Razork behind him goes in, but Flacket's still living, and Trimby is here. It's a mess on the bottom side, but Fnatic get what they came for.
Fnatic come out on top. They get the wave in time to find the picks, to find the plates as well, as Trimby comes back, and it started off looking so favorably for Heretics, and I thought this was going to be a repeat of what we saw Fnatic in G2, early skirmishes going the way of the opposition, but Fnatic managing to turn it around.
Despite that, Wonder gets so much on the top side. It's still a 3-1 Ahri. There's now a TP bot side. The play's not done. Humanoid's got no mana. You got no mana? Flash out.
Oh my
nice.
God.
On the charm. Anticipation tries to sidestep, but the shutdown is there from Spyro. He's waited long enough. He's got a flash 2, matches, and gets the kill.
Fnatic, though, this looked like it could have gone so dodgy. Noah is completely separated from the squad, and again, doesn't really have the damage that he wants here. So you're looking at a Jinx that doesn't really do much. Humanoid doesn't really have the damage, especially when the shockwave is flashed away from by Heretics. And then Noah caught in the pit, nobody to help. Spyro able to deal damage onto the top side, but it's the TP from Oscar Innen that makes all the difference. He has the E passive, which means he's not getting CC'd. But Fnatic, we're back in towards this Rift Herald fight. TP from Humanoid.
Herald taking Flacket, nice sidestep. High is there. Flag and drag through 4, that's a solid start. The damage now coming in, Flacket untouched as the rest of his team is such an excellent distraction. Double for the Ahri. Flacket picks up the 3rd. Team Heretics take the fight.
6-1 for Spyro. This Ahri has been putting in work in these fights, and these early skirmishes are fantastic for Heretics. This is exactly where we said they wanted to find their success, and Fnatic are fighting them and giving them those moments.
It's kind of a bit of a head scratcher for Fnatic. We didn't really get the context of the setup on that play. Maybe felt like they had to go for the 50-50 not to give the Herald away, but as a result, they overcommit to a fight and they lose so much.
I think the idea was, hey, we saw Ahri TP bot side. We can now fight this because Humanoid will respawn. We can TP him in and we can take the fight. If they're caught in the pit, maybe we can do something, but Heretics aren't. Flacket pieces out. Jankos with a great flag and drag. And Spyro repositioning with the ultimate to get direct access to Noah. And remember what we said. I mean, you don't have the damage as Fnatic right now if Noah goes down. Yes, he might get a big shockwave from Humanoid, but that was already used. So the consistent DPS for Fnatic was eliminated, and Heretics take him on.
Spyro. Charm hits him! Absolute edge of the hitbox, dashes in! He's just too damn good. What can't he play? It used to be, what can he play? What can this man do? Picks up Nico, it's great. Picks up Azir, it's great. Now a 3rd champion to add to the list, the Ahri, taking over this game.
And this is exactly what we wanted from Heretics. Early aggression, seeing them fight against Fnatic from the get-go. And it's off the back of the rookie. I mean, Spyro again. What is with Ahris and rookies in our league popping off in this champion?
And look, I don't want to oversell this guy. It's his first split. But how can you look at the last time these teams played, at the last series he played on the Azir or at this game and not get a little bit excited about the potential of this player? Again, it's just so damn clean. Absolute edge of the hitbox.
Yeah, and Heretics are using this moment to try and trade for the top tower, so they kind of like, look, we're not going to be able to hold on to it. Let's make a play on mid. Noah stepping that too far up, and Zyru, great mechanics there to catch him with the charm. And now Noah left alone under this tower. Humanoid's got to get here a little bit, but don't know if he can get the tower. Actually, yeah, with Rift Herald, they definitely should be able to.
And now it's Humanoid who's shadowing Noah. Jun down on the bottom side, maybe they're hoping to get the pick there. They're going to concede the tower. We'll see where this Herald goes as Jankos goes adrifting.
I need a theme song.
Yeah, we really need an alternative music cue for Herald drifting.
Oh, okay.
He's that guy. You know him. We've all been there. We've all messed it up countless times.
I'm pretty sure Jankos did in his first game of this patch.
Yes, he did. He's mounting it again. This is a little bit crazy.
Oh?
This is
wait a sec.
This is Wonder, actually. Excuse me, not Jankos.
He just wanted a
We're
piece.
just giving credit for Jankos. We're just giving the credit to Jankos, guys. Wonder's the top laner. They don't get credit for anything. No, that was all Wonder. So, whoops. Just assume that the jungler was in there. It's the top laner.
It's a Rek'Sai. It's understandable.
Wonder, not a big fan of the top laners aren't important narrative. Really needs to make a contribution after his tragic 0-2 start.
I do like the way that Heretics are playing this, though, because a huge amount of this has been, hey, we understand what Fnatic are going to play on the map for, and we're going to try and go against it. Fnatic go to make the play on top tower because they know they can have a numbers advantage there. Fantastic. We can't defend that as Heretics. We're going to make a play on Noah mid. We get mid tower. Then as everyone starts to drift across the mid to defend it, we immediately rotate onto the bot side as well to get that tower with the Rift Herald. So Heretics at the moment are matching a lot of what Fnatic are doing in the map, or learning, hey, we can actually play for a cross map off this and trade up on the map.
Noah, a little far forward, but he sees some recalls and he spots Ahri on the bottom side, so it feels like he has the room to do so. But a ward beautifully placed in the mid lane there, keeping information on Noah. Has to be careful about stepping too far up as Team Heretics get the vision control on the top side. And my concern, honestly, Rob, is as we get later, when Ahri is this far ahead, you normally look at Ahri as a champion who isn't going to scale as hard, right? But she's so far ahead of the curve. Fnatic are going to need so much time. And now you have these fights for Fnatic where it's like, all right, well, do you Nautilus ult the Zeri? Or do you Nautilus ult the Ahri? Because it's really hard to lock either of them down for this team. They have one form of reliable point-and-click CC and two incredibly mobile champions who are very strong.
But even if you do ult one of them, where's the follow-up damage? Humanoid sure has a little bit with 2 items, but Noah's got a single item in his pockets. He doesn't really do a huge amount with the Kraken Slayer and Oscar in, and
Oscar locked up here, might have been a bit premature from Jankos. Damage from Ahri is good, though. I take it back. Spyro is so damn strong, and there's no MR for Oscar. just the magic damage feels like true damage. And then there's the true damage on top of that. Flag and Drag is going to go a little bit wide. Oscar feels like it's 2014 again because he's trying to open the gates. Little Oscar 2G here as he just keeps this one going.
Yanko's trying to give him the cane, but it's not really working out for him so hot right now.
All right, the slow comes in. The charm will follow.
There it
Oscar will die. A noble effort. He buys a lot of space. Trademark LEC. Yeah.
It might have just been a really bad time to do that, though, because Dragon is in 20 seconds. If he had actually just died, he would have been back up and been able to TP to the fight. Now, you don't have a top laner for the start of this objective, and you're going to be able to push out Wunder, that top wave, and then immediately group on towards mid to contest that as well. So I think actually one of the moments where Oscar and you should have probably just accepted your fate.
Yeah. It's tricky. You train your whole life not to die in pro games. Sometimes it's the correct choice. Won't be up in time, but Fnatic still have priority, still have control. Again, got a lot of free time to take control of these waves, and now they're using that to layer down a bit of vision. Team Heretics have to be ready to face check. They don't quite have the same beefy front line without Noah in the area. Lock up into Jankos is good, but the buffer on the Flag and Drag takes him out. Hook goes wide from Jun. Team Heretics, good information now on where all of Fnatic is, but it's Spyro on the flank. Not spotted out by Vision yet.
Yeah, he's just playing off the wards that were already established by Heretics earlier, so Heretics now going to start to move in, but...
They're taking the tower in the meantime.
I think they're just going to go for the objective.
They go tier 2 mid. Fnatic are committing so much here. I guess Dragon is the backup scaling plan, but you've lost one tower. You're likely to lose another now. Extra attack speed coming in from the Demacian Standard, and all right, 2 towers for a Drake.
This is sick macro from Heretics. This is something that I love to see. The fact that they're willing to go, hey, there is an objective up, but we can actually get more by bypassing it and going for something to trade up with. Yes, you give it a little bit of power to Fnatic, but you get so much more off the back of it. And now with the position you're in, you're like, we litter wards on the top side, we can continue pushing waves, we get a ton of Baron control, and with how fed Spyro is, you cannot hold that bot tower as humanoid. And Spyro may be about to demonstrate it.
Spyro, excellent charm. Damage on a humanoid. Spyro doesn't want to follow up. I feel like Humanoid getting the Ahri ultimate out before any objective is solid as long as he can keep his life.
I think it's also because they want to try and hold Spyro for side lane split push. And the reason that Ahri is so strong in that regard is because she has the ult to escape if you put resources there. So yes, Spyro could have gone for the play and got the kill, but it actually makes him more vulnerable and hurts in the long run. So good heads up play by Spyro, being able to look forward and maybe look at Humanoid now.
Nice backstep on the shockwave, but Humanoid, of course, just trying to clear the wave. Sure that the follow-up isn't there. Noah, you can see how far back he's been pushed. He's now checking the Baron. Oh, you have to feel for Fnatic here. They have no information. They need so much time just to farm, just to get money for Noah, for Humanoid. Just using whatever cooldowns they can to keep information up.
This is great shadowing. They know that Oscar Renan doesn't have the TP, so if you end up seeing both members of Fnatic down the bot side, you just go
does not do damage to Wunder. Now Spyro's following up. That's the flash out, but the knockup is there. Immediate charm, the commitment. Oh, nothing that Humanoid can do. He gets a bit of damage back, and the rest of Team Heretics are starting the Baron. This is absolutely psycho. Most teams make one play on the map, not 2 at the same time. And Fnatic, they finally found Wunder. They've committed all their resources, but it's a big, fat distraction. Team Heretics outplaying and outthinking Fnatic in game 1.
Heretics have the biggest brains in this game. It is so cool to watch. The fact they're like, hey, Oscar doesn't have TP. If he shows face bot, here's the flow chart. We TP into Baron. If he doesn't show bot lane, we dive because he has to be with the rest of the team because he doesn't have Baron. It's just great decision making off the back of the information that Heretics are playing with. And it's so good to see. This has been so well orchestrated by Heretics.
This is the best game they played in all playoffs.
100%.
Thus far, 100%. And again, it's the series versus SK was messy. The series against BDS was tragic. So it's not saying a lot, but it's important to understand how good this game has been. Of course, they're snowballing, so we'll need to see what it looks like maybe in a closer game state as we head to game 2. But right now, Fnatic aren't out, but they're damn close in this game 1.
But it's also off the back of Spyro. These kills, this aggression, this pressure has been created from this mid laner, and they're playing with them beautifully. Wunder is literally just sitting in his back pocket, and now they pick Razer. No! But they'll steal away and a camp anyway. But it's a case of Spyro kind of calling the shot, saying, hey, let's work together on this one, and let's try and play around how fed I am. With 3 items on this Ahri now, these pressure that he can have solo in a lane, or if Wunder shows up, is incredible, and nobody on Fnatic can really deal with it right now.
I mean, he's just not going to, as long as you don't pick bad fights, I just don't think that Fnatic have a lot of agency to actually get a kill. They can limit his impact, but it's really hard to shut him down unless you have Jun in the area. Gets a bit easier as Humanoid gets closer to a death cap of his own. That's only his 3rd item though. Team Heretics pressing forward with Baron. They don't have the best sieging composition, but their split push is pretty lethal. As you can see Wonder here. Again, they send Humanoid to hold him, but Wonder went Hollow Radiance first item. He does not take a lot of damage.
And now he just moves to mid. And the thing is, for Wonder and Spyro, you're both so non-committal in these plays, because Wonder just going to be able to tunnel his way out of here. You got Spyro, who's still got ultimate to walk away. So Fnatic are being pulled every which direction, but there's no real pressure onto Heretics.
Spyro, they force the ult out at least. Gonna clear the mid wave. Bot wave gonna fall away shortly. 51 seconds. This next wave in mid is gonna be big. All of Fnatic now grouping to try to deny it. Team Heretics sadly don't have a sync on multiple waves, so it looks like this is where the plays will stop, the push will stop. They have one more in bot to play off of. Because they're staggered, however, it's easy for Fnatic to 5-man match, and that's why Wonder and Spyro are stepping up now to buy a bit more time, to take a bit more resources from Fnatic. All decommitted. Spyro doesn't have ult. Hook is there from Jun, but there's no damage follow-up. They finally hit him. They finally locked down the Ahri, but the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen, and now it's the hostile takeover. Now it's an absolute slaughter because Flackhead has all the room he needs to do Zeri things. The rest of Team Heretics stepping up. Charm going wide from Spyro, but it does not matter. Inhibitor down, inhibitor to follow. Team Heretics playing out of their minds in this game 1. This is a different team to what we saw last weekend. Incredible performance. Once again, Spyro playing with so much confidence. It was messy in the early game on both sides, but here, mid to late, the moment that Ahri got this lead, it has been all Team Heretics. Wonder holding on to life for an extra second. They're praying for the reset. They're praying for a kill. They're praying for some KDA because that's all they can hope for in game 1 on the side of Fnatic.
And this series is wide open now. Heretics with an incredible game 1, looking so dominant. And it's not like a lucky roll of the dice. This was, hey, we are playing off of the early skirmishes. We know our composition's better with that, and we're going to lean that into 1-3-1, side lane pressure, which Spyro was massive.
It was an incredible game, no doubt. We'll have to see how Fnatic adapt, what they can bring to the table in game 2 as we head to a quick break. When we return, the AD will break that one down, talk about the rest of the series. See you soon.
Done? There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next one? Let's go. Come on.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Oscar then did end up crashing second wave though, rather than third, so it doesn't get that reset that traditionally see now. Spyro.
Flash. Spyro forwardly flash.
Oh, the charge!
The tower! Oh!
A lot of people are in mid lane though. Even Flacket has come to help
Bit
out.
awkward for Oscar though, because Wonder pulls the wave away, and now Jankos is just waiting. Flag, drag, goodbye. What?
There is something. There is it. Sage that. Look at that. There is not dead. He's one out, I stand.
And Heretics take him on.
Spyro. Charm hits him! Absolute edge of the hitbox.
Like, bro, you are so f***ing good. You are crazy good.
Well, he is, I guess. I guess he was talking about his mid laner. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Possibly.
Possibly. I think so. Wow, what a game one coming out of Team Heretics. Now, one game away from advancing to the next stage in the lower bracket, but also knocking out Fnatic out of the title race contention and out of MSI contention. How do we feel about what we just watched?
I have so many emotions right now. They're flowing through my head and they're not positive. Like,
are you crying?
When I'm not crying, I'm angry, okay? When I see this early game, I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I'm seeing two top laners going under tower with Bami Cinder, eating 15 million tower shots each, dying when they know enemy jungler's top side, or just dying because you're dying to the tower because, and yeah, you took 700 health, just tower hitting you.
This was interesting too.
This as well, just like, why are you doing this? Orianna has pushed, she's gonna push for the next 15 minutes, but now you give Ari a free kill, she's gonna push you in now, and she's gonna get so many free moves, and you're gonna die in your jungle later.
Oh, he is actually crying.
This is actually a solo queue moment. Like,
is it?
Top, be careful, back. That jungler can be there, and
like,
he just walks up.
You can't explain
the
this in any way. Like, what does he think is gonna happen when he walks down the tower with Bami Cinder? Surely Wunder has played this game for at least 15 years. I can't explain it. He's laughing. He knows. He knows what he did. He knows what he did. He knows as well. Like, oh my god, Broxa, calm down,
This is the most Hoplian thing I've ever seen, by the way. Like, just suiciding into each
also,
other
I love
for
how
literally
he's like,
no apparent reason.
He's knocked out, and he's like, just, no, they're horrible. But objectively, that was kind of awful.
Well, you're also going to need to keep in mind that there's a lot of stress and pressure on nerves, and that's very visible.
I mean, you can't, whatever you say, that was not good.
You can't fully excuse it, but
I'm sorry, that was not good. That was not good.
Well, fair enough. Did Team Heretics hold their nerves better then?
Clearly.
Clearly.
Well, I loved that in the pregame I was hyping up Spyro, and he just popped off. Like, he played so amazing, and it's not like Humanoid played poorly by any means. He did have, you know, the hiccup with getting caught and dying for no reason on the side lane at some point, but man, Spyro was a beast.
I really enjoyed Spyro's play, actually. I really loved her play with the Junkos, like the time when he had the push timer. Junkos instantly walks into enemy jungle, and they caught out Razork there. And also, like, later on when he made that side play with the Wunder on the side, catching humans on the tier 2 bot, I think he really played with Fog of War well. He played on his side lanes, and he made sure he didn't go for any solo planes. He was always involved with the team.
Yeah, I think that's what it really comes down to, just the proactivity and, you know, being able to make plays without Humanoid really having any response. And this is something we really want to see more from this guy.
And I hate to be narrative Andy, but I am. This guy came in for perks in the Team Heretics lineup, you know, and came into a position where last week they were already fighting against elimination, you know, and Zweiru was very, very important. In this game also, he's so important for his team, and it's just working better together when it's working well in the mid lane, obviously. But the fact that Jankos is giving in the praises, that they are vibing well, that they have those team fights, which we talked about earlier, that can work as well. I mean, it's great to see, and you can only make the best of a bad situation if the level of the game is low or whatever, you know? You don't realize that when you're playing, I guess, right? I mean, you have both been playing in Europe for a time. Do you realize it?
You know when a game is going like
okay. You still gotta win it.
Yeah. But you know when you're like in the trenches, you're like trying to figure out any way, like, because you know enemy team is inting and you're inting, you just gotta figure out the way to force it.
Yeah, Broxa, let's take a look at this 15-minute Herald fight though for Team Heretics, which really absolutely closed the deal. Of course, afterwards they had that Immaculate Baron take as well. But I feel like when you look at the most impactful moment in the game, this was where they killed them.
Yeah, I think there's a few things to keep in mind here. First of all, Flaget was able to escape and, you know, literally didn't take any damage. But if you're on Heretic's side, the only thing you have to do in teamfights is kill Noah. Noah is the only one dealing 80 damage. Heretics pretty early started stacking Merc Strikes and just magic resist generally. So once the Jinx is dead, literally nobody is going to be able to deal damage on their side. And I also love that from Heretics in general. They seem to have found their identity in the sense that they are playing, you know, tank, top and jungle. They're playing usually either engage or whatever supportive champion bot, and then you have really strong carries mid and AD that you can easily set up for success in team fights.
I just rewatched this fight. Incredible press of mind by Jankos. You know, the Jinx traps were in front of his face, but instead of comboing over them like most people would, which doesn't work, you know that, because you can stop the Jinx traps, he walks into the Jinx traps and then combos on Noah, because you can combo when you're rooted, making sure not Frisco, Spyro is on the side and following up on the combo. That was super well played by him, actually.
Would you say like owner flashing over the Ash arrow, this is similar?
No, but it was just showed great press.
That's a comparison if I've ever seen one.
I think it just showed great presence of mind by Jankos to walk into the traps first and then combo, knowing you can do that. I think that was really
It's
sick.
the same thing, Broxa.
I don't know if it's the same thing, but it was definitely a smart play.
It was a great play indeed, and we're just going to call it that. So Fnatic is going into this next game. They chose red side. They're changing sides because they did choose blue side in game one. We're going to talk about picks and bans when they come in. But Broxa, you know, Fnatic now, who has been on top all of the regular season, you know, they were doing great coming into the playoffs. They didn't hit the same strides in the beginning of the playoffs. Now, though, you only got one game anymore every single time, or you're completely out, and you can't even dream of MSI anymore.
But at the same time, I feel like Fnatic every year at some point is in this situation, and somehow they always make it in the end anyways.
I like what you're
It's
cooking.
like this organization just, you need to have your back against the wall and have everything to lose, and then they just always strike back. And I'm curious to see if this is going to be the same story.
Yeah, no, I mean, get your head back to earth. This was kind of, they kind of gave the game away to Heretics. I think they really are better than what they showed, and if they have an equal footing at 10 minutes, I do think Fnatic is the better
Okay,
team.
I'm eating what you're cooking.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get 3 games on the board, and let's get a better Fnatic.
Okay, so we have the draft here, beautiful.
Yeah.
They're banning Ashe, Vi, Rexa, and Nautilus. So the Azir first pick is like the main thing you have to look at. It was banned last game. I think Heretics banned 3 mid laners last game. If I remember, it was Fnatic. Fnatic banned 3 mid laners last game. So they're dropping the mid lane ban prio and just keeping more mid laners in the game, which I think is good. They will favor Humanoid.
I do like Fnatic choosing red side, because last game they ended up prioritizing Orianna, which isn't the biggest value first pick. We saw that in the last game as well. And now the draft is going to be very different. Nico is open, Azir is open, Twisted Fate is open as well. So we'll have to see what first pick Heretics has lined up. Something that often happens is that blue side takes their prior pick, red responds with Siri, and whatever response they have. It's a very high priority champion right now, and honestly, if I was playing the series, I would just take the Siri right away, because it seems like there's no real AD carry answer at the
because
moment.
Vi and Nautilus are out, right? That's your only targeted lockdown.
Azir's open.
Oh, the Azir is open, yeah. So it is the Azir Seri trade, and here you can kind of choose your jungle of choice, or you can choose a mid laner of choice, which is Talia, that is going to come in here. We'll probably see Heretics responding with bot here. It's what I would assume. If you drop bot here, then you can get pretty pinched in the AD carry and the support role. Yeah.
Well, one thing worth pointing out is that Trimby, once Nautilus is down, generally doesn't mind dropping to 4-5, because his champion pool is pretty deep and he plays a lot of random champions once Nautilus is gone from the pool. I like taking the Maokai for Jankos. I would love to see them responding with a Jinx as well to match the power coming out of Siri, something Heretics has started shifting towards last series as well as this one so far. Is just, again, strong front-to-back team fighting. And I think when you play against somebody like Fnatic, whose biggest strength probably is team fighting, just make it easy for yourself. It's always a good step in the right direction.
For sure, definitely if you are on match point, and the Jinx, as promised.
Do you think we're going to see a Jarvan here on free? Would really, but you can also keep the Talia flex if you think that's a serious thing you want to do. Like, you can keep the Talia flex until 4 or 5 and pick like a support or top laner here. But I feel like the Jarvan just offers so much value against the Jinx. He's locking her down in the fights.
Jarvan is great versus Jinx.
Yeah.
You know, every time Jinx has no flash, you have 5 minutes of pressure with the ult where you can just cage and kill her pretty freely. That is one of the advantages you have with Siri, that you're actually mobile and more self-sufficient.
Also banning fresh, because that is annoying. I'm sure you know, Jarvan gets fresh every time you ult. There's a lantern.
This is the one thing that can save Jinx as well as Tahm Kench. May want to consider getting rid of that as well, but we'll see. I do have to say, like, Tahm is a good champion, but I imagine Heretics having a hard time playing it, because Trimby usually is their main engage, and you don't want him on top.
Yeah. So Heretics are banning the Twisted Fate, which is to set up the top lane blind. Usually what you see is Cassante in these scenarios. I would actually want to see Fnatic take the Cassante on 4, because I think it's Oscar's strongest champion. I feel like whenever we see Oscar have a good performance, it is on the Cassante. And seeing how Rexa and Twisted Fate are both out, I don't see like anything Wunder would have that would really screw him over.
Interesting, because if you rephrase that, you were saying that he only plays well on Kasante.
No, that's you.
That's me. Okay, yeah, putting words in my mouth. Sorry.
Not good.
Okay.
Got it.
But they're apparently Renata Fresh, which is like good against me, the champions that want to dive in. It's gonna help the Jarvan a lot. I don't know what you pair with this Jinx. You can choose. Since you have a Maokai jungle, you could actually go like a Lulu or something. Could be scary against the Jarvan. I don't know what you think, Brock.
What is he thinking? He's cooking something.
Well, I think the problem is, if you go for the Lulu, you're certainly going to need some form of front line, but with Kasante taking away, with Rek'Sai being banned, you know, what is Wonder actually going to play at that point?
I feel like you have to go Gnar here, if you wonder. Like, I don't see a better option. Like, you could go to Aatrox, but Aatrox is kind of hard to reach Seri with. And Natalia, if you dash over rocks, you get stunned. It can be pretty annoying. But he had some good performances on Aatrox, so it would make sense. I think Gnar is a little bit better, but it is up to preference.
Is it making it harder for yourself? You know, you already have to take care of the Jinx, let's say. You're having a harder matchup there.
I mean, you have like a triple threat comp now. We have Jinx, Azir, and Seri, and Jinx, Azir, and Aatrox, sorry. And they can all kind of take over the fight if they get a good angle. So you have a lot more options, I would say, in game.
Slightly harder to execute, but a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, the Gnar will just like push against the Kasante, and you will have a really easy game playing Gnar into Kasante. He basically has no way to reach you. I doubt we're gonna see a Bampic Blitzcrank. But we'll see what he wants to cook with the Jinx. Rakan obviously is a very strong champion in the meta, but not the strongest laner. When you pick Rakan, you kind of concede any lane lead you can get. And Jun will answer with the Alistar, which is very solid with the Talia. Alistar combo with the Talia W, very reliable combo.
Well, something we often see from Heretics is brute forcing Trimby onto an engaged champion, whether it's, you know, Rakan, Alistar, whatever it may be. And I think especially with the Aatrox top, it can be a little bit more difficult for them to force the fights. If they had the Gnar, it would be a different story, and Trimby would have more flexibility. So just getting somebody who can easily dive in instead of fights with the Maokai, create space for Azir and Jinx to generally do their thing. But all in all, two very strong scaling and team fighting comps. So it's really just going to come down to early game execution.
I like the bouncer castle that Fnatic has assembled here. There's a lot of knockups. It's very annoying to play against, because if you hit by the first one, you get chained.
Yeah. But they did well with their red side.
I liked it. I like Fnatic's draft a lot. I think it's very, very solid.
You think it's winning?
I would say it's winning, yeah.
Okay, let's see as we see the coaches, of course. The handshake, maybe one more time, but hopefully for everyone at home, twice, and definitely for the Fnatic fans. Two great drafts. Let's hope for an equally fantastic game. Let's head over to our casters.
Here we are. Shox. Us. And this horde of Fnatic fans with that one man wearing a buttoned-up dress shirt. You know, he's the meme. Me at work, pajamas. Me when Fnatic is playing Team Heretics. Bam! Dress shirt with a collar.
Very snazzy.
MDK fans. Caught the crossfire. They're waiting for the next series. So here we are. It was a do-or-die series. We like saying that phrase, do-or-die, and now this game is do or die for Fnatic. I did not expect to be here, but here we are. Fnatic on the cusp of elimination. Team Heretics get some pretty promising picks in terms of comfort for Spyro, who has been the man of the hour, the man of last week as well. Looking like he might just be the man of the split for Team Heretics. Fnatic, obviously, solid tools. Zeri for Noah. Humanoid on something that can roam, that can make an impact on the map. Razer on an early impact champion, something we love to see from him. Perhaps this time, Fnatic find a bit more footing in the early game.
Yeah, also a very strong mid-jungle, which is kind of where Fnatic have been most comfortable. Also, their success rate with Humanoid and Talia has just been really, really high. But Jun, going to get spotted here.
Bit of hope, get the bone plating, knock up there, but now they're turning their attention to Humanoid, knowing that getting that damage to stick is more important. Humanoid. Okay, thumbs up. Double thumbs up. He's popping pots. Oh, it's tough. It's tough, gang. Obviously, he can back and TP back to lane, but he's always going to be able to TP back to lane, and so I guess just hoping that he can scrape enough gold together, even at a health deficit, to have a decent buy.
Sorry, I was watching the player cameras, and Oscar had his hands off, and they're clearly just talking about what had just happened. And then on the minimap, I just see Wunder walk out and picks up brush, and Oscar panics, and both hands slam back down on the desk.
All right,
that was incredible.
Just someone review that moment real quick and see if we need a replay there, 'cause that sounds hilarious. He's like, I will not pull a Blippo. I will keep my focus on the lane. But now, a more interesting matchup topside. one of our new observers has to be a top laner. We spend so much time here. There's no way we don't have a top laner in the observer
doing dumb
chair.
stuff, so it kind of paid off.
True. A lot of dumb stuff happening in top lane as Trimby and Flacket take control of the bottom lane. You know, Trimby, obviously no stranger to the Alistar, was prioritizing it very heavily in the BDS series, almost questionably so. But at least for this first level, Team Heretics doing a really good job of taking control of the lane.
Yeah, because Alistar doesn't exist, so it helps out quite a lot. But it also helps out quite a lot for Jankos. Jankos is doing 3 camps and is looking like he's going to move back into the spot side. But I am curious. I don't think they want to go for any sort of invade. I don't think you're quite strong enough to go for that. But maybe? Or is it looking for the dive? Either way, Razer is on the spot side, so he should be able to match.
Jankos wandering in. Obviously good CC tools with lockdown tools. Might just be trying to cover bottom lane. Jun with the Aftershock very much wants to have that early tankiness. We've also seen Phase Rush come out as well, which really good mobility choice, but leaves you very vulnerable early on. Razor finishing the objective is just going to get spotted by the Sapperling there. He's going to see it coming in as well. So both junglers have information on where the other is. Jankos now going to walk across a ward too. So not a lot of early action going to happen. Both sides with relatively perfect information on an enemy jungler, so don't need to take any unnecessary risks.
The only downside is that, actually, well, I suppose they spotted Jankos on the way out, so they will know that he's only cleared out 3 of his camps and should have an idea that 2 of them were buffs. So I have a better idea he has to go back towards top side, which I think is why Razer are willing to play down heavily onto Trimby here.
Okay, Trimby has flash and can escape, but now they're just trying to fight back for some information of their own. Fortunately for them, Maokai on the top side, Jankos already cleared out the entire bottom side. There's really not a lot to play for here other than that ward in the curving brush next to red. Jun now trying to threaten, but of course this is the frustration of the Azir. He just plays it towards the top side of the map where he knows that he has Jankos, has the dash to just slide out to safety, and Humanoid obviously hurting from that earlier exchange. We'll get a tier, we'll get some boots, finally be forced to use that TP back to mid lane.
Oscar in a bit of a difficult spot though. Doesn't really have the mana, has got a Biscuit to try and help out, just popped one of them right before this, but the wave is pushing out, which is why Jankos playing heavily up towards his top side, waiting for these Krugs to respawn as well. But Razork is going to make his way up here, and at least the moment, Jankos hasn't cleared out the majority of his top side still, so they are still level 1 camps on both the Krugs and the Wolves.
Jankos finding this away. Kind of taking advantage, knowing that Razork needs to be the one to make these proactive plays, tracking him early on. He still had an experience disadvantage overall, 27-23, the CS score. Pyro, nice combo coming in, clean flick back, Jun. Excellent setup. Been talked about on the desk, it's so simple to make it happen, but had to catch the Azir before he could dash out.
And now you're getting Jankos pushed out of this top side as well, so Razork going to steal away a little bit of this, but still pushing Jankos out, so just trying to take these camps in his face.
Jankos has to be careful about walking too far forward here. Smite there from Razor. Trimby on the way in. He can flag and drag back into Wonder, but is Jankos willing to give his life for this? It looks like he has to be. Flag and drag over the wall. Wants to make it out to safety. The flat forward from Wonder. The final auto. Razor taken down.
It's a nice collapse there from Heretics. You got the play from Jun in mid, which was huge for Humanoid to get that control, but then Razork trying to bully Jankos out of that top side just sticks around too long as the resets come through. And with Jun having to back, but hold on.
X-Flash from the brush. Did already make it over the wall, looking to follow up on his Vyro. Look back doesn't quite connect from Humanoid. Could have been another kill there.
Way more attention mid though from Fnatic. They really want to get Humanoid rolling, and this is something that we see a lot when they have Humanoid on the Taliyah. They want to try and play for a 1-3-1, try and look for picks on side lane, so Humanoid kind of becomes the linchpin of that equation. So already trying to put that pressure there. Trimby matching Jun at the moment in this mid, and you can see Jankos trying to make his way in towards this mid lane as well, but he is quite down in experience, so kind of needs to start taking his own camps in lieu of trying to get into Razork's face here.
Yeah. Tricky, obviously, to survive the early game as the Maokai. You are not favored whatsoever in the 1v1.
Play Flacket.
Flacket stepping pretty far forward, but Fnatic don't really have good information right now, so don't want to step forward and overcommit onto the Jinx. Noah's kind of accepted that he's going to be on the back foot in the early game. Goes for the early Cole. Happy to just accept waves here and slowly scale up. But Trimby's time out of lane has given Flacket the XP advantage. Access to the Super Mega Death Rocket is there. X-Flash from Jun. They caught Trimby in isolation. They might have gone there, but for now, just happy to try to take control over the wave.
The thing is, though, every time we've seen these hovers from Jankos into a lane, Razork has cleared a camp then match the hover. So Jankos behind on CS. Razer now can take that extra little bit of experience he has, takes Dragon, should be able to tick over to 6 after one more camp, I believe, after this Dragon, and then should be able to interrupt a lot of these pathing and plays here for Heretics where Jankos just can't really match. So a big timing window is available for Fnatic, especially if they want to look bot side, burn that flash, that ghost on Flacket, and try and then follow up with a repeat performance a little bit later on when Jun has his own flash backup available.
Next flash for Jun. Fnatic, easy take on the Drake here. Whoa, almost spoke too soon there. Jun is going to body block. Drake goes down a little bit ahead of schedule for Flacket's prediction to work out. Push forward from Jun. Knockup coming through to try to interrupt the Rakan. Decent damage. Flame Chompers are there. Noah ulting. Burning a lot of resources, but they just want to get wave pressure here, it would seem. Want to be able to push out. Meanwhile, on the top side, Team Heretics are already taking the grubs. Razork on the way down. They got the ghost from Flacket. I think they were hoping to get a few more summoners on their all-in, knowing that the follow-up would be here from the rest of their team. Flacket realizes something's wrong. Sidestep, good. Now can save the flash for the flag and drag. Fnatic have to think carefully about this dive. If they execute, it could follow back. He's stepping into Flame Chompers. He hides him behind the turret. If their camera's not positioned, they won't see it, but it doesn't matter. The damage is there. Noah getting the kill. Trimby flashing to safety. Humanoid reset on the tower aggro. Flick back, grabs one for himself. Flawless dive from Fnatic.
Great headbutt from Jun in the middle of that as well. Knocks Trimby and interrupts the grand entrance, so there's no real CC that can come through Flacket except his face as well. Doesn't end up burning that flash. And that was a symptom of seeing Jankos starting the Void Grubs on the top side. Fnatic knew that they had the numbers advantage, and Zvyro was still showing in mid lane this whole time. They're like, cool, we can go for this. And we'll get it as the dive goes through. So they push in the wave. Jun is the focus here for Heretics because he's so low. You can already see Flacket dealing the damage. But watch, as Trimby goes to knock up Jun, great headbutt that keeps him alive and stops him from going down. And then Humanoid able to get that flick back onto Trimby as well. Nicely orchestrated by Fnatic.
A really good patience to play it slow. Sees the Chompers, goes down, walks into range for the Pulverize, does not headbutt in and let himself get CC'd. Instead, make sure that he can walk away. Overall impressive. Obviously they have the resource advantage. They know that they can pull that dive off cleanly, but how many times have we said that? And teams have fumbled the bag, have given away kills to a champion like Jinx and lost control of the early game.
But that's why I like the Flacket didn't flash, because we already said, hey, chances are they're going to try and wait for Razork then to hit 6 and go for a play where you don't have flash and suddenly you go down. Trimby, you have to back away, but the fact you don't burn the flash still gives you at least a little bit of wiggle room and escape options if this play starts to come through, because Razork already clearing towards his bot side here will pick up blue and his Krugs and may look for just that play that we were talking about.
And I think it was Prox who talked about this on the desk, right? You have Jarvan. Whenever the flash is down for Flacket, it's so easy to force these plays, to force these fights, because while there are decent disengage tools, Rakan has good CC, Maokai has good CC, like, if you catch this Jinx out with a Taliyah especially, easy to just 100 to 0 her before the rest of the team can really respond. Both Spyro and Humanoid just fighting for wave pressure. This mid lane matchup much more in favor of Humanoid. Spyro did get the comfort of the Azir. We'll see how he's able to perform as we get later into the game. For now, it's really Humanoid dominating the map, getting wave control, moving down to make these plays first, and punishing Team Heretics bottom lane.
Humanoid being able to cut off Zyro as well gives a lot of control here to Fnatic. I don't think they can really look for the dive, but may look to just try and punish Zyro if he takes a step too far forward. But they're getting the vision control that they need on this bottom side. And again, Jankos has been forced to take a lot of these long routes into positions to protect his bot lane. And once again, Humanoid pushes mid, and now you cannot cross this line as Zyro because all the vision control is there for Fnatic, and you don't know what bush might hide a Jarvan, might hide an Alistar. So you can see he tries to walk right back underneath his turret to maybe go, but yeah, this is just really good play from Fnatic to isolate Flacket into that bot lane.
Now I think we might need to see a little bit more from the top side of the map. Wonder especially, who's built up a sizable lead for himself. 600 gold, keeping wave prio there, but can he turn this into an advantage for Heretics and not just for Wonder? Can he get this out of the lane and leverage it elsewhere? For now, using his lane priority perhaps just to get a bit of vision or get a better base timing, but that really is their only point on the map where they have a gold advantage, and Cassante obviously a champion who could be impactful even at a small deficit, as he lands a nice flick back here and ensures that he can push this wave out first.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a little bit of a slowdown here from Heretics again, where it's, hey, we'll probably end up trading for Void Grubs for Dragon or something along these lines, but it does then mean that your bot lane is isolated again, so it's a bit of a caught between a rock and a hard place here for Heretics because of the control that Fnatic have on the map and because Humanoid is so mobile on this Taliyah. So they're trying to attack the bot lane early, maybe see if they can blow some spells or get someone off guard. but I think it's still going to be a Dragon that goes over in Fnatic just with how good their skirmishing is and how well they can separate Heretics off the map at the moment.
Yeah, it's still a decent amount of time, right? 30 seconds. Team Heretics for now have decent vision control, but they don't really have a lot of wards, and that's kind of going to be the awkward thing. Trimby can reset. He's got one left in the tank. He drops it in the brush as well as the control ward present. And a lot of first item spikes coming through for the side of Fnatic that just have not been completed yet for Team Heretics, forcing potentially some recalls. But even now, Flacket ready to walk down and receive the wave. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Wonder doing a decent amount of damage with Humanoid trying to interrupt the plays. Q3 connects, but the flick back, the seismic shove is there. Ulti comes out from Jankos. Flash away from Wonder. Walking away for now. Infernal Change. Flash.
Oh, he survived!
Backwards! Wonder getting out with a sliver of life. Jankos has to be careful not to step too far forward here, but eyes on Flacket. Beautifully eye-righted by the Observer. Super Mega Death
Wait
Rocket.
a sec. No.
God. And the wiggle in and out. Observers. They got us all. And we have to respect them for that, but we can still be mad at them.
That's TP back topside for Wonder, though. So this is going to be Fnatic saying, hey, look, we know we have numbers advantage here. As long as Oscar gets the reset, he's in a bit of a weird spot, though.
It's a Profane Hydra that Wonder is working towards. Forcing the Ghost out. Had to burn the TP earlier, so happy to have, or at least create an even summoner spell state, as Oscar's very likely to be forced to TP back here. Now Fnatic have access to the Drake, but really it seems like a bit of a split call here as Noah wants to push bot wave first.
It's so hard as Heretics to defend this. Fnatic know, look, we've got TP advantage for Oscar and he's not going to use it to join the fight. He can come in any time. We try and leave Jinx underneath the tower. Well, we have to come from mid lane. So Fnatic can then isolate Flacket on the bottom side. So Fnatic are just playing with the fact that we can get Dragon, you can do nothing about it. And now we're going to get access into this bot side first as well. So again, I think you've got to, as you can see from Flacket, give up that opportunity. He's just going to try and take the Krugs, but Razer spots him here.
Razer sees him. Flacket does have Flash to keep himself alive, but Trimby and Jankos have to be a little bit careful. Flacket! Okay. Jankos retreating. Ultra Shock Laser will not connect. And Trimby now wants to turn this. Gets through two with the quickness. Nice charm. Jun immediately pushing back, though. That's the Lightning Crash. They don't have the damage to immediately burst through Noah, and he's now looking to turn this fight. Spyro on the way. Noah, one kill to kick things off. So damn fast. Lightning Crash. Keeping him alive and healthy. And Jankos gives his life for potentially a misguided play.
They didn't know where Humanoid was. He left mid lane and they didn't have the vision to spot out where he was, so thought that maybe the Fnatic mid laner was going to show his face bot lane, so they back it on up. That could have been the moment Heretics got control as Humanoid stayed mid, but Trimby going to interrupt again. Just keeping Jun in that bot side.
Thing out, anticipating the dive. The rest of Fnatic happy to collapse on top side. Razer really just wants to clear camps, but that's the TP. The TP they saved from earlier. Jun still standing, but no! Spyro getting that last little auto. Oscar Rinnan coming in now. The Weaver's wall bringing Humanoid in. Flacket walled off. He has access to the flash, but where does he go? The pushback is there! Noah with the laser from over the wall finds the kill. Spyro now trying to retreat, needs to get Trimby out as well. A nice pushback. The wall coming through to keep him safe. Trimby how long on the battle dance? Gleaming Quill, a little bit extra healing, needs to get away before the unraveled earth comes down. Trimby very likely to fall here. Threaded volley gonna connect. Oscar wants one more kill, but will retreat to the safety of his team. Excellent turn from Fnatic.
And that's 2 kills for Fnatic on the play, and as you say, the TP from Oscar and comes in clutch. Heretics will get the Rift Shard off the back of it, so may be able to retain some of that gold off that play, but Fnatic coming out majorly big in that final play. And here, Flacket manages to step away from Razer, doesn't get the chompers down just in time, and then Trimby goes in, but the Jankos already used that ultimate on the top side, so it doesn't have any lockdown to let Jankos come into place. Jun buys that space with the away from the AD carry on Heretics as well, and gives that moment for the reset to come through for the Jarvan. And oh, hang on, so we're back into more.
Jankos, Jun on the way forward. Jankos should just drop here. Ulti goes in, but it's body block. Noah now on a rampage. Razer everywhere that he needs to be, and Jankos simply too far behind, doesn't pose any threat on his own. It's so easy for Fnatic to set up these plays. Meanwhile, Oscar Rinnan in the bottom lane.
It's 4v4 topside, but Heretics just can't quite find their way into it. Razer still wanting to try and pressure, though, trying to buy on time for Oscar Rinnan to get this bot lane tower, at least get some damage onto it, but we'll be able to walk away from Wonder at the moment.
Well, Wonder is a power point. It's hard for him to get access in a lot of these fights, right? He can just get pushed out by Jun, as we've seen the Ouster. Big thorn in the side of Team Heretics, stopping the follow-up damage. Jankos can never really go in solo, knowing that whatever carry is standing next to him will just get immediately punted out. And overall, Oscar walks in, he grabs the tower, he starts to even up a little bit of the gold in the top lane, and this is big for Fnatic. Again, Oscar gave his TP for the team, could have used it to come back to lane, could have used it to salvage a little bit more for himself in a laning phase that has been difficult, but instead opted to keep it to go bot, made a bigger play for Fnatic, and now he's the benefactor as he does, the beneficiary, excuse me, as he manages to grab that tier 1.
That's going to be massive because it means Humanoid can stick himself in the side lane. Oscar and should be able to start to push as well. And it makes it very difficult for Wunder and Zwyro to really contest a lot of the openness that Fnatic have on the map. Especially when Jun roaming really effectively this game. We saw him get a ton of attention in towards the mid lane. Now working with Humanoid again to guarantee this push on top. It means it could give the opportunity for Noah to collapse onto the mid lane here. But as long as you can keep this pressure up, it becomes very difficult for Heretics to use the Rift Herald that they have.
Noah can't go over the wall. Ulti comes out from
we're going.
Wunder locked up. The Ignite is ticking, stopping so much of the healing. The stun comes in from Jun. Humanoid has the damage to finish the job. Jun getting the kill credit, and now all of Fnatic ready to collapse. When do Team Heretics turn? They don't have a Maokai ultimate. This is so hard. Oscar already pushing in the bottom lane. Humanoid now going to knock down the top lane tier 1, and Fnatic, they've already got 2 Drakes. They're starting to get the massive gold advantage here. 4K difference between the teams. They'll grab another tower as well. Everything going in their favor.
Zwyro fully committed to that. TP came in, but because Wunder died, didn't hit the sweet spot, didn't get the healing he needed. They'll actually look for Humanoid.
Unraveled Earth to start things off. Humanoid very likely to fall here. Trimby going to go with the follow up the quickness, forcing the flash out. Will get charmed up and taken down. Flash in hindsight, maybe not the best, but thought he could get out of range, get the Weaver's wall down, maybe escape. Blacken now has to be careful mid lane. Noah immediately going to lightning crash. Good damage coming in from this area. Does he want to commit? Gets the Ghost. Trades, really. Or gets the Ghost, excuse me, for the ulti. And Blacken very low. The follow-up play here from Fnatic.
But especially with Dragon up. That would be 3rd Dragon over for Fnatic. Now, they don't have Humanoid. They still need to buy time, but with Flacken as low as he is, it becomes very difficult for Heretics to try and commit to this. Also, no ultimate onto Trimby. So they put the Rift down the mid lane, and they're going to start to move in.
4 members of Team Heretics descending. Spyro pretty far away. Humanoid still dead, but has the TP. Herald charges mid, but it's not going to mean a whole lot because there's no follow-up there. We'll start to work through it. Flame Chomper's down. Flacken playing pretty far back. Has to respect the potential for engage from Razer. Humanoid TPing in, but it's to the tower. Drake picked up by Fnatic, but now the fight's starting to break out. Jun buying as much time as he can. Ignite now ticking, trying to cut through the cow. Humanoid laying down the threaded volley, gets a bit more space. Locks up Flacken, but Flacken has the flash. Flacken makes it out. Ultra Laser sidestep, but Noah's still standing. Humanoid, they're getting shredded. They're getting torn to pieces. The Azir and the Aatrox doing so much work. Flacken isn't even participating. Noah. Flash from Noah as he gets over the Flame Chompers. He thinks this is his moment. This is his time, but it is not. Team Heretics turn, they shut him down.
He gets a Rakan, he gets a support, but he has no one in support with him. And Heretics find the fight that they needed to get control. And Zwyro underneath this tower, Oscar in very, very low. I don't think he can defend this properly. Zwyro should be able to get this in his face.
Brightens with the Q3 in a second here, but the tower's already gone. Zwyro just tanks the shots. Gold starts to get a lot closer, yes. Fnatic on Soul Point, but this was a messy, messy fight.
And the idea is, hey, we don't have the ultimate for Trimby, we don't have the ultimate for Zwyro. Buy time, buy space for the TP for Humanoid to come in, and then we can look for the play, but they just don't really get that chance, because the engage comes through, everything is committed on towards the front line, but Flacken is untouched, Zwyro's untouched, and when you don't have that threat onto the 2 carries on Heretics, they're fine to continue poking. And Noah tries his best here, but he just doesn't have the damage that he needs. And going over the wall, thought maybe he could hit Flacken, but no vision on him in the brush. And then does get Trimby, but just couldn't quite find the play that he wanted.
Very close to getting the reset, to turning that fight in the favor of Fnatic, but just a bit overeager. And Flacken playing on the edge there. Gets 6 or 7 autos and an ultimate off to kick the fight off. Forced out after the seismic shove hits him. And then still in the back half of the fight, playing at the max range, making sure that Noah can't finish. So overall, Team Heretics executing pretty well in the fight. We talked about it. They drafted a lot of tools for the team fight, the Maokai, these resets, and Wunder finally able to leverage so much of the gold that he's been picking up on the top side of the map.
Push in mid, coming through from Noah. Going to be answered by Flacken. You can see Fnatic trying to move down to match Humanoid's push on this bot side, but Zwyro getting his own push on top lane as well. It may actually be collapsed on here as Fnatic realize they might have a moment.
Spyro is definitely overextended on the sideline. The question is, are Fnatic going to be there in time to punish? Razer doesn't want to overcommit. Again, they don't have perfect information. You can see their vision line not super far forward. They don't know where the Maokai is. Not confident that Jinx hasn't already started to walk up, so they're not going to step too far forward to try to shut the Azir down.
And this has become a game of Zyro versus Noah. You can see Noah 6-1-2, nearly finishes Infinity Edge. He's going to be a monster once he completes that, and I think that's the moment Fnatic want to try and look for, especially around the soul. But when you look at Zyro, he's no pushover, especially he'll finish his boots, work up towards the, I imagine, Crypt Bloom. Then it has to be a case of locking down Zyro in these fights, because 2 items onto Flacket just isn't really enough for him to step up to be that carry they need.
I think the other thing that we have to talk about is the top side, because Wonder is 1.5k gold ahead, right? And he is a 3rd damage threat, and it's going to be tough for him to lock up a Zeri ever, right? But if Razer missteps, if Humanoid oversteps for a second, the turn on something like a Darken Blade Q3 with this build is very real. So Fnatic need to pick their shots carefully. They need to find these picks. They need to set Noah up. They need to create the space, buzzword of the week, for Noah to just free hit in these fights, and they should be fine.
But Fnatic's life on the line as well, to be reliant on Noah to step up is kind of massive. This was supposed to be the year of Fnatic. This was supposed, well, the split of Fnatic, their highest finish since 2018, but haven't got it out of the woods yet. It's a very, very close game, but for Heretics, a win here would be monstrous. The fact that they take down Fnatic after what was such a tumultuous split would be absolutely absurd.
Yeah, and it was nice for Fnatic, of course, to finish first in the regular season. It's good, it's a confidence booster. Even last year, you know, making it to finals, facing down G2. See if they can have yet another deep playoff run. It so often feels as long as Fnatic are here in playoffs, it's inevitable that they will make it far. But now in this game state where Team Heretics are up, it starts to feel like a little bit more of a question and a little bit less of a certainty. Where's the plot armor that has served them well for so many years, for so many additions of the roster? Jun still walking up, playing with a lot of confidence, knowing that they have a ton of immediate threat if anyone on the side of Team Heretics overcommits.
Spire cashing mid. They're trying to zone Wonder away so they can commit onto the 4 members of Heretics that are pushing that midway, but it's only zoned Oscar in and out, which is why Wonder's
Oscar out. Wonder, again, good damage. Jun not quite able to find the angle to escape, but now the follow-up is there. Multiple members locked at the flip back coming in. Noah has not made it over the wall quite yet. Razork, the one who's getting turned on, and Wonder backed up by the 2 carries on his team, starting to tear through in the fight. The flip back doesn't connect from Humanoid. Flacket zooming in. The Zap not going to connect. Dragon will drop. Fnatic going to miss out on Soul Point, but Team Heretics are not done. Trimby and Wonder want to cause a little bit more havoc, but Oscar's still stepping up. Cloud Drake down. They have an Azir and a Jinx and an Aatrox that's building lethality. Baron will die in seconds. Fnatic know it. They have to push forward. They have to try to find the angle on the fight. The pullback. Wonder now trying to turn, but Oscar finds the initial kill. Can they keep this going? No waiting over the wall. Fnatic just want to take what they can. Give them some injury. Send them home packing.
Tavares still his ultimate though, so you have to be very careful how far forward he goes. Noah and Humanoid here, but Dragon secured the fight. A win for Heretics, but Fnatic, what are you cooking here, lads?
TP. They think they have a brief moment and advantage. 25 seconds on Wonder, the TP. They know they have more members. Maybe they can force a fight. Jun off on the side with the flank. Razork here. Noah ready to turn. A 50-50. 2 of the best junglers in the history of EU. Who's going to come out on top? Flacket, Trimby interrupted on the knockup. Oscar in and creating a bit more space. A split call from Fnatic. They take away from the Baron for a brief second. Yanko's now going into the pit. Yanko's in the midst of everybody. 2K, it's getting lower. It's getting lower. But Razork gets it. The TV now coming in. They bought enough time for Wonder. They need to kill everybody on Fnatic if they want this play to work. They get 1. The punchback from Yankos is there. The arcane smash to deliver. Oscar into the waiting arms as Viral. Wonder creating more space. 3 members down. Only 2 left standing. And again, here comes Yankos. Early game was disaster. But when his team needs him most, he is setting up kill after kill. It's a clean flash from Flacket, but now they have to take down Noah. Noah wants redemption. Wonder moving in, but that's a Zeri, and it's piloted by Noah. He's not taking shit from anybody. Quadra.
Noah goes man mode in this fight and absolutely decimates Heretics. Destroys what was set up to be the final punch from Heretics, but Noah stands in its way, absorbs it, and hits right back. As Viro will get top tower, but Noah needed to make that play to survive, and it started off so dodgy. The fact that you end up going so low on the Dragon, thanks to all the AoE from Heretics, Fnatic have to try and run and escape. And even off the back of it, you get the win on the fight on the top side. Wonder is doing work against Razork here, gets the kill, and just about manages to escape as well. But then, Heretic split. Spire goes to push in top side. Noah in a great position to zone Flacket away.
So he's just free hitting as they try to kill off Humanoid and then repositioning as well to get onto Flacket, get rid of the damage dealer, focus down Wonder, the next person to come through. And by the time Spyro arrives, it's a quadra kill for Noah, and he's shut down Heretics in their place.
Frustration on the face of Peter Dunn, perhaps. Won't guess the emotion. Emotion there. Team Heretics forced back. It's been scrappier, I think, than Fnatic would have liked it to be, given how they started this game. Team Heretics have been doing well to keep up, but that entire play, Noah the one with the Baron. As if we didn't have enough reasons this game to look at him, now he's the only one wearing purple. Gonna empower the minions here, keep the push up on the top side for Fnatic. Wonder continuing to split, as has been his MO this series. And Trimby waiting in the fog, hovering, hoping to find that angle. Has to be careful about stepping too far up. Spyro fishing for a bit of pick or poke damage. I'm at a loss for words this game, Rob. This has been insane.
Same. This is crazy. And the fact is, well, you can see Oscar Iden starting to rotate mid. Fnatic don't want to let up. Humanoid. There's the Weaver's wall.
Behind. Set up good. Tower might be in their sights. Trading ulti for ulti, not going to feel too bad, but Trimby wants to start the fight. Flashback from Noah is clutch, though. They don't have that reliable lockdown, and again, the Zeri already starting to take over. Flacket could do some decent damage, but he's behind in terms of itemization. Rocket, not going to do much. Fnatic push back for a moment, but they've still got 6 seconds left on this Baron. They will at least get the wave in. Nice dash back from Trimby. Grand entrance is a grand exit there. Fnatic will settle for a tier 1. Not the most impactful Baron. 3K deficit now for the side of Team Heretics, but they're getting closer and closer to third item for Flacket. They got 3 items for the Azir, as well as for the Aatrox.
I think Fnatic are just happy that they got to use that Baron with the way things went. Reset timers coming through for the Dragon again, but this time around Heretics, they're not the ones in control. Spyro has to push out top. Bot is in a decent spot for them, but they still need to get that mid control. And with Fnatic coming back out into the map and near full items here for Noah, it's going to be very difficult for Heretics to try and fight against this. Again, you need to find some way to shut down Noah or find some miracle fight once more where that AoE can do work.
And this is why some teams, again, this is why we see the priority on champions like Nautilus, champions like Vi, even if in some games they don't necessarily look the most impactful, is you have that reliable point and click lockdown. Flacket is going to have flash up first. Maybe that's enough to give Team Heretics the edge in the fight. He has completed that third item, the Lord Dominix. Yanko's getting hit by the flick, though. Seismic shove. Easy pick for the side of Fnatic. Now they're set up to take Soul.
Seismic shove is huge from Humanoid. Getting Yankos out of the equation. Heretics, though, still step up as if they want to fight this, but they're very, very split. And I don't think that's the call. You have to give Soul. And Fnatic now going to be able to collect onto this bot side wave as well and continue this pressure while you're a man down on Heretics.
They have to be careful, though. So much of their disengage, almost all of their disengage, is this Maokai ultimate. If they overcommit to a fight, if they step too far, Fnatic will punish. Knockback is there. Wonder is dead. And now Fnatic continue the slow march forward. Soul empowering them. Weaver's wall to split the rest of the team off. They want the inhibitor tower. Spyro waiting to dash till the last possible second. Waits till he sees the icon on the ground. Seismic shove will not connect. Yanko's finally here, but the damage has been done. Team Heretics, do they think this is their window to force a fight? Only 2 members gonna get locked up. Nice discipline from Fnatic to back away.
The Conga line successful from Fnatic. They're able to dodge away from the Maokai ultimate. Terror, though, taken. The kills taken. Soul taken. Fnatic have full control of this game right now. And they're going to be able to push out this top wave. Had to go back and collect that. But with the Baron up in 45 seconds, it feels like you have so much pressure now with the super creeps on this bottom side of the map. They can let that do the work. And they can focus on Baron, knowing that someone on Heretics will eventually be drawn down to this bottom side to deal with that wave. So Fnatic, just play it slow. Just look to let the minions do the work for you.
So much pressure on Team Heretics to delete Noah in these fights. But he's got a QSS. The only guaranteed point and click the Twisted Advance. It's, you know, relatively short range in the context of this game. And even if Yankos hits it, it's not a guaranteed thing. Fnatic are in control. Should just win this game. Should be a matter of time. Discipline around waves. Can just close it out cleanly, but Team Heretics going to fight.
You can see that wave in bot side is about to have 2 super creeps in it, so Fnatic started up the Baron trying to draw Heretics in, but maybe a little bit too close.
Wall, Trimby split for a second. 7K, a bit premature on the wall. 4K getting lower. They're trying to find a way in. Jankos again just wants to get a steal. He wants to get into the pit, but their discipline around it is too good. Wonders in, they give everything just to walk into the pit, to have a hope of smiting, of taking it away. But Fnatic look them straight in the eyes and fight better. They take the objective better. They give kills to Noah better. They take over in this game. They took game one personal. And now we've got a series on our hand, one best of one to decide who moves on and who gets sent home.
Fnatic, they find the fight. Razer claims his title as Smite King in this game and will push Fnatic to a game number 3. Wasn't as clean as Fnatic would have liked. There was definitely some moments where Heretics could have struck back, but Noah, hats off to you, lad. That was an incredible performance on this area.
Yeah. It's clutch when the team needed it most, no doubt. We'll see what game 3 holds for us. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, we'll do a check-in with Cadril here in the studio.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Well, this... ¡Ah! ¡Uy, uy, uy! ¡Ajas! Dios mío de mi vida. I think I lost. I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
CS score. Pyro, nice combo coming in. Clean flick back, Jun. Excellent setup.
Maokai, no flash. Kill Maokai, no flash. He's dead. Get out. Kill him and get out. No. Can you run? We're out. Oh, no flash Jinx. You can kill them, no? Flash. Never mind. No flash interrupt. Maybe you can Asir coming, run this way. Careful.
Nice one.
That's Azeri, and it's piloted by Noah. He's not taking shit from anybody. Quadra.
And welcome back to the LEC as we reached match point here between Fnatic and Team Heretics, and I'm joined by the Rat King himself, Kajol. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
Oh, thank you. I'm doing okay. After the first game, I was like, is this really what it is going to be today? But after the second game, we're back, so that's fine.
I think second game was scary as well. A little bit of throw.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I think that game was pretty much in the bag, and then everyone just kind of run around getting caught. So yeah, one more game, but Fnatic looking a little bit shaky.
All right, well, focusing on your stream and your chat and how you're presenting Fnatic and how you're cheering up for Fnatic, what kind of emotes should we spam right now for this case, for Fnatic playing and for them to do better? Which one is trending?
Well, game 1 was like a PPX, and now I think game 2 is like a pause champ, you know? It's like we're ramping up, so yeah, hopefully game 3, it's a 2-1 closeout, because obviously if they lose, they're out, and that's it, split over. I think it sucks a player. Imagine like you lose this, you have 2.5 months, 3 months off. It's like, yeah, what do you do with that time? You just have to watch everyone.
All right, who's going to be the main character for Fnatic to take the victory, you think?
I think Humanoid's been really good. I think there was not much he can do in game 1. I think he's they're targeting Zwyroo a lot in the pick ban, but Zwyroo seems to have a bigger pool than I think they maybe anticipated Fnatic. I think they thought if they ban champions and pick Orianna, they would keep him under wraps, but he still popped off. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this draft. Like game 1, Fnatic gets trapped by Jarvan with Orianna Jinx. Game 2, Heretics gets trapped by Jarvan with Jinx. So now game 3, I hope Jarvan doesn't trap Jinx again. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Clean gameplay here. That's what we want. Kajol, thank you so much.
Oh,
Good luck on your team.
Thank you.
And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, our favorite Rat King. Indeed, did say an interesting thing there. It really all came down to kind of Jarvan and Jinx situation in draft. Do you think that was as impactful for the 2 games? Is it really, can we reduce it to that?
I mean, I don't think you can reduce it to it, but you can certainly say that it had its values. I think especially in game 1 with Jankos, how he piloted triple knockup into the Jinx specifically. And in this meta where we're seeing Jinx and Seri, making sure that the Seri is ahead in the scaling department here, definitely better.
Talking about the Zeri, I think we saw 2 sides of Noah in that game particularly. Broxah, one situation that we're going to look at first where he wants to make the hero play, and we can really see it, right? But he ends up actually making a bad situation even worse because Azir, I believe, like gets another kill. But talk about kind of the 2 sides of the coin.
Well, I think, you know, in some way you could argue that the 2 plays we're watching are similar in the sense that Noah is in a position where he has to quickly decide within like a second, am I gonna go for this and take a huge risk or not? One time he goes for it and it's a little bit too over-eager, he got a little bit excited, and the other one he literally ended up saving the game. But I also think, more than anything, this game really showed the power of Siri. I was actually really surprised that Heretics didn't first pick it and prioritized the Sia instead, because, you know, like Kajol mentioned, Jinx is nice and all, but the enemy team is just going to lock in Jarvan, and suddenly Siri has so much more value.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you also look at kind of last week and how Zwyroo had these Azir games where he felt really empowered on, so I'm guessing that's the thinking, Goldberg, right? But on the other hand, the way Noah played that Zeri and the way we know he loves to play it, it is very dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. And you can't let any of these AD carry get leeway into the gold department and suddenly just be so far ahead in items. I think after this quarter kill, he was up like 3.5k, almost 4k against the Jinx. And at that point, even though you have the AC and everything that looked so good earlier in that game from Team Heretics, there's just no coming back from that.
Yeah, and Broxah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. We heard there Razer really, you know, saying to Noah, yes, this one you can go for it, you got it, nice, you know, that kind of supportive voice, when he was dead, of course. But you see that that's maybe also something Noah relies on, because perhaps in a different situation, if he didn't have that micromanaging from Razor, he might have not dared to go for it. It's all a team effort.
Well, I think a lot of those moments are really tricky because as a player, sure, you're going to hesitate it in these moments. Maybe you're going to have it in the back of your mind, like, oh no, if I go for this and it goes wrong, maybe I'm going to be the scapegoat for the series. But I think Razork not only giving him confidence to go for it, but helping look out for cooldowns, judging what to do, is what you should be doing as a dead teammate is something that's really underrated.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also really think whoever really going to come down to taking this next game, it's also just going to be who actually bridges their mid to late or their early to mid game into their AD carry, because you can only do so much as an AD carry in the beginning. It's really how your team plays around them to set them up for success. Obviously, the Jarvan into the Jinx was one thing we talked about, but I also think Humanoid on the Taliyah into the Azir really gave Fnatic a good angle to find early game pressure that they did not have in game 1, and that made it so much easier for them to play these objectives despite them messing up that third Drake a little bit.
Yeah, and also, you know, the way you're able to manipulate the terrain to be sure that you can get the kill when you need to. Broxah, let's bridge this into what we want to see out of the next draft. Team Heretics has elected to go to the red side, so all the wins have been on red side today already. So what is your gut telling you?
Well, I think Siri is going to be prioritized one way or the other. We've seen it twice now. Jinx is just not going to have the same amount of value, so I would expect either Siri to be banned or Jarvan to be banned to make the Jinx stronger. Mid lane, we can see different matchups. You know, there has been a lot of targeting towards the mid lane pool, but it seems like both of these guys are going to perform no matter. So just get yourself a really strong team fighting comp and ideally a favorable position for your AD carry.
Okay, GB, do you agree with Kato there that Humanoid has been kind of the main character or can be the main character in this one mid overall, and what they kind of symbolize in terms of their teams and staying into the race in this spring?
I mean, I completely agree, and I kind of hope we see something where he can be online from the get-go. While his Orianna is incredibly scary, if you're not in a position where you can show up in the mid to late game with the crucial shockwaves, you can't really do that on that champion, or you can only really do that on that champion. I love the Taliyah, I love Ares, I love these Azirs, I love the ones where you have playmaking from the get-go and can set up the team.
Definitely so. All eyes on mid, all eyes on the Zeri. Who knows? Maybe we'd rather not see it in game 3. I don't know, but let's hope we get a banger. Let's head over to Dagda and Dracos.
Can they both pick Zeri? Can we go back to 2014 LCK? Otherwise, I agree. I'm kind of over it. I just feel like Zeri, like teams are trading the Zeri for the Jinx. The Deaths broke it down. Cage will talk about it too. I mean, it's just one of these champions is countered by like one thing that you have to draft. The other champion's countered by many things present in many drafts. So see what the priority is this one.
We should go back to Lucian Nami.
Stop, Rob. No one likes Lucian Nami, man. Stop trying to make it a thing. It'll never be a thing. That said, people have one on it. I have to check my bias at the door. But, you know, the priority on Zeri tends to start going up when both Nautilus and Vi are banned. So, Team Heretics, your move. Are you banning Zeri or are you letting Fnatic pick it?
Yeah,
now, Rel is what you'll give up. And she's really strong on this patch. She has been permanent in the vast majority of our games. And so they will give the Rel away, and Zeri is gone.
So, yeah, I think you just go for the Rel immediately here. You keep up on the flex for Jun into that bottom side. More than likely going to go towards Razork, but it's been one of Razork's best champions. He looks insane on this pick, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it go in towards the jungle. It does mean you are essentially trading Rel for the Azir, which I imagine they'll pick up for Spyro here. And Spyro did have a great game on it last time. We've seen him as well against BDS step up on it, but giving the Rel across is definitely going to be a tough one here for Heretics.
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation. Obviously, you're always going to have to give something away for first pick, but I think based on what we've seen and based on what the balance team has told us by the upcoming list of changes, Rel jungle is completely broken. And she's just not going to be allowed to jungle anymore. So Team Heretics putting themselves in an interesting position, similar to what we saw from them in the BDS series. High Azir priority, and then obviously blinding the Varus, relatively strong laner, one of the strongest remaining laners with Kalista taken away, with Ashe taken away. But this is, you know, in the past, hasn't worked out super well for them, as they've often haven't been able to round out their bot lane with something that is going to secure that push, that is going to leverage the priority that Varus can give you. But now, Jinx locked in, and the immediate Azir follow, and we've seen this matchup look really good for Aurelion Sol, both in the hands of Niski and in the hands of Caps.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very similar story here as well, when you have a lot of damage that can come through from the Aurelion Sol, and you've got the setup there from the Rel, so definitely a lot of late game scaling on Fnatic. And then the question is, if Heretics want to go towards something that's going to provide the lockup that you want to deal with the Jinx, Sejuani going to be the answer here, so at least opting in towards, hey, we still got a tank, we can still have that front to back, but I still am looking at Trimby to go for something that's a bit more engage heavy. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rakan banned away here by Fnatic, maybe even looking towards, if you really are worried, something like the Alistar, is that has been traditionally something that we've seen answer as the Rel, where you can get that knock up to interrupt the Rel crash down, but Yeah,
I feel like right now Team Heretics are on the back foot, Rob.
Big time.
I think that you've got a positive mid lane matchup into the Azir. You have a better scaling AD, and you have the best jungler and one of the better, if not one of the best, supports available for you as a flex. This is a tough puzzle the Team Heretics need to figure out for themselves. Clearly giving respect to a potential TF top side. A lot of setup there, I guess, wanting to limit, maybe hoping that they can leverage the advantage of R5 counterpick top lane to ensure that the Sejuani plus X combo can get something done. Maybe wanting to look away from the bottom lane, although that hasn't really been the trend for the series.
Yeah, Jarvan going to be banned. So basically saying, hey, we are still worried about that flex with the Rel. And we basically have the same problem as the Jinx has, is we're still very immobile as a Varus, so still an issue. And I think it will be an on-hit Varus that they're going to try and go for here as well. But yeah, the Rakan taken away. I think you're trying to force Trimby onto the Alistar and maybe try to look for a Braum for Jun, just so you still have good engage. You've got good backline safety in the Braum as well. I think that's probably the way Fnatic are trying to force this one.
Yeah. Also, if it comes to a full 5v5 and you are playing Varus into Braum, your life sucks, no matter what your build is. You're not a mobile champion. You're not getting around that shield. As long as Jun doesn't make a massive mistake on it, should be fine here. And debating what Fnatic want to do. Again, they still have the luxury of deciding where the Rel will go. Relatively conservative topside in the, Cassante Sejuani. Obviously can have decent gank setup, but not really where we expect attention to be placed.
Okay.
Okay, it's just a Zac. Okay, so it's a Zac top to try to out-tank the Cassante, which we like. We like everything about that. And then you've got Zin's out jungle because you want a winning jungle match. You want something aggressive early, and they've just put the Rel bot lane. I really like what Fnatic put together here, and this would be very brave from the side of Team Heretics. This is a champion who wins early or does nothing. So Trimby taking his time to hover. Alistar is the conservative choice.
Yeah. Yeah, so with the Rel going bot side, it becomes easier for Trimby to take that Alistar. I think you could have gone for the Rel jungle and then still taken the Braum and tried to shut down a lot of what Heretics are doing, but at least this gives you an opportunity to try and play off of the pushing bot lane and also then the pushing mid that you should get. So I suspect Razer are going to be spending a lot of time in Jankos' bot side jungle. And then, as you say, the Zac, this is kind of the original matchup that we got to see Zac kind of thrive in, because Wunder just doesn't have enough damage on Cassante to really push you out of lane, and you just constantly get to push that wave state in. And then you got a lot of backline threat, which is kind of what they were getting rid of the Jarvan for, but Zac still fulfills that role in this composition.
Yeah, when you look at the engage options for Fnatic, it's pretty incredible. And similarly, Razer is set up to have a hell of a time here in the early game, as the Xin. And as we get later into the game, these are two of the champions, both the Varus and the Azir, who struggle the most to kill a champion like Xin Zhao. Xin's ultimate, so impactful against a lot of these higher range and often lower mobility, although yes, Azir does have the dash, lower mobility, late game carries. Just can't get into the circle, can't finish the job. And those are the only sources of damage. Everyone else on the team doesn't really have what it takes to kill the Xin. So Fnatic potentially favored here in the draft, but Team Heretics have the room to out-execute, to outplay, to outperform. Keep an eye on how they do in this early game.
And as we get into those later fights, I think a little bit of that is going to come down towards Wunder. When you look at the composition Fnatic have, it's a lot of go forward, it's a lot of we will dive together, we will thrive together. But if Wunder's got access to that backline where he's able to get Noah, he's able to get Humanoid, can one-shot one of them, suddenly the wheels start to fall off for Fnatic. So there is definitely moments where both these teams can outplay each other, and it will come down to execution, which is exactly what I want for a series that's like this. When it's been so good for so long, it has to go out with a banger.
Certainly does. And I think eyes on Flakked for me, right? We've seen what Zyro can do here. The Varus did not really work well for Team Heretics in the BDS series, and the on-hit Varus, you see a Zac, you see a Rel on the opposite side, even Xin, you get ahead of the curve. On his Varus does so much damage. If you play it clean, it can single-handedly carry fights, no doubt. But it is a lot of pressure. It's not the easiest champion to carry on. Still, though, do expect it to get the advantage, at least in the early lane.
You will get level 1 push for Fnatic with Noah and Jun, just because Alistar can't really provide a huge amount in the lane state. But as the game goes on, I think it'll be a case of Trimby trying to play protect Flakked and then set him up to be that carry. But we'll have to see how it goes, as this just sucks. That's at first viral.
All right, lightning breathing Space Dragon versus Zombie Emperor. So, just League of Legends things. Humanoid obviously did get a stack, or almost got a stack off of Zyro there. So we'll keep an eye on the Aurelion Soul stat counter as we get later into the game. Reminder, he needs the full channel, at least to get the extra tick of damage to get stacks, or he needs to kill minions or champions within the singularity. That's the E, the little black hole thing. Ulti also gives some, but yeah, you can read the tooltips. You've got the wall wiki at home.
The person I'm keeping my eyes on for this early game, though, is Razer, because he's already started on his top side. He said, hey, you've got push in mid, you're going to have push in bot lane, opportunities to get into the face of Jankos. And Jankos also started on his top end. It was a ward placed of his Raptors, so a lot of information passed on to Fnatic as to where he's going. And it's going to have to be Razer to step up in this game if Fnatic are hoping to take this one across the finish line and push themselves into a matchup tomorrow as well.
And you can see Humanoid continuing to step up in these trades. When Spyro doesn't have access to the Halo Blades, it's really hard for him to trade back against an Aurelion Soul. Humanoid, of course, in the wave has to be a bit more careful. Hard for him to hit through the minions there. Nico's keeping the clear. Move in. Bot side again, the focus, unsurprisingly. No real point in trying to do anything in the Cassante-Zac matchup.
So no invade going to come through. The wave crashes, and we're still looking at Razork in his own jungle. So I say sigh of relief, honestly, for Jankos, that there wasn't any sort of funny business. You even see the war going down, so we'll spot out that Jun is there. And Jun was successfully spotted that Jankos is about to finish off his camp. So I think it will be more of a reset coming through for Fnatic after they take the Scuttle Crab. But Jun's still spot again. I don't think he realizes that he has been spot on that ward playing around mid.
Trimby can start to walk up. Level 2, though, for Rel with Aftershock. Definitely feels a bit more impactful. Trimby still laying the vision down. Jun will spot that out. Finally, Noah will return to lane with an early Cole purchase. Knows that in this landing phase, he just needs to be hitting those spikes as quickly as possible. We saw what happens when you're the Jinx on one item when the opposing AD carries on two. You don't do anything.
This is really dangerous, though. Razork has snuck his way into bot side, and that wave is pushing out. Jankos needs to be down here to shadow, but he's on Scuttle Crab at the moment. So Trimby and flank needs to be so safe.
Level 3 is important for Jun. Extra bit of damage, extra bit of movement speed. Jankos coming down. Team Heretics, they pulled the trigger too soon, though they're going to find themselves in trouble. Nice knockback comes in from Trimby. Follow-up stun is there. Razork. Wind becomes lightning. First blood going to Fnatic and Trimby. Oh, it has to be so frustrating. You thought you had the lead. You just wanted to push it a little bit further forward. You're the phase rush, Alistair. You're so damn squishy.
And they thought that they had Jankos in tow. You can see he finished the Scuttle. It moved into his bottom side. So like, great, we have our jungler here. We're going to be fine. But Razork waiting there perfectly. Perfect timing for him to set that one up and get that lead that Noah really wanted on that bottom side. Even has the Cole now. With that assist, he's definitely going to start to open up when it comes to gold.
And this hurts. Kill going over to the Xin. Going to make things that much more difficult in the early skirmishes. Singularity used in mid lane. Humanoid again. Trying to push out, trying to get stacks where possible, but Trimby ready to come over the wall. Hex Flash just a little bit too delayed. Humanoid still walking close though. Vision, not enough for them to find the headbutt pull. Jankos is here on the top side. Oscar gonna walk forward and tank the tower. Again, good damage comes in from the Xin. Quick kill pickup. Oscar's got the passive, but he doesn't need to use it. Razork everywhere on the map in this early game.
Jun moving to mid as well to cover Trimby on the play. So Irish should be able to TP back in and get the majority of the CS. So not going to be too much of an issue, but Fnatic winning bot, winning top, and getting control over mid. This is where Fnatic look most comfortable.
Definitely. And I feel like Fnatic were one step ahead in the draft. Team Heretics a little bit scared about the Zeri. Weren't willing to take the Zeri Jinx matchup one more time. Wanted this Varus, but the Varus hasn't done anything for them yet, and it's only going to get harder for Flacca to have an impact when Noah's ahead of the clock, when Noah's got 300 extra gold. Yes, there's a massive wave crashing. It'll be a little bit more even, but that Cole is stacking up. Pressure on Team Heretics to find an advantage, to find a play, to get themselves back into this.
And I think it'll be waiting until these ultimates become available for Heretics. Having Trimby's Unbreakable Will, the lockdown the Flak can provide, trying to work with Jankos. You do have tools that can work in skirmishes, that can work on terror dives, but it's not till later, and that's why Fnatic, with the rotation that they had, the flexibility in sending that Rel to the bot side, unlocking Razor onto a more aggressive pick, they've been the ones that are able to play in towards the lanes and find that success.
Definitely have. Team Heretics going to take this window of opportunity as the resets come through. Grab first Drake in the game, at the very least deny it from Fnatic. Now sitting about a 1.3, 1.4k gold lead. Tip of the soul spawn will be for now. Next is Ocean. Humanoid continuing the pressure in the mid lane. Spyro though taking over to level 6. Now's when you can start to see the plays being made, but Oscar's already out of top lane. And this is why this champion was such a powerhouse in our previous split, is just punishes these tanky options. Move into Fog of War, and the enemy team immediately has to back up because your threat range is massive on this pick.
You see Heretics are aware of it though. Spyro immediately wards to make sure that he's not going to get caught out. And nobody is entering into that topside jungle. So I wonder, going to spot out Void Grubs, but doesn't realize that Oscar Ernan's in behind him. So we'll take a little bit of pain as he comes back out. But this is going to be a very split map, and maybe Jankos wants to try and move back down into this bot side. But this is just tough. Razork again steals away the red, and there's not a huge amount you can do here as Jankos to respond.
Relatively muted early game from Team Heretics, forced on the back foot, and now just kind of playing responsively. What Team Heretics are trying to do. Noah level 6, Flack at level 6 as well. Chains of Corruption going to hit, but not on the Noah. Of course, he has the cleanse. Good bit of damage back. Not able to proc the Blight stacks on Jun, however. It's not the best trade. Fnatic now setting up for a topside dive. Oscar has ulti. Razork has ulti, but I think
cancel the back Jankos. Oh.
Are they going to commit for the dive now? Razork, nope, just resets. A little bit tougher, obviously, once K'Sante has access to the level 6 and the Ghost. Good pullback. Wonder hates his life right now. This has to be such a... Because you're a wet noodle, and Zach is a wet noodle, but he's a wet noodle that gets to leave and gank other people. So it's... These trades probably feel okay, but it just, you know, it feels... A lot of stuff feels futile, I think, against a Zach top lane as a tank.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what Heretics are trying to do feels a bit futile as well, because you can see the amount of vision that they've set up on the enemy jungle to just spot out wherever Jankos moves. So anything that he does, if he scratches himself in the jungle, they're going to know exactly what he's doing. So this is where Razork gets to just follow him around and make sure that he doesn't get to enjoy the computer game.
Pullback from Wonder is good, potentially the start of something. Healing there from Oscar, though. Tough to deal with. Wonder trying to get him on the next round of cooldowns, but again, just that blob. An extra 136 HP. Just another Rek'Sai top lane, really. Team Heretics at least will move in. They're going to take that red buff. That made one person in Berlin incredibly excited. Very passionate about the Brambleback. Razork defensive. They've got two members on the bottom side. Team Heretics man advantage here. Fighting for bits of vision, trying to gain a bit of control. All right, kind of honestly a quiet game. Except for this rocket.
Interrupt the back, nice.
That's just obnoxious.
It's great timing, because Void Grubs are up. Humanoid going to reset. He has TP to get back into lane, and Zvaru doesn't. So Zvaru, actually, yeah, now that Humanoid spots Zvaru sticking around, he's going to stick around as well. But essentially, you're just trying to buy time for Humanoid to get that free reset and try and force Zvaru to match. And then you have that timer where you can move up into that top end. But yeah, Humanoid just going to completely take it, reset, and then I imagine we'll see Razork move up towards Void Grubs. Although he already has one for himself, so maybe it's not going to be too much threat on towards that. But you do buy time here for Humanoid to make plays elsewhere.
Fnatic starting to move as a duo, at least mid, and support into the mid lane. Razork taking the Scuttle Crab. Slow, steady, controlled Fnatic fighting for mid lane priority. Is this just going to be a reset for Humanoid, or will they try to move up and take the other two grubs? That does remain to be seen. Trimby about to take over to level 6. This is where stuff gets a lot easier for him as a playmaker. Phase Rush incredibly good post level 6, but tough to play out pre.
I'm curious if that's just giving Humanoid enough to buy his first item, because it felt like that's what they're trying to play off of. Just get a couple more waves. Yeah, there. Just enough to get Leandri's and also then the extra pot. So nicely done. They just guarantee that. Now he can potentially TP back if he wants, but just going to use the E instead to make his way back into lane. As Zvaru hasn't really shoved that particularly hard. 45 seconds until Dragon. And at the again, we kind of have a lot of control. Shallow control, I say, for Heretics on this bottom side, but it's not really anything to write home about, is the honest thing. This could go both ways.
Yeah, I mean, end of game 2, we're riding this. Everyone here in the studio, you're riding this endorphin high. Oh my god, it's so intense what's going to happen in game 3. It's like, well, they still need to farm and buy items, ladies and gentlemen. That's the joy of League of Legends. You always get a reset. You always get to go to the lower part of the emotional roller coaster before we start ratcheting back up again slowly but surely.
No, I want to be excited at all points in time.
Yeah, I want to just be continuously going down really fast on the roller coaster.
Looking at Neela, I don't know if that's exactly where I want to be, but Jun,
yeah.
He's on a ward.
Nice setup from Team Heretics. Interrupt on the Zvaru, though. He's trying to flash. He's trying to get the pushback. Noah, nice patience. They get the flash from him. Trimby flashing over the wall as well, but Razork now ready to follow up. That's the Unbreakable Will. Humanoid going in. Singularity a bit questionable. Ulti comes in from the Aurelion Soul. 10 extra stacks to him. Jinx Rocket is there. As the ulti falls away, Razork finds the kill. It's an extended fight, but Fnatic happy to just take the Drake.
Fnatic were just waiting out cooldown. So Zyra goes in, swing in the miss as Noah flashes away, and Trimby forced to flash over to join the rest of his team, but Fnatic were waiting for the Unbreakable Will to fall, and they just follow up immediately. So dragging a piece now for both these squads, but the kills all end up on Razork at the back of this. But we see it here. Nice call. Like, this is sick. Play over the wall, make sure you're good. But Zwaru goes over immediately into the Jun stun, then tries to get onto Noah, can't quite do it. Trimby tries to follow, pops the Unbreakable Will, and Fnatic are like, cool, we can just play this slow. We don't need to overextend, especially when Trimby gets clipped by the edge of the Aurelion Sol ult.
Oy.
As soon as Unbreakable falls, Razork can go in.
And just a bit of a split call here. Again, I think Team Heretics we saw coming to this game one, they looked like a reborn, revitalized team. But now we're seeing them fall into the same, bad habits that made the series against BDS so difficult. A few oversteps here and there, a few moments where everyone's not quite on the same page, and obviously a great response from Fnatic and from Noah. Will be flashless in the team fight to come, potentially something that Team Heretics can punish.
It feels like Heretics haven't really had any sort of control to try and take a fight like that, right? When you look at where their vision has been, how aggressive Fnatic have been, and I mean, point in case really at the moment, as Fnatic are the ones that are on the front foot, and Heretics feel like they're scrambling to try and catch up, but they just can't get a footing at the moment.
No, and I think you can see advantage in the jungle matchup has mattered so much in this series. Jankos on the Jarvan, even if he wasn't able to do a lot, was able to really be there for Spyro once Spyro started to get leads, or once they started to build up those leads. But in the last two games, when Razork is at the edge, Jankos has just felt super helpless in these early games. And it's not entirely his fault, but the Sejuani game, the Maokai game before it, he just hasn't really had a lot of presence on the map and has just been forced to be so responsive. Now post level 6, maybe he can do something here, but again, Razork has Sundered Sky. He's so powerful in the context of the 1v1.
Yeah, I've never heard a non-verbal sorry before, but that was definitely what Jankos just did. Walks into Razork and like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here. This is your jungle. I thought I parked my car here. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Move on.
We're just having fun, right? I wasn't trying to talk trash. My bad. I didn't realize you were jacked.
Yeah, that's your boy?
Super
oh,
jacked.
I didn't know that was your boy.
Your boy. Okay. All right. Fair. Humanoid, of course, has the empowered ultimate too. It's only going to make things harder.
Wait,
Spyro, a little Scoopy, a little Boopy, a little bit of Zac is unkillable.
Yeah, he's a bit too loopy is the problem.
Yep. And this is the thing. Spyro doesn't have an item. Oscar's the same level, and Jun's on the way now, and Spyro has to back away, and this is, again, we saw this in Winter. This is what makes Zac so obnoxious. Under the right circumstances, he's unkillable. He starts any fight he wants to, and in this case, he scares away two champions by pressing E with a TP from Humanoid. Potentially a bit premature on that TP, but they will knock down this tower on the next wave, and Team Heretics, again, forced to back away. There's not a lot they can play for because Spyro was so low, and in the meantime, Wonder going to try to get some plates back, or not plates, excuse me, we're past 14 minutes, going to try to get some damage back topside, but he doesn't go Iceborne, doesn't have that Sheen proc. He goes Hollow Radiance, and you don't do any damage to towers.
And Oscar and TP's in to just add insult to injury as well, making sure they can't respond at all. Oh, TP boss, actually.
Dragon trying to fly, but Yanko's here to catch him. Nice read on the angle. Humanoid overstays bottom lane. An early TP from Fnatic, immediately punished. Shutdown goes to Trimby, which is pretty tragic, but Team Heretics happy to have the pick on a side lane.
Yeah, I didn't spot the ward underneath the character portrait, so nicely done by Heretics to get that play on the bottom side. Noah and Razork trying to immediately push in on towards mid so they can get control on the top end, though. They realize that Rift Tower is up, and definitely a nice way for them to crack open some of these towers and get control on the map at the moment. Because yes, you're getting kills, and they got the bot tower, but would really like to get down this mid lane turret, and Rift Tower is the easiest way for them to do it.
Definitely is. Blade of the Rune completed. First items just about across the board outside of Trimby. The side of Team Heretics want to leverage that power, want to leverage that strength. Fnatic, because of the pick onto Humanoid, are behind on the play, but Razork's going to wander in and try to steal here. Flashes for it, but does not get it. Now wants to get the follow-up play. He's already committed a lot of resources. Desperate to get something back. Oscar going over the wall, setting his sights on Jankos, but doesn't have a second target for the stretching strikes. So, well played by the side of Team Heretics. They see their window of opportunity. They capitalize on Humanoid being behind the play and take the objective.
And Jankos interrupted the slingshot from Oscar in as well, so no follow-up engage that was there. You can see Fnatic considering this as Humanoid is coming out of base, but not to be. So at least now, Rift Herald and Toe, you can start to fight back a little bit as you push in bot, you push in top, and I imagine Heretic's going to try and very quickly group onto this mid wave as soon as they have these waves pushed in on the top end of the map.
It is tough, though, for Team Heretics. The full 5v5 right now. Very easy for Humanoid to create so much chaos in the fight. Reminder, when the Skies Ascend hits, does a lot of work. There was more nuance there, but the fight started to break out. Singularity onto Trimby, hoping to force the ulti out before the fight, knowing that he'll be useless if he gives it up. Razork stepping up here. Is Flacket going to ult? Zin going to be forced to ult, but Flacket trying to step forward. Oscar immediately going to try and buy a little bit more space. Pull back from Wonder is there to take himself out to safety. That's the all-out use. Keep your eyes on Humanoid. The Skies Ascend ult is big, but the pullback is clutch! Ulti gonna get used a little bit ahead of the fight. That's a lot of damage. The immediate follow-up, the turn there for Fnatic. The Singularity, Noah is untouched. He doesn't have the damage quite yet. Kill for kill traded. Jungler for mid laner, but it's the objective that's important.
Spyro stepped up, thinking maybe he could make the play to swoop Humanoid into his team, but the ultimate in return and not being able to get away from it means that Spyro goes down. And it would be Fnatic who are able to get control over the Dragon thanks to the low health bars on Fnatic, are on Heretics.
Good for Fnatic that are able to secure that. Chemtech Soul, again, you know, it's not ideal, but it does matter in a game like this.
And as he goes in, Wonder just marking Oscar in and buying space for Flacket. So as he goes in, turns around, ults Oscar in to drag him back in. And again, just trying to keep that protective line in front of Flacket. But as they get the knockback here, I think Spyro steps forward thinking, oh, I can make the play, but ends up walking back down into the Singularity. And immediately Fnatic pounds and are able to turn that one around.
Definitely a bit precarious. Humanoid oversteps. Doesn't really get punished. Razork is the only one who dies there, but his lead, individually at least, is massive. Herald gonna charge here. No one's gonna hop inside. Team Heretics will knock down mid lane tier 1. Big for the extra control they want now. They will attempt to drift, but their license has been denied. Razork comes in, just smites that. Positive signs for Team Heretics. Again, still the 3K gold lead for Fnatic. Razork's still very terrifying and the Jinx is still scaling, but Team Heretics not out of this yet.
They have a TP advantage as well, which is why they've just shoved in topside. And Humanoid now drifting in towards the rest of Fnatic. They want to try and get this mid lane turret with the numbers advantage they have, but if they can force Spyro out onto this bot side, maybe that's enough for them to just turn on towards mid. But the wave isn't quite there, and Jun's overextended.
Trimby, knockback, instant follow-up under the tower, good, but the TP is here. Interrupt, the 3-man stun coming in from Humanoid, a few extra stacks, the Singularity there as well, but Wonder happy to have the kill. Now it's Humanoid who's gonna be in trouble. Clean CC follow-up. That TP was not what they wanted. Team Heretics want a few more. There's not really an objective to play for, but Fnatic, a little fast and loose would be the generous way to phrase it.
It made sense what Fnatic were doing though. Threaten on towards Heretics, push them out into bot side, and then group onto mid wave to get the mid lane tower, just using the factor ahead to get that play, but they didn't ward out. And Trimby playing off of that pink ward sets up beautifully for Flacket's ultimate, and now you've got 3 members that are completely separated thanks to Wonder's TP. Razork tries to get in, but Spyro is playing keep away on that bottom side, just looking threatening. So Heretics are able to find the picks they want. Good turnaround from Heretics playing off of that vision.
Excuse me, I got lost to play. Great TP from Wonder, really making that happen. But Humanoid now on the chase here. Sped up there by Jun. Wonder trying to retreat. Razork really just wants to take Wonder out. Trimby there to try and disengage Fnatic. Use a lot to just try and get into range. That's Humanoid's TP gone. Spyro now on the side lane with TP. This is messy.
Wonder politely turns Fnatic down after he says he's already been there before, don't want to do that again.
No, I'm fine.
And Heretics, they're looking good as a result. As you say, get the bot lane tower, immediately start to get control over this mid wave as well to ensure that there's no kind of counter punch, or even if they try and turn on towards Baron, you can still have members move into position. But Fnatic need to start playing this a little bit safer. They've been trying to brute force their way in and just haven't really caught up to themselves on it.
I agree. In the grander scheme of how good you want a team to be, it would be nice to see, you know, a bit cleaner, you know, on both sides at certain points. I think it's important that Team Heretics, though, figure out a way to put their foot on the gas. Varus' damage output, you know, late game, obviously incredibly high, but Jinx outranging, going to be much more powerful in the majority of situations. And Noah's the one who's just been quietly farming up. You know, he's 2 fully completed items. Now going to start working towards a third.
And that's the thing. This game is still very much teetering on the edge and can go either way. Fnatic checking the Baron just to ensure that nobody's there, but they should be able to get mid tower off the collapse here.
Oh, on the Flacket. Here comes the Zac, the Aurelion Soul follow-up. It's just like they planned it. It picks and bans. The dive is too damn easy.
You needed to back away as Heretics. As soon as you committed Wunder to that top side, you had to give that mid lane tower. They don't respect the play. Fnatic collapse, and now they're on towards the Baron. Jankos is dead, Flacket is dead. You can't do anything here.
They're perfect members to take out of the equation. Spyro is not enough alone. Wunder hovering. Bit of a spectator to this whole thing. 2K. Fnatic grabbing the Baron. Team Heretics not respecting the long-range engage. It's the first time they've had so many members of Fnatic on their screen. Not appreciating the combo that could come through.
But they were so late on the defense. Wunder was pushing in topside, and even look at where Heretics are on the play. And Oscarnen's setting up on vision. Flacket didn't want to flash, ends up getting caught out. And Fnatic, Heretics needed to be there as that wave is approaching the tower, especially when you know so many members of Fnatic are missing on the map. But they don't give up tower, they give up Flacket and Jankos, and they give up Baron as a result.
And a very well executed play by Fnatic. Don't get me wrong, the way they layered their abilities, stopping Trimby from really disrupting the play at the start, it's good stuff, but Team Heretics not playing with enough respect of what Fnatic's composition can do. Team Heretics now just trying to force mid. I think hoping to draw Fnatic to them so that they really can't get value out of this. Dragon is up. Fnatic can just play for the objectives here. I think it's the right call when you have Baron. Yeah, Dragon's great, but just take your free towers. Team Heretics are zoned away from their own bottom side of the map. They have to retreat all the way around that wall if they want to come in here. And Humanoid has Disguise Descend. If you fight in this choke, you are going to die. Razork knockback doesn't quite work well with Oscarinen. Ulti over the wall onto Flacket is big. Oscar trying to buy more space, less bouncing out to safety. Yanko's going to go for the interrupt. Flacket untouched. Flacket might be able to make the difference. Jinx free firing. Aurelion Soul just spitting fire. Team Heretics getting pushed back. Razork is down, traded for Trimby.
And that's with Dragon up. I don't know if Heretics can move in here. Oscarden's still trying to keep tabs on where Heretics are moving to, so the rest of Fnatic got to move back and try and take this. Jankos, if you can get into the pit though, you can steal it away. It's on vision, and here comes the TP.
Team Heretics, as long as they don't lose Wunder here, it's not too bad. Unstoppable back up to safety. Oscar from behind, though, that's going to be big. Nice interrupt coming through. The CC on the Flacket, is big. Flacket needs to take out Noah. He doesn't quite have the damage. Noah on the edge. Manages to come out on top. Oscar ran in to finish the job. And that should have been it. It should have been Team Heretics stalling, getting rid of the last of the Baron, but they've still got a minute left on the buff. 3 members down. Spyro going to try to punish Oscar. Oscar very likely has the passive. The singularity there. The stun on the Humanoid to stop the Breath of Light. Oscar will give his life here. The TP to protect the Zac. Oscar going to try to escape, but it doesn't really matter. Humanoid's dizzy. Why did he go in? He thought maybe something. I have no idea what, but at least he creates some space. At least he buys time. At least he pushes Fnatic back.
But that's 3 dragons to Fnatic. They got the fight that they wanted, and yeah, Oscarinen goes down, but you already got so much off the back of this Baron as well. In this fight, it looks decent at the get-go from Heretics because Humanoid and Noah aren't really in position. Watch Wunder keeping both of the carries at bay, whereas Viru's free hitting. The ultimate from Humanoid is flashed away by Flacket, and he's got a defensive wall to keep him between himself and Fnatic, but as the fight starts to go on, Oscarinen starts to heal up on that mid-wave, and he's just playing threat this entire time. Jankos can't go forward to help Wunder because he knows that Oscarinen would just terrify his backline if he does. And you can see it there as Viru immediately backs up. Has the ultimate for the majority of this fight, but the front line from Fnatic is just playing so far forward at keeping him out of the fight.
Spyro's just so far back in that fight. Oscar ready to come over the wall. Do they have any CC to interrupt? He's taking his time. Opts not to take the fight. But I think a bit of a moment of miscommunication. They thought that they could get out of that exchange, but Flacket gets caught by the very edge of the singularity, the slow from the Rylai's, plus the pull-in, making it impossible for him to escape.
as well, just keeping him dragged in.
And at that moment, it had been the second that became true, the second that Varus wasn't going to escape, it was kind of the right call for Spyro to stick around to try to at least salvage something, but doesn't want to risk giving his life. And now Jun stepping up again, rinse and repeat. It's so simple for Fnatic, but Jun doesn't have the follow-up. Yanko's creating as much space as he can. Oscar now off to the side, goes in, but goes down. He doesn't have the passive because of the play earlier. Humanoid, Disguise Descend. Noah here, 3 items. They are strong, but Team Heretics
Smell blood in the water. They want more. A minute 50 till Baron. 3 minutes till the next Dragon. There's just nothing for them to take. It's a glimmer of hope that they get the pick, but there's nothing on the board for them.
But it does get their waves back out. Spyro will be able to push top. They'll be able to push out bot wave and keep Fnatic off their base for the moment, but way too over-aggressive. And a great interrupt as well coming through from Trimby. Means that Jun can't find the follow-up that he needs. Yes, Fnatic get the tower, but you're too far in. And Oscar Inning going to go down as well without having that passive available. So you see Jun thought that maybe he could just buy the space they need on the tower, but not able to do so when you've got a Trimby there.
Yeah, and if he catches the carries, it's a different fight, right? Humanoid can immediately ult, not worried about whether or not he has the empowered version. But you're just hitting the front line. It's just not a valuable time for anyone to follow up. Don't want to throw those cooldowns away. That's when the fight really would get turned against you. Fnatic, big gold lead. Soul point on Drakes. Likely to get first push out here and first setup on the objective. They're very favored in this game, but it hasn't been completely clean. There have been windows of opportunity for Team Heretics. Fnatic find another engage here. Movement speed steroid coming in from Jun, helping Razer step up at least a little bit. Oscar, the one we have to keep our eyes on for the potential engage. Jun as well. Team Heretics being just bullied back. Fnatic ushering this wave in, ensuring that they have full control on the top side of the map. Jun forced to crash down out to safety.
Still though, Blackhead's flash just up, so that's going to be crucial for this next fight. Fnatic, a minute and a half until the Dragon could have looked to try and get a summoner spell out of one of the members of Heretics, but it's a little bit too late now, and Jankos doesn't realize he's on a ward, so Fnatic trying to tease Jankos into the fight and maybe find the engage they want with Oscar Innin, or maybe burn an ultimate before this Dragon starts.
Spyro retreating, likely has the death cap in base. TP available, flash just around the corner. Maybe what Team Heretics want to wait for, having that flash advantage. TP now coming in, death cap is there. Full 5v5. Neither side gives a damn about their side lanes. All or nothing on the mid lane fight. Wonder looking for the Q3. Singularity going to stop any potential follow-up. Footwork into the Q3 from Wonder, not going to connect. And now Fnatic again, just posturing, looking for an angle in. Both sides, most of the cooldowns up and available. Noah has his flash. Humanoid not too far off his. Spyro will get his first, crucially.
Trimby's flash just came up and available. That is massive. Literally ticked over, so Trimby can look for the all-in if they group. You can see Fnatic fairly close together, and that could be the go button. Waiting for Spyro's flash as well. Right as Dragon spawns, everything is available for both these teams.
Recall from Humanoid. Team Heretics stepping up. They don't really have vision here. Jankos whiffing on the ultimate, and that's the call to turn. The sky's descend, slows on the entire backline. Push back from Oscar, but Trimby sends it back into his backline. It's a disaster. It's not the headbutt they wanted. Spyro had it covered, but a moment of miscommunication cost them dearly. Razork cutting through. Team Heretics routed in the fight. TP's back to mid lane. It is just Wonder retreating to the fountain. Maybe he can hold on, but Fnatic look like they've done it.
15-8, and with everyone on Fnatic standing tall, Wonder will be but a blip on their march to victory.
Just has to delete the wave, but that last cannon minion stands tall. Team Heretics started strong, but Fnatic, the plot armor there, the performance there, they will move on to the best of 5.
Tomorrow, Fnatic will face off against either Vitality or Mad Lions Koi. And with hero performances stepping up from Noah and from so much control offered from Fnatic in that game, they've got to be feeling significantly better than after that G2 series.
Fnatic just got better and better over the course of that series. Their Game 3 draft, I think, set them up for success. Your player of the series, at LEC on X, Humanoid, Noah, or Jun. Some incredible stuff in this lineup. And I think I was skeptical coming today. This is the result I might have expected. But after that game 1, started to sow the seeds of doubt. And Fnatic quickly squashed the doubters. I think it is safe to say we're going to head to a quick break. We've got an interview with Razork before our second series, Vitality versus MDK. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Guys, they have no ultis, okay?
I'm not dead, okay? I'm not dead.
That's it. I think.
She has no flash by the way. Yeah. I'm fighting Zing, guys. Look.
It's fine.
Just try to... Look Aesol as well. Look Aesol.
If you can, no flash. Okay, go. I like it. Oh, guys, we need to improve. We're so shit.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think we are mega shit.
And welcome back to the LEC after what was the best mic check, I think, to pre-plan this interview. Marek, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking this one. Any words on what we just saw right now? And listen to.
Yeah, I mean, we need to improve if we want to win more. So, yeah, that's it.
I think focusing on improving is always good for teams. And I know that before this series, you told me, maybe we got better, maybe we didn't, but we will see. In the end, I don't think it was as clean as you guys would have anticipated. But what is next? How do you make sure that you're going to have clean games moving on?
I mean, I think it for sure was better than last week.
Yeah.
But I think it was, pretty far from clean. So, I don't know, we just need to do better next week or on Monday.
A bit more in-game. What happens? When do you guys lose control? Because I know that Razer was talking about this in a video that we aired earlier today, the fact that there's a lot of individually really, really good players, but it's about the way you guys come together that makes it messy sometimes. Tell me about the lack of discipline from you guys.
I mean, I think it just comes from us having pretty bad 2 weeks, and it just kind of snowballs out of control. We had a pretty bad practice and pretty bad series on stage. I think we're kind of picking it up now to where we were during the regular split, but we still have a long way to go.
How difficult is it, though, to trust good practice? Because I hear so often that scrims don't go well, stage games go well, and vice versa. How do you make sure that a week of practice is actually translate to good results on stage?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
Because usually, like when you have really bad scrims, or for some teams, you can have bad scrims and then play well on stage. But I think for us, if we have a really bad week of scrims, we are also playing bad on stage.
Okay.
So that's it, yeah.
Trying to find the formula here. I will switch on the next series. We have the players getting ready behind us. Vitality versus Mad Lion Koi. I don't want to have a prediction for you. I want to have hot takes. What do you think we're going to see during this series?
It's going to be a complete storm from Vitality. I mean, there's
Storm
nothing...
from Vitality.
Yeah,
All
that's
right. We'll see about this. We're minutes away from the pre-match. We're going to run Karzi's mic check. Anything that you remember from Karzi and his comments in game?
Yeah, I mean, he's like, if you go to the zoo, you go to the monkeys, it's like, it sounds pretty much the same.
All right, well, let's find out now. Marek, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let's listen to Karzi's mic check.
Oh my god, I'm goated as f*** actually. My clicks are just like if Gumayushi possessed me.
Any flashes used?
Mine. Today when you guys start inting me, I will start screaming, let me perform. Let me perform! Yes, please don't scream, it hurts my eyes.
Yeah.
Ears, not eyes. Can I get referee 0%? Bomba. Give me the kills! You fucking rats. I'm doing Gangnam style. Sejuan and ult.
I can mid.
Yeah, Photon, calm down, please. I have wrong runes. I have ghost cleanse. I have to run it down. Peach is so cute, no?
Yeah, Peach is so cute.
Peach is very cute.
BDS! 1, 2, 3, BDS!
Victor, I need you in the lobby.
Join the lobby, rat? I got possessed by NA LCS Pro, so I'm gonna run it down. Just kidding, LEC is worse than NA LCS. Oh, Nice, thank you guys. The macro was but at least we won.
Do you guys hear me? Do you guys need any changes on the support row?
Yeah, If Trimby could join the team, would be nice.
Wow, I mean, even if they're losing, it must be fun.
What a legend.
What a legend. We knew this already, but it's really nice that production put that together. Speaking of ADCs, we did have to crown the Kia player of the series of the last one. It was Noah, so hopefully Carzzy can emulate that performance, and that actually gets us into this pregame for Mad Lions Koi versus Vitality seamlessly, because we wanted to talk about the bot laners, Carzzy versus Supa. So who wants to kick us off, and why do we want to talk about them so badly, Finn?
Yeah, I think Carzzy is really good. Whenever he plays his Jinx, he gets pentakill. No, that's a really good impression. Thank you. I think it's the best AD carry in the league versus the self-proclaimed best AD carry in the league, which is very exciting to see.
Oh my God,
Carzzy,
Finn.
of course, being the GOAT as he is. I think he's had such a good split already. Been playing so much good stuff. Look at this guy just walking up, killing this guy. No carry in the world. Boom, boom, boom.
I mean, he does have the Zillion here as well, but I think Carzzy as well, he's just such a complete AD carry as it is right now, because we see a lot of late game scaling coming through with Jinx and Seri, but he's not afraid to bust out the Sire too, where he also just, a lot of AD carries in the league right now likes to kind of play on the edge in terms of what is agreed and what is the best play possible. But Carzzy right now seems to be the AD carry that takes the best steps in this line.
It felt like in the beginning when him and Huli started becoming a duo, the issue for them was the over-aggression and not really knowing their limits. But now that they've toned it down and really found each other, man, they're strong.
Yeah, it feels like they've postponed their inting to later in the game, but we can talk about that later.
I mean, you do remember the good games, but they also had some stinkers. There was a Yasuo game in there somewhere that we all forgot about.
We're going to talk about it as well.
We gotta be fair as well.
We gotta be fair. It's just that we only remember the throws. But I do want to talk about this guy as well, Supa. You know, Finn said, self-proclaimed best ADC in the league. This is also something that we heard from Elura. They're going to be the best bot lane, etc. But why do you think it has that ring to it? Because I mean, he's not right now, right? So how important is this going to be that he can show that he can go toe-to-toe with Carzzy?
Yeah, what I really think Supa needs to do well to really become up towards what he wants to be is really define himself as one of the best late-game AD carries. Because right now, that's something that the entirety of MDK has struggled with. But if you look at his stats too, like he's a great early-game AD carry. He gets facilitated by his team. He is a win condition for his team too. But it's where they fall flat in the mid to late game that getting to that big step for being one of the best AD carries in the league is not there for him yet.
It's also worth pointing out that, you know, them always throwing in the mid and late game isn't necessarily his fault, because as an AD carry, there's a limit to how much control he has over the vision control and map movements, and I think usually when it comes to team fighting, he's always on point.
Yeah, it's probably what we're going to see today as well. We have mentioned the word throw a lot, right? I think it's just because that Vitality BDS series for me from last week is stuck in my brain. I know that Odea, our beautiful stats person, said, well, actually they don't throw that much, but the thing is, you just have to do it once or twice in important games, and then that is following you. That's just the way it is, unfortunately, right? So Goldberg, break it down for us.
Yeah, I think for Vitality specifically, as you said yourself, right, we haven't seen many throws, but when you throw in the moments that matter, those are going to be the throws that people will remember the most and the throws that's going to define you. In the game against BDS in their second game, they get caught on bot side with Photon, overcomplicates the play for themselves by starting up a Nash that they have no business really getting, give it to the enemy team, and one play that could have been, oh, our top laner got caught, suddenly turned into our top laner got caught, we got aced and we lost the entire Baron. And it kind of happens as well in game 3 here.
Yeah, I really feel like Vitality's big issue is that something goes wrong in the game, and instead of just cutting the play, they just hard commit to what's going wrong here. Here, I think Photon messed up his combo a bit, and then they're still all committed to the play even after the Maokai is out. And then it turns into this like choke point fest where all the AoEs coming down from the way in the Seri, and they just get lost in the translation there.
But I think it's such a big contrast as to how Mad Lions loses their games as well in the late game, because it's not necessarily a bad decision for them. In this scenario, they had Baron, they took tier 2 in mid lane, they took tier 2 in bot lane, and now it's just a bad reset. Great pink ward from Yike here rather, to stop the blast cone to come through from Supa, but it's just reset timers, they're just sloppy again and again from MDK. It's not bad macro calls or anything like that. It's just the fact that they overstay a lot when reset has to come through, and they don't do it as a 5-man unit.
It's also, I think we're frustrated because of the last series we saw. We really want to see the level go up. I did hear that very definitively from Humanoid. Vitality is absolutely going to smurf on them. But Finn, this is exactly the position that Mad Lions Koi have been in the entire year.
Yeah.
They love being underestimated.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Vitality has the chance to lose, but I need to see more in draft from Mad Lions. I feel like I really want to see Merwin more on these carry picks again, because I feel like he's not had the same impact as he had in the winter.
Okay, any last thoughts before we get into it?
Well, I'm mostly looking at top lane. Like Finn said, Mirwin, can he actually match Photon, the current best top lane in the league? If he can get an advantage with some spicy picks, then they have a win con.
Best AD in the league, best top in the league. What am I hearing? Why is Vitality now our #1 team? I guess we'll find out. Let's head over to our casters.
Well, thank you very much, Shox, and welcome back, of course, to the desk, right where you belong in the heat of the moment here in this show, Vitality and MDK. I'm Asterix. This is Vedius.
That was very dramatic.
It was. It was like a nice welcome back. Then I'm like, actually, I'm also really pumped. How can I transition? I think the biggest thing I want to take away is what they talked about in the top lane, because the top lanes are fun. The top lanes...
You do love top lanes.
I'm not even a top laner.
No,
well,
you talk about the Shy a lot.
I do.
So
you walked me into that. I've left that behind. The legacy's just there. I never bring it up. But when you're talking about Mirwin versus Photon, some part of me comes back to how strong top can be. And I'm not just talking about a Korean top in Photon who, yes, feels like he's the best top of the split. I feel like when you see Mirwin's champion pool, as they were saying that they want to see more of, you naturally go to the point of like, hey, how carry can these top laners be in the matchup?
I mean, frankly, my biggest opinion on both these teams all comes down to discipline. I think that throughout the year, discipline has been a big struggle for both of these teams, because we've seen them find these huge advantages before, and it's all about converting those advantages into won games. This is going to be our last opportunity until summer. This is an elimination, best of 3.
That's it.
Mad Lions have made the lower bracket run before. It was this matchup that ended Vitality's run in winter, whereas Mad Lions Koi made it all the way to the finals to face up against G2, and it was GB that ran it through his fort at the beginning of the day. If Vitality want to make it to MSI, they have to win the split.
Yep.
They don't have enough points. It's not possible for them based on their winter performance, because they were knocked out as early as they were. So they have to win the whole thing if they want a chance to compete internationally. For Mad Lions Koi, they just have to make it to the finals. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy road to get there.
No way. I mean, they've still got Fnatic in the way, as we just saw from the 2-1 over Heretics. History could repeat itself, but it has to start here in this BO3. Remember, 14-6, nothing taken away. The Azir re-enabled if you haven't been watching our playoffs, and especially when you're watching playoffs and looking at this top lane, we can start with the Rumble point. Photon losing that carry is a big deal, considering that Vitality have looked to him on it a couple of times so far this split.
He got it one game in playoffs, and since then, it's just been... He lost that game.
He did still lose
and everyone still said, nope, 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 not going to give him that champion ever again. Too much of a risk. Now, between both these AD carries, Zeri has been a very valuable pick, in particular for Super, but Xayah has also risen in priority for both of these players. Meanwhile, Rel still up and available, not been a massive priority for both of these teams, but we know that if they can get their hands on it, it's a super strong flex pick, and why wouldn't you want to try and get it for yourself? So, gonna lock that one in, but now I'm curious as to where this Xayah falls in the priority scale.
Yeah. Things like the Zeri taken away already. I'm glad you mentioned that. Jinx, another one we've seen here in the LEC, start to be a mainstay. Kai'Sa also on the back of our minds as well. Let's see, both these AD carries have wide champion pools. We've already seen the Sivir out of Super in playoffs. We've seen the Yasuo, the Ezreal out of Kazi already. But while we dilly-dally over AD carries, the Xayah ends up getting taken away by Mad Lions Koi. And importantly, I think this Azir, which has been such a great playmaking tool in the LEC playoffs, is taken by Mad Lions Koi first as well.
Curious as what the answer is going to be from Vito. Is he interested in the Taliyah? We know the Twisted Fate is something that Photon loves to get his hands on. We've been seeing it globally have huge impact. Admittedly, there are answers to it, things like the Jax, but the thing you've got to be scary of with Vitality in particular is they flex it into AD carry as well. So even if you now pick something like the Jax, you can't be sure that you're going to get that matchup into the TM.
Very good point, especially when Kazi's been popping off too. I think being my top AD carry for the split amongst Photon, showcasing his legacy up top as well. So while we question that Twisted Fate, the Rakan is taken away from Mad Lions Koi. No Lovers Duo in the bottom side, but for Alvaro, does he go for a hook champion? No. Disables that and says, I'm going to be part of the engaged solution for Mad Lions Koi in this game 1.
Gives them a bit of flexibility in the jungle as well. Alistair definitely had some hit or miss performances here in the LEC, but we think back to Alvaro, regarded as one of, if not the best performing support from Winter. I know the All-Pro did end up going in Mickey's favor, but it's hard to diminish what Alvaro is able to do. While his impact hasn't been as strong so far this split, you can never afford to underestimate what he's capable of on the engaged champions. Now, with Jinx being taken away, obviously Mad Lions Koi is aware of the fact that this Twisted Fate could still go in the AD carry position, but they're playing around the fact that Kazi, he does
he is willing to play those long-range hyperscalers, and into Xayah, you're very limited in terms of what options you can go for when you've already locked in your Rakan.
Especially when Mad Lions Koi are saying, well, we respect Kazi, we're going to take off as many options as possible. With the Zeri on Team Vitality taken away, with also the Yasuo counting as bot laner here in this example.
Jax is probably the next ban as well.
Well, I mean, you'd think so in the solo lanes, right? I was just going to say, Mad Lions Koi really making sure that Kazi's pool is so damn limited with the Kalista following through. But the Ivan, instead, that Jack's now still being open.
I wonder if this is something Mirwin wants to go for. Of course, we know mid, we know bot lane, jungle is the likely pick next. Vi being taken away. What are we looking at here for Mad Lions Koi? I was going to say Sejuani or maybe a bit of a duelist. As the Viego wouldn't make a huge amount of sense. Nocturne, we've been seeing a bunch over in the LPL and the LCK. A powerful dive tool when paired up with an Alistar. I think I like those in combination with each other. Ideally, I'd love to see the top laner as well for kind of be a champion that can help facilitate this. Something like an Aatrox could potentially be good, but picking Aatrox into TF is not going to be a fun matchup. We see a cheeky hover of the Smolder. I wonder if Kaz is just teasing us or if he still thinks it can be a viable pick.
Ezreal,
Instead, he's going for the Ezreal. Of course, this is a champion completely forgot about, but it is a Kazi special. He's one of the few AD carries in Europe that has consistently found success on the champion, loves to bring it out, and we're going to get a Silas from VTO. We think to him as a player, individual playmaking is what he's known best for, and this is a champion that he absolutely loves to play.
And especially when there's Alistar on the other team, that's huge. As Ahri does get locked in, Ahri top.
Is it Ahri top or Azir top?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, Ahri top with AD was a thing building up to the start of this year.
It's true.
And I'm not sure if we actually ended up getting it all.
But no, I don't think we did.
I mean, Mirwin is the guy that cooks. This is the guy that honestly,
cooks.
I'm pretty sure either Gordon Ramsay cousin, family member or something. Because Mirwin honestly has once again jumped into the kitchen with his sixth unique pick in playoffs alone. You want to see carry on the top lane, I guess this still gives it to you.
I mean, I'm excited to see, and it looks like it's going to be locked in. The Ahri top lane, on-hit Ahri, is what we are expecting from Mirwin.
Yeah.
On-hit Twisted Fate versus on-hit Ahri going up against each other in the top lane.
What year is it?
An incredibly volatile top lane, but two very powerful side lane threats. You think about how Twisted Fate in the late game becomes this menace that's very hard to deal with, especially because his ultimate allows him to join fights in the mid lane.
True.
But now they can also look to attack the mid lane by leveraging the fact that they do have both an Azir and an Ahri at their disposal that can be side lane threats and great for creating picks and capitalizing on the mistakes of their opponent. Super interesting drafts from both sides. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
You and I both, especially since it's a rematch of Winter. Mad made the miracle run all the way to finals. It started here. Well, starting against Giant X is one thing, but starting against Vitality was a huge boon to get them right into Fnatic, then beating Fnatic, then beating BDS, and getting up to G2, even taking a game off them in the finals. We start with a pause. Is that a sign of good things to come? I'm not sure. Fnatic aren't here, so I'm not sure who did the pause, so wait and see. But Vitality on the other end, they were the ones knocked out in Winter. That's why we said they have to get through. As you said, VIT, they have to be champions. I mean, it's a big ask. It's a big ask for Vitality.
It certainly is. I mean, basically, qualifying for MSI, it's... I don't know if I want to say it's harder, but obviously you get more points in spring than you do in winter. So if you had a good winter, but then a not so good spring, you can't just rely on points, you know what I mean? Your
Which is a great system. I have to commend the system. That's
so this time you basically have to be top 3.
Yep.
Especially with the way that things have played out. Because it's so similar to our previous bracket.
It's like almost identical.
Yeah, it's literally almost identical, right?
Yeah.
So right now, in terms of if G2 win the split, the contenders are BDS, right? They're the leading points runner, and depending on who makes their way through, all sorts of interesting things can happen.
As we said, Mad as well, obviously would be contenders if they make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, if they make it to the grand finals, they put themselves in an excellent points position. I'm sure Goldberg will keep us updated throughout the weekend as placements continue to happen.
He's the guy now, is he?
He's the guy now.
He's the guy.
I've appointed him as the guy, so I'm sure that he'll keep us regularly updated. I'm sure he's super excited about this.
You've appointed him as the guy?
He's the guy.
So you're the guy who's made him the guy?
I'm the guy that made him the guy.
What does that make you? The guy's guy. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen,
I guess, okay, yeah.
The guy's guy, wow.
I feel like that you've created this as something important, and I don't understand how it is.
It is important. It's important to me and anyone else who kind of followed the ramblings of what we just talked about for the last 2 minutes.
Got it.
You know, the crowd shooting into, like, they heard ranting, and now they hear that Vedius is the guy's guy. And everyone's wondering, like, what's happening.
While Hysterics is figuring that conundrum out.
I'm here for it. I'm not
I want to
anything.
remind everyone that we do have G2 versus BDS best of 5 tomorrow, and then the day after will be Fnatic versus the winner of this series on Monday, leading into our finals weekend next week to round out spring and set us up for MSI. The ready checks have come through. The players are back out onto the rift, so we're going to be jumping back into the game momentarily.
In what is a remake of, you know, again, France versus Spain. I just like to throw the regional rivalries out there. People only think of it as Mad Koi versus KC, but of course, when you have Vitality versus Mad, the same applies, doesn't it? As Vitality look to make a better run, we already set it up, and starting off here with the Silas pick against Alistar, and the deep invade from Vitality looking for blood. Healy on the Rakan as well, a playmaker, while Mirwin is not going to get spotted out. They're looking for the pick. Video then spotted out by Mirwin, and a bit of damage done.
Now, we talked about on-hit Ahri.
Oh, yeah.
However, he's running Electrocute.
He is.
He's starting with Doran's Ring. And I had a quick look at his profile, and he has 27 AP. Obviously, you don't get armor runes anymore, but like I don't see any AD in his kit.
Okay.
Now, and Electrocute is not normally something that you'd run with on-hit builds. Usually, you'd have things like press the attack, lethal tempo, fleet footwork. One of these is an option. So he may well just be going AP.
Yeah.
But we'll wait. I'll hold my reservations. I will admit that I am very inexperienced in the ventures of Ahri top lane, so perhaps I'm just not familiar with the tech. You know, I'll wait and see. We'll see what Merwin does as he's playing against Photon's TF in the top lane. And like Photon is obviously a player that has been held in high regards, regardless of Vitality's performance. It feels like that this man is one of the best performing top laners. I love how many people are touting him as the best when Broken Blade is still sitting in the upper bracket, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's also true, right?
But if we do get the opportunity to see them play against each other, we can finally have that debate put to bed, right?
Well, yeah.
In any case, expectations will be high on his shoulders to have impact on the side lanes and looking for pick opportunities. But we kind of look at these comps, there's a lot of skirmishing potential, especially when you look at champions like Silas, a champion that once he gets a few levels under his belt, the cooldown starts to come through on his abilities. He just loves to get into the thick of things and go for those 2v2s, 3v3s. Obviously in team fights, such a great value into Alistar specifically because you get the addition of that ultimate, and now you have all that durability, sustained damage, and it makes it very difficult for AD carries to deal with you. I will say the only thing that confuses me a little bit about MTK's comp is when you think about Azir and Xayah, they love champions that come into you, that try and close that gap, whereas you've got Nocturne, Ahri, and Alistar all diving forward. So you've kind of got two different things that want to do slightly different things. In terms of the team fight, VIT is going to be looking for ways to find access onto the backline. Obviously, Douglas has a great engage tool along with Hilly, but they've also got range options in the form of the Ezreal and the Twisted Fate. Ultimately, Vitality have a very well-rounded 1-3-1 comp that gives you a lot of opportunities to find picks and catch your opposition. But at the same time, MDK have a lot of ways to respond to that, thanks to the Nocturne ultimate and the fact that they have multiple side lane threats.
Kingslayer, they're shifting sands from Frescowy, a bit of auto damage. Video's going to be okay. Further to your point, we already talked about it. Once those level 6s come online, for Vitality, let the games begin. Honestly, we're going to expect shifting sands, or rather, Emperor's Shuffle Druffle. It's not a word, but Video's going to use it anyway.
Both junglers have kind of avoided each other here. They're both setting up for a gank in mid, but they don't know that the other jungle is here.
Frescowy's got no mana. Abscondive ducked. He might have to flash, but Electrocute won't let him out. Nor will Douglas. First blood there while Elyoya tries to run on in onto Douglas now. He shifts his attention. He's got Conqueror here, so staying in combat feels good, but Douglas is out with a crash down himself, and first blood over to the jungler is just what the doctor ordered for Vitality.
Douglas is the one that moves first, and he makes it work. Secures himself first blood. Elyoya looking for a cheeky steal on the Raptors, decides not to overstay. The good news for MDK is that mid-wave is in a great spot for Frescowy, a terrible spot for Vito. It was pushing towards Frescowy, and they didn't get an opportunity to fix the wave thanks to Elyoya's presence, which means that Vito, while he will be able to TP back into the lane, it's a bit awkward. But we look back, both junglers setting up for the play. Nice chains connect from Vito. The flash chain CC from Douglas means that Frescowy just doesn't get an opportunity to respond, and he ends up losing first blood.
Now, first blood does go over to Rel, but still feels like it alleviated something, as we were talking about the wave and the dangers there, but Video's able to push up after TPing back. Well, in the 2v2 and bot side, hang on, Hilly jumps in, gets ignited on the way out by Alvaro. Super close to getting that root in, but he's also low on mana. So nothing to be done more in the 2v2, while Video now thinks about roaming to the bottom side with that massive mid-wave we just saw pushed in.
They still have all their summoner spells. MDK is suspicious of it.
Knock up, Healy doesn't find it, but Alvaro matches. Instead, he might die, but look at what they've used. Onto Alvaro next is Video. Without level 6, though, he can't do too much more, or maybe he can flash forward, and Video autos for the kill. It's a trade in the end, but for Healy's life, you'll take that for Vitality.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. Support traded for support. And Super, he looked at their health bars, looked at the mana, and thought about the idea of maybe I can still actually get another kill here.
Yeah.
But the moment that Douglas showed up, he's like, you know what, nope, not worth the risk. Frescowi now desperately trying to push this wave underneath the tower, but Healy's here to hold it. So nice lane assignments. VTO should be able to make his way back into mid, and he shouldn't lose too much farm. Ultimately, small advantage gained for Vitality.
Video should be getting level 6 off here as well. Elyoya moving into position. Remember, his 6 is on the way as he starts invading in the Wolf camp. His timing is great here as Douglas is moving up to the top side of the map, trying to get a response, trying to read this. As Video finally clears out the wave, he's going to move with Douglas for the time being, and just in case, Elyoya is a threat.
They've spotted Elyoya in the jungle. He knows that he can't overstay here. He has
Photon
to
at
back
6.
off.
Destiny coming through. Remember, Elyoya can't turn the lights off. As he brings his shield up, the gold card weighted out of Skond Abduct. It's going to be blocked, though, in the meantime. The Ari and the Spirit Rush is great. Vitality getting low, but Frescowi running on in. Wait for the shuffle into melee range. Merwin's damage cannot be denied. And Frescowi doesn't even need the ult. Charm comes back in, though. Disrespect from Vitality, as Photon's going to get 30 gold cards on the way out, but Video can't re-engage that. Vitality with a big misstep, and MDK are there to punish him up.
So a lot of crucial things happened. The first one being VTO only just now ticks over to level 6.
Yep.
The fact that Frescowi had that ultimate when VTO did not made that fight that much harder to actually play out. The second thing is that it was... There's also a level discrepancy between the two junglers, which gives Elyoya the opportunity to just tank a little bit more, but also notice how they don't commit onto Elyoya here. Time is bought, Douglas is now committed to the fight, and remember that he used his flash in the mid play.
Yeah.
So there's no way that he can get out of this. The second Vitality realize that they can't win out on the 3v3, they're forced to disengage. That was just a matter of Vitality thought that they had caught Elyoya out, but because MDK collapsed with level advantages across the board, they're able to win out. So the kills now equalized 2-2, the gold largely dead even, and this is very much what I expected between Vitality and MDK, a brawl, a scrap, a skirmish. These are two teams that we know love to fight, we know that they love to get in your face, they love to be proactive. The ultimate question is, who ends up winning in a situation like that?
I mean, again, we've got proactive comps for our first game as well, and now that we're hitting level 6 consistently, we already saw a partial fight with Mirwin's ult used, Destiny used by Photon. But when those mid laners and now junglers join in with their level 6 as well, build that skirmishing up a little bit more. MDK were able to get a grub, by the way, so it's not a 3-0 start. Vitality, however, are able to get the smite on the last one, and Douglas opens up. But just quickly note Elyoya, second time in the enemy jungle of Douglas. And he's building up a bit of a CS lead here. He now has the Nocturne ulti as well. And around Vitality's bottom lane, I wonder what the setup is here for MDK now that it's up.
I will say Elyoya, to me, is one of the best early game junglers we have in the league.
Agreed.
He's so good at executing on the plans that the team sets up, and he's really good at playing around the lanes that need to be played around. And when he's on a farming jungler like Nocturne, a champion that wants to get 6 as quickly as possible, he's just great at reading what the enemy jungler wants to do and then stealing away their camps and punishing them. The Dragon has been started off.
They want this.
Level 6s have come through.
He engages onto Hilly. He's not level 6 himself, but Video is looking for a hijack in the backline while Douglas gets into Magnus Storm. Super ultis though. Root out. Video re-engages. Skond Abduct is good for Frescowi, only on a one-man target. Video had stolen away the big Mega Cow ulti. And so Frescowi, as he runs through his life with the chain slash, forcing it out. There's the Emperor's Divide. Frescowi separates and creates his own moment as Skond Abduct the second time won't connect.
Crucially this time round, Vitality had their ultimates online. Douglas was quick to find that engage onto the Nocturne. VTO was there to follow. And you're seeing kind of how that composition works, right? With Douglas as the primary engage and then VTO being able to stand right next to him. He didn't use the Alistar ultimate this time around, but he had it as an option.
Yeah.
And MDK was immediately forced to retreat. Nice initial engage from Alvaro, but it doesn't convert into much, so he's forced to retreat. Ulti comes out early from Super. Nice pullback on the feathers, but Douglas took little to no damage. And MDK is almost immediately onto the retreat. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in terms of kills. Good job on Frescowi finding something back, but actually the Dragon didn't end up going down. I thought Vitality converted at that, but my mistake. Ends up just being a 1-for-1 in kills.
Do it again, Vedius, it's okay. 2-0 mid laners, by the way, or 2-1 in the Izir's case. Destiny going to be used topside by Photon. Keep track of that, because remember that dragon is still up, and although there's nothing topside, Photon doesn't have teleport, so he can't join any fight that erupts for a second time down in this bottom lane. But as I said, Vedius, we might not have first items, we do have strong mid laners. Video trying to show it. That Alistar ulti now going to be used, so Fresco will do no damage. Elyoya comes on in, but to much avail at this point. Douglas now nearby to counteract with Magnet Storm up and available already as a quick tangent. Well, Video continues to try and control mid lane quite a bit. There's the ulti now flying through. The paranoia from Elyoya is going to result in a Fear Mirwin with the charm as well, and Video cannot move. Shut down over to Elyoya, and just like that, Mad are continuing to rise.
Nice collapse from MDK. They take advantage of the fact that VTO, he's winning out on the individual trades against Frescowy, so he steps up very far in the lane. A quick Nocturne ultimate to know that he can guarantee that Fear connect. Mirwin with a nice roam down as well means that MDK convert another kill. Gold remains dead even as Super now becomes the target.
He's going to avoid that really nicely there from Hilly. Side steps, but Plate still goes down to Vitality's 2v2. Super left alone for the time being. Alvaro now returning to lane. But with that kill, Mad edge ahead a little bit in gold. And it was the shutdown that was taken away from Video that went over to Elyoya that gets him close to that first item. But again, there's no major gold lead here in this game. It's only just small margins as the Dragon finally started for what seems like the third time this time by Vitality.
This should be an easy secure for Vitality. They know they have the push in bot. Nocturne resetting, a bit of vision invested around the map. That ward on the Wolves in particular should indicate that Elyoya was top side of his jungle rather than clearing through bot. The reset should come through, and he's likely to start pathing bot, but actually he recognizes the grubs are online. He knows that Douglas is on the bot side of the map, and he's seeing if there's an opportunity to go for those right now. But Rel with the early reset means that Douglas should be in a position to contest.
Great control ward, by the way. Just passing through. I mean, Elyoya are going to be tracked, and this is the thing as well, Vedius. I think I can talk to the Nocturne aficionado here. Even though you told me the other day it's not even your favorite champion
Not
anymore.
my favorite champion.
You feel
he never was.
You sound kind of fraudulent.
No, he wasn't. He was just a champion that I used to gain elo because he was broken.
You used him.
I did. And I'm just saying, I got him into pro play.
Okay,
Pro
well,
should be grateful.
Now, while Vedius' ego holds on for the time being, let's look at the play. Douglas misses to jump over the wall. Now might have to Magnet Storm out. He just gets hit with everything, though, and doesn't want to burn the ulti. Sits here, looks for the grub still, but in front of his own eyes, he dies while the grubs are taken from his hand. 4 for MDK in the end. Means Vitality with their play are going to get punished once again.
We'll clarify in the replay, but I think the Fear actually interrupted. Well, but maybe he just face-planted the wall as Flash is forced out from Photon. Mirwin is in fact going for the full AP top Ari.
Elyoya, Paranoia comes through. Remember, he's got that spell shield for the gold card. He can hold on to it as the flea comes through as well. There's nothing this TF can do. Photon has to sit and watch him die as well. Another kill for Elyoya. Top's open. Vitality coming for the counter response, but Frescowy's here for the pinch. Look at their movement, trying to think that they can get in and slap him with the old surprise howdy doody, but MDK are backing each other up, and they are starting to take a significant gold lead here in this opening of Game 1.
That they are. It all starts with the punish onto Douglas, knowing that they have numbers advantage in top. They all move together to threaten a dive onto Photon, and we'll look back at it now. Douglas trying to contest here, but this is a mistake on his part. He thinks that he has the support because Hilly's already here, but look at the collapse coming from LDK. Mirwin is first, Frescowy is first. He ends up connecting with the wall. The Fear comes through afterwards, and it ends up being a grub secure. And then the way in which Mirwin invests his ultimate to get the flash out from Photon then makes it easy for Elyoya to chase. Nocturne is just a great dueling champion.
Yep.
He will win out 1v1 against most champs thanks to his spell shield and his Fear. And so if you don't have flash, you're likely going to die. So great stuff from MDK.
Video of Scotland of Dark actually has to steal the Alistar ult. Alvaro might be in trouble himself, but holds onto his flash and ulti, then pulls it out. We're getting an all-in engage off the back of that. The Magnet Storm starts it off. The Destiny's coming in as well. The Video's low, Alvaro's low, Hilly's low. Look who else is low. It's Douglas in the middle again, who gets taken out. And fearing for his life now, Kazi versus Mirwin is happening, but Kazi doing okay, waiting for the charm to come through. Orbit Deception and Spirit Rush, a Q and a shutdown. While meanwhile, Alvaro, that cow is free range, man. Someone reel him back in.
This is exactly what we were expecting. Nothing but a brawl around the enemy red buff. It's a kill advantage for Vitality. MDK steal away the red buff, and what major objectives are secured? None, because they're just out for each other's throats. It's all about the brawl. It's all about the fight. MDK hold on to about a 1.5, nearly 2k gold lead for now. Frescowy is the one securing these kills, 4 1-on-1 on the Azir. But VTO not that far behind him as well. These two mid laners are going to be crucial as we get closer and closer to these bigger fights.
And let's be real as well. I mean, seeing Frescowy doing well, that's throwing me back. That's throwing me back to their last series especially. When already we've seen them go up against SK, when we've seen Vitality, as I need to pause, Alvaro might be engaged on here. Remember, his ulti was burned in the last fight, but look at that cooldown. Already back up, so ignore the point, as he just gets tagged out, considering Herald's up here. That's why the attention of Vitality now shifts again.
Photon being on the bot side of the map, with Frescowy having TP, gives MDK the ability to contest this. They're pushing in the mid wave for now. Photon is not going to arrive in time, as Alvaro just goes for another poke, stalling, buying time.
Paranoia taken away. Mirwin comes on in.
But now here comes Frescowy. So MDK have secured the numbers advantage. So the best play Vitality can do now is try and trade that bot out of tower for this Herald. I say that, but MDK are completely disengaging. They've chosen not to overstay. Vitality can start this objective up again.
Paranoia stolen away. Remember again, Alvaro going to burn his ulti, but he's by himself. The poke from Kazi helps out as that is one tanky cow, but finally becomes poultry. Excuse me, meat again. That's definitely not right, as Vitality now
poultry are birds.
Yes, they are indeed. He's going to fly back to the base essentially, and he'll be back soon.
So somehow Vitality get away with murder there. They get the bot tower. They're also going to get a kill and convert that into a Herald to unlock mid. One of the weaknesses of Vitality's comp, you could argue, is sieging against an Azir is going to be very difficult, but by securing this Herald, it makes it that much easier to unlock that mid tower and give you more access into the enemy jungle.
True. Herald's going to go down, and we'll see how that play sets up here for Vitality, because already a chip off the mid tower, but one charge won't do it. It has to be everyone from Vitality moving in. But for now, will it mean anything towards Dragon? Because that's going to be started by MDK. First one went to Vitality, but you can see, due to the Herald play, Vitality are nowhere near. Resets came through, and it does mean that MDK are able to trade neutral objectives, even though Vitality want to come late to the show.
1-to-1 in Dragons. Alvaro, he is keen to engage. Some of them I agree with more than others.
Well,
that one being all right.
Yep.
But definitely on the dangerous end as Vitality make their way back out onto the map. They now have control over the river, trying to clear out the vision that MDK set up.
Bit of a lure.
Elite really playing on the edge there, gets away to safety. Photon being pushed in bot. Let's see what VTO buys. Going back to base. Looks like he's going to work towards either the Crypt Bloom or the Void Staff. I imagine the Crypt Bloom. Just because you get that extra bit of CDR, always valuable. Hilly again, could be in some danger here.
Might need to save Photon. Frescowy
he's not in range of the E.
As you said, El Yoya going to park his own as Alvaro comes in for the flash, but Hilly knocked up in the end. Quickness gets him out. That's 3 members of MDK bot. Now you can see Video just moves to top side. He's like, okay, with that full commit, with a couple of things burned, we're just going to make this a trade top.
Hey, he's even giving you the thumbs up. Right on, Hysterics. That is good read on the map. Vitality have control. They're actually not going to use the Herald in mid. They see an opportunity top. Maybe they can even crash this into the tier 2. Mirwin will be in a position to contest, but we think back to that previous play. Photon did end up losing his flash. So did Alvaro.
Okay, we're going mid anyway.
I like this. We've been seeing this more. Just in the previous series, we saw them make this play work. Can they do it again? Or is it too far away?
Maybe it sets up the Herald regardless.
Donk, 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 donk.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, that Herald is not making it.
I just learnt though, thanks to that Knight's interaction, I learnt that Douglas has attached the Knight's Vow to Video. Nothing about Kazi this game. We already talked up this mid laner. Video is set up to succeed. So again, I guess it's how they've been playing. A lot of the skirmishes we've been seeing. Very smart itemization here from Douglas and his mid, knowing of what's going to come next. Now, speaking of coming next, turret is going to be taking the bot side. So this is the first turret of the game for MDK.
It's a close one. The gold is practically dead even.
Again.
You can look at the bottom of your screens and there's slight gold disparity. I will say, I think the reason why Frescowy has 550G gold bounty is because he was 0-1 and then he got 4 kills while also having a 20 CS lead over VTO.
Okay.
And so the 20 CS lead is causing that goal difference that you see between them, but that's resulting in a 550 gold bounty versus a 151.
True.
So we're talking about prime time poultry, that right there.
Oh, yeah, that is poultry this time, true. You have a bird on your team and you have a cow, yeah. Trying to be clever with my animal references. Obviously, I didn't do enough book reading as like a 2-year-old.
Yep.
You know, the cow says quack was kind of where I went to when I was 2, 3, so You have to excuse me for the time being. What? I just didn't learn. I didn't learn the proper, you know. I was 18 when I learned the sound a cow makes.
I see.
When I finally went outside, you see.
Damn it.
Yeah.
So much is now all coming together.
Oh, too many years of Maple story mixed in with, 10 years of being in gold in League of Legends. It's ulti for ulti. That's what I'm expecting. Frescowi finally brings it out, but that's the third turret shot. Video forces the flash. Elyoya now hovers. We're getting spicy in River because Alvaro's up next. Destiny as well. They come in a blink of a moment as True Shot Barrage. Almost, but it is a shutdown over to Photon. While now re-engage. Paranoia is going to be used as quickness as well. Double ulti out, but remember that Paranoia was to disengage, so McCoy want to be out of there. A flash from Alvaro in front of the Baron. Not what you want to see if you're a Mad fan, as now the Baron starts with 5 Vitality healthy members.
The Baron is started off. MDK still have their jungler.
Mewin doesn't have ulti. Elyoya doesn't have ulti. What are you going to do?
He has
Breathe
flash and he's got smite, and maybe that's all he needs. The Baron down to 5k.
Okay, Video's got to do something here. He's going to steal away the Paranoia in response. Kazi goes out with an Arcane Shift. There's a re-engage. Magnet Storm as well, but the Charm! Wow, the Charm may have saved the play. Super trying to do the same as well. They're off the Baron. Kazi wants something in. Hilly flashes. He's like, yeah,
TP?
Why we can. Mewin running for his life. Alvaro's now back on him, but Kazi in a weird position while Super gets a kill over the wall. These AD carries need to cook up a little bit more, but Kazi in a 1v2 makes it hard as Super gets flashed on the range. Not there. Frescowi needs to help out. We asked for chaos, and already in game 1, it is delivery. Like a rubber boot in a large pond.
How is Kazi going to get out of this?
I don't know, but also like a rubber boot in a large pond. You are sinking Kazi as he almost takes out Elyoya. You have to respect it. You have to respect that Kazi played them for a fool for the most part.
I mean, what even was that fight?
Well, that's your job to break it
Vitality
down.
decided to, I mean, let's start from the beginning. So, just a nice play from VTO. The scariest thing about this Vitality comp is its ability to collapse. Elyoya is here covering, but he doesn't ult fast enough. The moment he sees the Destiny, it's too late. The side lane has already been caught.
Again.
We're back in the action.
Oh, I love Steely Dan. Let's go back, Jack. Do it again. Frescowi launched on. He goes golden. He's buying time for this TP as Mewin comes on in. Video now in harm's way. Spirit Rush can't be used in his own sake. And now there's a reset for Mewin. There's also a Paranoia that sets up MDK. They're punished. Look how hungry Vitality are. And MDK are just blocking them once more as the Charm. Mewin's top lane Ari right now impressing the boots off all of us.
I mean, now this unlocks the Baron for MDK. So this is the strength of MDK's comp in responding to the side lane picks. They get 2 crucial kills. Now can Vitality interrupt?
I mean, Hilly has ulti as well. Kazi's gun starting to poke in. MDK are burning the health bar as well, and they're trying to zone off Alvaro ultis immediately, but this time Baron's going to be taken down, and MDK pick it up. Destiny used by Photon as Elyoya tries to charge him down, won't let him get out, but with that flash away, space is through. Gold card buys him time. TP on the top of this fight. Super gets the kill. Video's joined on in. He wants to clean up. He gets the shutdown. Yet like the 6-1 here. The feathers now ready to fly out. Super can't get the flash play. A shutdown that goes to Kazi. Who can give the most gold over? Clap, clap. Shutdown goes over. Clap, clap. Alvaro running away. Clap, clap. And guess what, Alvaro? You ignite. And dead you go. Clap, clap.
That was a crazy series of events. Douglas, in the meantime, is going to get the Dragon. They secure the Baron, but 4 members die. The ultimate, not going to find anyone. He was looking, he was hunting, he was searching for Frescowi, but it's not going to be a kill.
Let's watch this
Where are we
again.
even going to start this? We're back to the top lane. Again, Vitality look to attack the side lane. They're trying to catch Frescowi, but this time with the Nocturne ultimate and the TP, good Zonyas from Frescowi buys enough time for the rest of his team to join the fray. MDK already being in a position to contest is exactly what they needed to do. Now, the scary thing about doing Baron against an Ezreal is it's not easy. The poke is going to continue to come down. Great 3-man ultimate from Kazi. He's very safe on the backline. Photon in a similar position, chipping away at them. And then the TP comes in from the Sylas, turning this into a chaotic brawl.
Yeah.
Frescowi and Alvaro at this point just need to run. They need to save what they can. Very early flash from VTO. And I'm hoping we get to the point where Hilly, he's going to do a knock-up onto Elyoya. Really clutch player. I believe he does W into... Oh, we don't get to see it. Bit of a shame.
It's happening again. Wait, Hilly's caught out this time. Paranoia going to be used. They're baiting it in. Frescowi flies, but Super gets the kill, and remember, even though we danced around topside for quite a while, Baron is still there for the next minute for MDK. It's a negative Baron power play, but with that pick onto Hilly, let's see if Mad can pick up the pieces, correct themselves a bit, and start pushing in some of these side
I
lanes.
will say, like, people are going to look at this game and sit there and think, like, this is a messy game, like, it's low quality, but the nature of the comps make it very pick-orientated, and it's all about who can get that collapse first, making these games very back and forth, because you'll see situations where Vitality are in a better position to get the picks, and it all comes down to the ultimates from Twisted Fate Nocturne, the TP usage from the Sylas, and the Ahri, along with the fact that Sylas can steal Nocturne's ultimate away as well. Where is the Rakan? Where is the Alistar? We're never really getting full...
Frescowy dead.
Again, another collapse!
Again, another, you're right. I mean, again, it's just all about the picks. Frescowy's going to go golden the second time. He just picked up Zonya's. There's a Magna Storm, but Frescowy flashes away. The cow sends up the barnyard for a second time, as now with the quickness, Hilly into the backline, still gets the knockup. Video's there for the flame, gets another shutdown. The Chainlash gets another one too! The setup from Hilly's beautiful. The knockdown from Vitality, perfect. And Video on Sylas is unchained. Someone must put this guy back in prison because he's an outlaw on the run.
A clean ace for Vitality, and that may very well just be the game. They have the Nexus in their eyes. They've got minions at their back. They're looking to take the first.
In what is a 32-kill game in 26 minutes. I tell you what, we've gone from top lane and doing that dance once again to now running through mid and ending off Vitality in 26 minutes. When you want to play with blood, you better be sure to be ready for Vitality's level. Game one is theirs.
Such a fun game to watch. Both compositions very much driven around countering the picks that either side are trying to find on side lanes. A lot of scrapping, a lot of skirmishing that ended up turning into really big fights with a lot of skill expression. Wow, that was a super fun, like, I don't think we really saw many fights in mid. They were always in top lane or whatever. Super great game.
I mean, it was great. It's entertaining and hopefully for a sign of things to come. Vitality lead the series 1-0, but when we return, find out if Mad had that kind of skill expression in them once again.
Done.
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next night? Let's go. Come on.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Krass. Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Yeah, they're both setting up for a gank in mid, but they don't know that the other jungle is here.
Frescow, he's got no mana. Abscond duck, he might have to flash, but Electrocute won't let him out. Nor will Douglas.
If you cannot do more, nice, nice. Aljon does Alistar, Alistar no. No, flash it down. Okay. Aljon does He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Nice.
The setup from Hilly's beautiful. The knockdown from Vitality, perfect. And video on Silas is unchained. Someone must put this guy back in prison because he's an outlaw on the run.
Hysterical. As always, I thought we were going to get more Carzy voice comp spice, but maybe after. But do we have to send the second team to MSI? And or can we send everyone so they get their asses absolutely handed to them and bring back that lesson?
Are you not entertained?
I actually am. I'm very, very entertained. But like 1647, you know, like
I'm having a blast right now. This game is a complete banger. I don't know why you're complaining.
I'm not really. I'm just like preemptively complaining about MSI.
But
you're right.
Fighting, yeah.
It was really entertaining. And to be fair, we talked so much about Rek'Sai Udyr and you were lamenting it before. We got TF Ahri this game.
Yeah.
So.
I don't have a lot of experience in the TF Ahri matchup. I would love to hear Mirwin's reasoning behind the Ahri into
Please break it down.
Yeah, I'll break it down for you. I assume what Ahri does is she goes Mercs against TF and she has a lot of setup for his jungle, and maybe if the jungle comes top, they can kill the TF. I don't know.
Makes sense. But I think
he was around top a lot.
He was around top a lot, yeah.
This makes sense though, like even if you don't know the matchup, that's probably what Photon felt like. And you know, I was thinking about maybe Mirwin was a little bit nerfed with the pre-recorded drafts, because this is a good example of something that if you pull it out, you then as Photon have what, 20, 30 seconds to figure it out, where you would have maybe like a half hour to look at it.
Yeah.
In another scenario.
Yeah, LEC hates mad lines. That's just how it is.
Don't put that out there, please.
But it worked perfectly, because normally Photon is so strong in lane and he pressures and he's a huge win con for Vitality, but this way they completely neutralized him.
They did. It didn't matter though. So what did matter? Experts.
Carzy mattered. Holy shit. Now, what a game by him, actually. That Baron, where like 3v5 them, his ult hit like 4 people, and he chased them out slowly, spaced them super well. I have to give a lot of kudos to him. Like, I think he had a great game on Ezreal.
Perfect. We're going to take a look at a few replays. This is where, in a second, I believe, Roxa, Vitality is going to attempt to go for the Baron, or is this something else? I actually don't know.
No, you're completely correct.
I
Here,
am.
they're going to chase down Frescow with a Twisted Fate ult, walk into river and fight, because Mad are going to invite this fight for some reason. They're going to go on Hiddleston here, but he's going to turn it with the ult, and they're going to kill the Alistar. Then they're going to turn on the Nash, and instead of finishing the Nash with Nocturne ult, they're going to run in into the Nocturne and die. As we're going to see here. Here, I think VIT can just take the Nocturne ult, turn the lights off, and then they all finish Nash while he's turning off the lights. But instead he's running.
His ult was on cooldown, to be fair.
Oh, his ult was on cooldown.
Silas ult was
Now he has it.
cooldown.
No, he has it there.
Yeah,
he
it just came up now.
Yeah. But here I think he used Nocturne ult and they finished Nash, but here...
But can't you defend the choice to turn?
I mean, I think it's fine if you turn, but then everyone has to turn. But Carzy was really adamant about hitting that Baron, so...
I think the problem was that they really tunneled on the Silas ult, because initially when they started Baron, it wasn't up, but you could see the moment he could actually pick it up, they instantly turned on him, and it was just a little bit too much, and it feels like most of these fights were just so messy, like there wasn't really much control going on, and the game just got completely crazy as a result.
Yeah, here they go for a play on top, try to kill Frescow, Mirwin TP's in, gets the aura resets, and they kill 2 people, and then they think, we can do Nash this time.
Let's try.
Surely, why not invite it? And here Carzy is gonna put in a masterclass on his Ezreal.
But the worst part was that they were so far up while Carzy was still in base, so by the moment he comes back, 2 people are already dead, and then they kind of have to go for the dream.
Yeah, he lands a nasty ult here, eats the Alistar combo, and then spaces perfectly, landing Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot.
Oh, there's an Alistar in this game?
There is an Alistar in the game.
Crazy.
They run him down here. Very messy fight overall, but very fun to watch. And I do think Vitality manages to kill 4 people here in the end and kind of get a gold lead in the end.
I love it. They killed the people they needed to at the right time, and they killed the base, hence they won. I mean, in the end, they actually did win pretty convincingly if you take a look at the last skirmish, but I'm not saying I didn't expect it, you know? And the person that we said would thrive in the chaos, Carzy, did.
Yeah.
So my analysts are great, Roxa.
Well, clearly. I think, you know, the game had so much potential, and obviously it was great to watch, but it just feels like people weren't really on the same page on either side. like everything was so messy. There was usually someone who didn't have ult up or who wasn't even close to the fight, and then the rest engaged anyways. So I think generally just, you know, them actually getting on the same page and fighting as a unit. Whoever can do that in the next game is going to have a huge advantage.
Sorry, I was trying to point you to the fact that MDK chose red side if you wanted to talk about that.
No, I wanted to talk about Vitality, because what Vitality does is they drag you down in the mud, and if you don't fight them in the mud, they're going to beat you. And I feel like Mad Lions get really lost in the Vitality game, because Vitality thrives in making the game chaotic like this. But then if you're not like ready to fight them here, either you're gonna have the discipline to like not allow them to drag you down in the mud, or you gotta be ready to fight them out in the mud.
Yeah.
Which I think Mad Lions did not the best this game.
I have to give credit to Goldberg here because he's the one that was going to bring up this point. There was, of course, the coaching staff from former Mad Lions. We have Odd on the other side now and others for Vitality, who is really, really used to his team playing that way generally. So maybe he can instill that in Vitality as well. Who knows? We're going to head into the draft for the second game. Mad Lions is up against it. They were the team that nobody would have guessed to get as far as they did back in winter, and we're starting to see if that can be activated again here. Do you come out of that game, Broxo, and think this was actually winnable as Mad Lions Koi?
Definitely. I think this is a very disappointing loss because both teams had so many chances to get the advantage and close it out. A lot of it came down to these really intense fights where Vitality just had the edge, but I like MDK just sticking to the, you know, same idea of going red side. They last picked Auri. It worked out pretty well for the most part. So just continue giving that last pick to Movement and see if you can allow him to create an advantage.
I would really want to bet Twisted Fate here. I feel like Mad Lions has struggled against Twisted Fate now many series in a row. I remember them getting permanently caught out by the Twisted Fate, but it does appear they're going to leave it open. So I wonder if they're planning on taking it by themselves, 1-2 here.
Well, so far the draft is playing out very similar way to game one. The bans are the same, the first pick rel is the same, Sai has been locked in, but instead of taking the Seer, Matt now decides to secure the Rakan. I think this is a great adaptation from them. We've seen Alistar a couple of times today, and it's literally just a budget version of Rakan. It's the same idea, but you just cannot do the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like
Rakan
without the Talia, you don't offer that much. If you have the Talia, you have the combo to like bounce off the Alistar combo, but without it, there's not really follow-up. We have the Twisted Fate getting hovered here. I assume he's gonna get locked in, maybe alongside the Seer. Seer has been a power pick for many teams, but I'm not sure if Vitality has been making use of it that much. They could also look to just pick anything else here. Orianna seems to be their pick of choice. Mid lane over the Seer, fine.
Yep.
So I don't know how they're going to respond there. It makes sense to, I mean, you can pick jungle or mid or top, because they showed all three. You just have to match whichever one you want here to believe in the Ahri, which I guess is a flex pick in a way.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
They could run it back.
In the purest way, actually. You can flex it.
Yeah, I would actually want them to have like a really strong skirmishing jungler to pair up with the Ahri. I think Nocturne is fine, but I would love like a Shinshao or a Vi or Viego, so you can actually use the setup that Ahri brings more. Because I feel like the Nocturne is a bit slower and takes a lot more time to get activated, and you can't really go into the dirt as well as
That's fair. We really need to look at the factor of can you fight in the mud or not.
The dirt factor is very crucial when you play Vitality. You can't ignore it.
No.
Banning out Jinx and Kalista after the last game. Banning out Yasuo and I don't remember what they banned last game, but it's very similar bans 4-5.
There was an Ivan ban here.
There was an Ivan ban, which is reappearing. Great call out, Broxo.
Well, I do think the Ivan ban is kind of interesting. Again, Ahri can go top normally. If you put the Ahri mid lane, you're always going to want an AD jungler, like you mentioned, the Sinsa, Lee, Viego, anything similar. Jarvan is a champion we saw having a lot of success in the first series, especially now that the AD carry pool has been thinned out a lot. It's difficult to find
he doesn't seem happy
a good answer that's great against Jarvan.
He's like,
he doesn't look happy. It's probably one of those moments where he wants to lock in something a little spicier. Maybe for him it was a league ankle, but the coach says no.
No, this is
Jarvan is
our
really
chance.
good against Twisted Fate and Orianna, though. You can't be mad at
It is a great Jarvan angle, for sure.
But I'm sure Broxa can be like, no, but I could have played Lee here.
Exactly. I get the idea. I think the response, though, from Vitality is very, very smart. Senator are gonna just negate everything that Saya Rakan, as well as Jarvan wants to do. Like, every time that they run at you, whatever pressure comes towards bot lane early game, they're gonna be fine. And then it's gonna be pretty easy for Douglas to make sure that his solo lanes are set up for success early.
Very similar draft from game one. You can tell they kind of don't want to change too much. They were quite happy, both of the teams, with their draft. I do like the Jarvan adaptation. Picking Senna into Jarvan is very brave, I would say, because you're playing now 3 dashless carriers against the Jarvan. So every time this guy ults, he's gonna get a lot of mileage out of that ability.
Exactly how Carzzy wants to play.
Yeah. But the logic is that he can only ult usually one guy.
Yeah.
So the other two people should be ready to carry afterwards.
And there's a Tom Kench as well, which does help a little bit. I think generally here, like, you know, the drafts are one thing. What I'm curious to see is how are they going to adapt after the first game, because that game felt a little bit like a coin flip in a lot of ways with the crazy, you know, back and forth fights. So I'm just hoping that somebody's going to come in with a bit more discipline, smart and controlled early game into a stable mid and late game snowball.
Oh, you're asking a lot.
Please.
This is EU, Brooks. You're asking for a lot. But for Matt, I think it's a key word, the discipline and the focus going into this game. Because if you don't do it, then you're out of the spring split. There's no chance for you to go to MSI, and Vitality goes on instead. So let's see what happens and if we get similar chaos in game 2.
Out of MSI, out of playoffs, and you have a very, very long break till we resume for summer. Vitality and Mad, it started off with a bang. And now let's see if Roxer gets his request. Can it be slowed down? Can Vitality get it across the finish line? I've got many questions here as myself and Vedius. We'll run you through.
I'm going to disagree with the desk a little bit. Like,
okay.
I mean, so my opinion on the quality of the game is like, we talked a little bit about it earlier, but I think the nature of the comps just meant that there would naturally be a lot of scrapping and skirmishing throughout the game. My biggest criticism was that, like, was the purpose of the scrapping and skirmishing, like, did it always make sense?
Yep.
Especially in the early game, we would often see like a lot of kills or summoners traded or things like this with no particular objective in mind, and then when the objective was spawned, you then wouldn't have these things, and then perhaps you would try and go for a fight anyway. So in terms of discipline, I just liked them to be a little bit more objective focused, in that, like, if you're going to be committing these ultimates or you're going to be spending these resources, do it with the intent of playing for an objective specifically, rather than by happenstance, because of the results of the fight, you then can convert it into something.
And I think over the past couple of years, my brain has changed into what, you know, fighting is all about in League of Legends as well. A lot of the time people see it as, oh, well, we're fighting over an objective, right? In the LPL a lot of teams fight because they go, well, then we have advantage of topside jungle. We can then take camps away. That's like a 500 gold play. We get the vision, we get the ultis out, which, you know, Pad was talking to me about, where Hilly does a lot of that driving force of trying to seep away resources from the enemy team, trying to bait a lot of it away as well.
I mean, we see it a lot, especially when, like, setting up around Dragon, like, you'll go mid and then a support might flash onto the enemy AD carry just to get the other AD carries flash,
and then they have no summoner for the Dragon,
Exactly,
so it leads into an objective, leads into a bigger play. I think it's an important discussion, because these teams already, as we start fighting out on the bottom side, might be the same. Kazi in trouble! Level 1, Kazi heals away the flash match, and first blood to Super! MDK start us off.
Self-proclaimed AD versus, I believe Finn said, the best AD. Making a bit of a statement here in game 2.
Yeah.
Already finding first blood, well played to the MDK bot lane. Really nice knock-up from Alvaro. Connects onto Kazi. He chooses not to flash it, which ultimately is a huge mistake, because the feathers fly, the ignite is effective. He holds onto the heal until the ignite dissipates. Then he commits the flash. But Super's there to follow, secures first blood.
I mean, this is a different bottom lane again. We didn't get to talk about it, but Vitality's 2v2 has been like these Zyra Khans, the Kaisers, the Yasuos, the Ezreal that has self-healing as well. In the center, you kind of rely on yourself getting through the laning phase in a very chill fashion. That when the time Kench has 6, you've got the safety net, but also you can scale into the game. So I feel like the objective of the 2v2 from Vitality, the bottom side here, Vedius, has been shifted gear, and it's a really nice punish from MDK to make sure that that dynamic now finally working in their favor.
We look at mid, Elyoya and Alvaro hovering around. Vito hovering on the top side where his jungler is for safety.
One out of the walk, it turns into a dive onto Frescowy. The damage there, Douglas gets it, but they flash onto him, he gets out immediately. Alvaro burned his flash, Elyoya flagged and dragged, but Vitality with the pick in mid, unscathed.
I mean, it's very similar to what we saw in game 1. Douglas just first to pull the trigger. We saw Elyoya and Alvaro making their way into the lane, and the second that they did, I thought that Vitality would choose to disengage, but Douglas commits to the play. They say, you know what, we can actually kill him before he gets an opportunity to move, and they make it happen. Elyoya, though, set his sights on the bot lane, no flash for Kazi.
But he didn't use his flash in the mid lane, so Elyoya has everything. There's the engage once again, level 2, as they might not even need the jungler. Kazi just gonna die to Super again. Tarmketch jumps out. Hylissang will survive, but the second death in under 4 minutes for Kazi. This is a horror fest for Vitality's 2v2.
I mean, great start for the MDK bot lane, that's
really
for sure. Once again, we see the Ahri in top lane as the answer into the Twisted Fate. I mean, it's a pretty effective one. Fair credit to Mirwin. I think that you have a lot of wave clear, especially once you get Malignance. You have a huge amount of setup with your jungler too.
True.
But ultimately, Douglas can't really find anything on the top side of the map. Ari playing very safe in this long lane. All the advantages that MDK are able to gain are in the bot side, and ultimately just a really nice play from Elyoya. He doesn't make the mid play work, but because he knows that Douglas's path back towards top side, it's a very easy play towards bot. So Kazi now in a very difficult situation, acting as the support right now, results in Super having a bit of an inflated gold advantage because, of course, he's not farming any creeps, but it's not going to make this farmless Senna any easier in terms of catching up.
Curious to see Kazi's center score as Hilly jumped in. He gets punished, he flashes away. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, you know what to say.
Don't say it.
I don't need to, I think. But that's a summoner gone, and I mean, he does have TP in this lane, and unsealed spellbook, by the way, so it's not the end of the world, but still for MDK, it continues to be the pump-up ceremony in the bottom side, doesn't it? Because Super, with already 2 kills, as you said, gold is inflated, but this Sire with Cull is going to be a monster very early in this game.
Yeah.
Super's a great team fighter, so good luck.
So like there are certain AD carries that when they start 2-0, it's like, okay, sure, maybe you accelerate them a little bit. I feel like Xayah with 2-0 is just such a powerful AD carry. She spikes so hard on like 1 or 2 items that I definitely feel that she's kind of in the category of Lucian, you know, it's a champion that you just don't want to afford to give those early kills to. Especially when paired up with the Rakan, you have so much synergy, so much playmaking. Douglas now finally makes his way towards bot. Let's see if he can convert an opportunity here.
His flash was burned before, but at least there's a root up on Alvaro, but it's a Rakan. Douglas sits in Tribrush, waiting for them to face check, a shattering strike, but nothing more. They turn it into a bit of an engage themselves, but for MDK sitting pretty here, while you can see Elyoya's moving down, maybe for Dragon, after that play gets pushed down.
I think right now, the Dragon setup is much stronger for MDK. They have the push in mid for Scowie making his way down.
Kazi engaged.
Oh, is that too deep?
Oh, actually it is, because the root comes down under turret. Alvaro in a bit of trouble, but the feathers fly back on in. Alvaro survives thanks to Elyoya being here, but you look, Frescowi's moving down. For Vitality, they have to stop this dive.
No TP on VTO means that he can't show up to save the day, but Alvaro being as low as he is, they're not going to take the gamble. A lot of time invested there from Frescowi means that VTO can maybe punish on some plates. Maybe this even unlocks the Dragon as an option, knowing that the MDK bot lane need to go back to base. MDK, tough to save. It's a bit of a blunder there. I guess you could argue it definitely was, and that Kazi finds a route onto Alvaro while he's underneath the tower and he loses all his HP.
Yeah.
Means that the dive can't really follow through because it really is just a 3v3 at that point. Elyoya, though, still hovering around. I don't think he sees this, by the way.
I don't think he does, but he's going to go for a gank mid instead. I mean, VTO, how safe does he feel knowing his jungler's on Dragon? Still not overstepping, just needs that cannon minion. How
That's
many
the
times?
W, though.
Yeah. How many times have we died for a cannon minion? Everyone in the audience can sympathize. VTO not going to be one of them
Oh,
here.
now they're spotted.
They are indeed, but at 1400, it's getting dangerous. Elyoya with the Flag Dragon, looking for the Steel Vitality, need the burst. Shattering Strike with Smite is enough. Yes, it is. But the knockback is denied. Douglas can't get out. He's got his flash available now, right? But doesn't want to burn it. And he won't. Frescowi picks up the kill in the cost of the objective.
I think it's because he knew Elyoya could still follow, and they realized that they weren't strong enough to fight for it. So, Dragon for kill. Ultimately, not a bad trade for Vitality. They're not going to be too upset about that. The real problem is this bot side of the jungle is going to be ravaged by Elyoya, similar to what we saw in the previous game. He is no stranger to taking advantage of the enemy's jungle, and that's going to be a red buff secured for him. So, small advantage gained. More farm is going to be lost in this bot lane. Kazi needs to get back, but he can only do it really with the support of his team. Knowing how healthy Elyoya is as well, there's always the risk that a dive could still happen, so Kazi showing the utmost respect as Elyoya and Frescowi continue to take what is not theirs, but they don't care.
I mean, dive made easier as well with Super having himself the level 6. So safety net acquired. Frescowi with his own as well, and we're hitting that across the map as mid might get a little bit frisky, but Frescowi gets out of the way. Realize it's a weird pun, Frescowi.
I didn't even notice it. Why? How does your brain work?
I'm not sure sometimes it does, to be honest. People around me have been asking that question for years.
VTO, can he interrupt the base? Nope, doesn't look like it. Another route.
Might actually be followed up, but Hill is saying a bit to the right. Super now setting up the feathers. It can be pulled in, but Kazi Hilly not going to overstep. Nothing more follows suit. The wave is crashing in once again, and Hilly and Kazi are playing it back a bit. But playing respect to Super, of course.
We'll say Kazi finds himself only at 28 stacks so far.
Not
relatively low for 10 minutes in. I think it was, I swear it was Reckless in the interview where he said, I think 100 stacks at,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hang on, knock up.
Oh, actually, Kazi in a bit of trouble. He's got his summoners available. He gets to eat it up, though, as Super still hasn't rooted back in for the time being. The spit out is there. Hilly takes the damage, and Kazi survives. Without using any summoners is good, but MDK still beneficial on the trade once again.
It's the value of the Tahm Kench in this, well, in this composition, and what it offers for the center provides that extra bit of safety, especially in the team fights when this Jarvan is going to be wanting to dive on top of you.
So what did Reckless say for stacks? 100 and what, 18
the problem
minutes?
is I don't want to, yeah, I want to say that it was 100 at, is it 100 at 4? I don't remember, man. Because I remember him talking about it, and then I don't remember what the number is, so it's shameful of me, really.
No, that's all right, look. We just pretend on a number. That's a full in engage, though. Quickness for the root out. Kazi with the ulti back, and Hilly gets the kill. Alvaro, that's the second time you've overstepped under the turret, and this time you've been punished harder.
I mean, I will say, Alvaro really has been forcing these fights in the bot lane, and you rightly called it a good punish from Vitality. Nice flash shield from Kazi. Connects with the ultimate as well. Vitality get themselves a kill back in the bot lane 2v2.
And that's huge, especially since bot lane just felt like such a wormhole right now. Gold is back up as well, by the way. It's not like MDK have a massive gold lead.
How crazy is it, by the way? So in the previous matchup, Photon was struggling in this 1v1.
Yeah.
Now, look at how much more confident he is in the matchup.
Learning.
He's just, you give him one game and he's like, okay, download complete. Also, you don't have a Nocturne, so no diving today.
Easier. Global. Got it.
Yeah, so he's built himself up a 500 gold lead.
He's
for the time
crazy.
being.
I mean, you know, there's a reason this guy had the most MVPs on Vitality coming into playoffs as well. Like, from the regular season, he was sitting in the top 5. We've been talking up Photon, not just this split, but Winter as well. Even coming into this year, Photon from last year was
even
hyped up.
Last year, I mean, even though he was on a bottom team,
he was sick.
People had, people rated him very highly. Alvaro in danger.
And there's a flash with the Magnus Storm. Alvaro going to get on out. And yeah, it's a hula hoop. Okay. Well, he wanted the plate. And you know, yeah. You know what? Agreed.
I'm going to need a replay. I'm going to need a replay.
Do you reckon Hilly said it's fine? You reckon Hilly went, he died to the turret, he said it's fine?
I'm going to need a replay
Let's have a look.
of that one.
Okay, what happened? For the plate, right? And it's a fast recall.
He doesn't get the plate!
Almost does. But it's a faster recall, Vetius.
I mean, that's the only logic. So basically,
have you not watched the Bowls?
He set up the wave in a way so that it's pushing towards them. VTO, nice flash. He's setting up the wave so that it pushes towards them. But in my head, I'm like, just press base. But he's saying, no, I can do you one better, Chief. I'll get the plate plus recall faster.
True.
But I didn't know what the death time was, because if it's anything greater than 8 seconds, it wasn't worth it.
Okay. Well, look, at least he's back now, and he didn't burn anything in that fun trade. Now, plate is close to going down for bottom side, so at least for Kazi, might be able to cash into that a little bit easier because of the efforts. But for MDK, as they move around this dragon, trying to stop that flow. 16-second, thank you to our producers, 16-second recall.
If he'd gotten the plate, I would say there's a line where it could be worth.
I'd say
but because he didn't and he just died, he should have just pressed back.
Maybe it's just in their heads. Maybe it's just something about it. Let them know, you know?
I mean, you know, like, Hilly's the go-to supports. What can you say? I mean,
there you go. Let's see who's the go to the team fight, though. Yoyo with the engage. Oh, the Magnet Storm disengages Alvaro. Now, I think Video is still dead indeed. As the quickness or the Spirit Rush rather from Mirwin brings it on an in. Douglas now the new target, but eaten up. Save the day. Hilly brings it back as Vitality survive under their turret, but 5 members are here. 5 members need to make the play work. Mirwin says, okay, but I need a Spirit Rush reset. They're going to find themselves a turret, but how quickly can they take it down when Photon is doing the same thing topside?
I mean, Mad Lions Koi, their whole focus this game has been playing around bot. The main objective is the Dragon. Being able to get additional plates as well means that it's a big value add for the team. They secured what plates they could before they fall off. Ultimately, winning plate for MDK, especially if they can get their own Dragon.
I'm just wondering, because as plates go down now, that's a very squishy turret top, and it's gone.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Photon will get something back. He now finds himself at 1.8k gold lead over the RA.
So that's a concern, isn't it?
I mean, it certainly is. We look at this play. Remember that the flash was burnt earlier in mid. We talk about trying to burn those resources before the objective.
Yep.
VTO doesn't have ways of getting out. Hylissang tries to make his way up, but he realizes quite quickly, even if I get there, it's going to be too late. So he immediately chooses to disengage, instead chooses to use the ultimate onto Douglas to get him away to safety. Mirwin starts to feel himself a little bit, but he can't convert it into anything. Now, obviously, a lot was committed there. The tower wasn't taken down. It's likely going to be taken down soon. We have Frescowy here. Hilly's not going to be enough to defend this, especially with Alvaro making his way towards the bot lane as well.
Super coming mid though, actually might find a pick here. Spirit Rush as well. Just runs straight on in. Super sends out the feathers. Video gets rooted up. The most aggressive AD carry play I've seen in a while from the LEC. As Mirwin now in trouble on the backside though. Destiny used from Photon finds the AD carry itself. And MDK forced that play, but Vitality used their global pressure again. And they fight back.
I'm surprised that MDK tried to force that as hard as they did. They didn't respect the ability of Vitality to collapse, and now it gives them an opportunity to siege onto this mid tower. Good damage, won't be able to secure the objective just yet. Turn my attention to the minimap once more and see Frescowy making his way up to help with the wave clear. Doesn't have the TP available just yet.
So VIT from that last play, while MDK again, I love the astuteness. Sorry, I haven't really talking in big words for a talking.
No, please.
Let me try again. The astuteness?
Expand your vernacular.
Yeah.
Share with me.
Yeah, tea and wine and cheese and all that. That was a big play from Mad until it came to a shutdown from Super. Super died to Photon off the back end. Now, you thought he was ahead before with the turret. 1.8k is what VIT has told you. He went back after that play, is now 2.3k, almost 2.4k up. Rapid Fire Cannon just picked up. So this Twisted Fate, who is level 11, by the way, same as Mirwin, but very accelerated, is going to be joining these plays and actually maybe just one-shotting these carries, or at least getting close to.
I just thought it was such a terrible anime reference that only very few select people are going to get.
You can go for it.
But you could say that Photon is atomic, which you're not going to get. But to those that know, they know.
It's not a science joke.
No, it's not a science joke, actually.
All right, well, it's just for it's just the OGs in the back
It's just for us super nerds.
Yeah, okay.
Is what I would say.
Hope you all enjoyed that one.
There's like 5 people that get that.
Well, I hope it was worth it, because if one of those 5 people doesn't like it, then he's had a big swing and a miss. You limited your audience. See, I did Millhouse last week, dude. That's like a 50k throughout, you know?
True, yeah,
and as long as at least 10 people like it, I'm
Listen, man, I don't choose my audience. They choose me. Okay?
Well, I knew the ego was bringing it today.
All right, Photon moving up towards the top side to catch that wave. Right now, MDK are using this window to move into the enemy bot side jungle, set up what vision they can, getting ready for the dragon spawning in about 2 minutes' time. Ideally, they'd love to find a pick, maybe convert that into a mid tower, and they may have just found it. They have their eyes on VTO. Douglas.
Now Douglas, yeah, Flag and Drag is there. Now Douglas ain't tanky enough. He went Knight's Bow first. He re-engages though because Kazi's nearby. Hilly as well has a knock-up. This is going to turn into an MDK overextension again, but with Destiny brought in, it depends on the convergence. Super doing his damage onto Hilly while in the choke now. El Yoya goes back on in, so does Alvaro. Frescowy flips him back and takes down Hilly, but look at Photon. He needs to be the carry here as the charm connects with the shockwave, gets him off him. He's healed up by the ball, but again, Mirwin is darting around the fight. Gets the shutdown, but is traded off, and we're just doing it again, aren't we? Vitality find a response. A double over to Video, who just loves these skirmishes just because every game it seems like he's just the benefactor.
So let's just talk a little bit about the logic of this play.
There you go,
So the idea is MDK is setting up vision around the bot side of the map to look for a pick. The problem is that they run into Douglas and Hylissang, the 2 people that are probably the hardest to actually get a pick on, so they find that initiation. Now, this initiation to start off with is fine, but now they need to disengage, because at this point they think that they have the damage because Super has arrived, but Kazi's very safe on the backline. You've got Photon in a great position, good ultimate from Kazi, and now they can't really lock down the damage threat. So while they're killing the front line, it's only now that Photon actually becomes a target. Good shockwave from Vito. Look at this gold card that comes out from Photon just before he dies. The burn ends up finishing him off. Super's in an awkward position. And ultimately, it's kind of a story of this game where MDK tried to force into a kill, because if they'd found a one-team fight, maybe they can open up the mid tower. But I felt like that it was a bit of an overforce, and instead they lose the mid tower their own.
And then it feels like we're just going to go back to basics of game one again, where like MDK are like, okay, we're going to put our foot down because Dragon's now up. We just used a lot. Even
Super just used Ghost, yeah.
So I wonder what that was for. Maybe almost caught out. Billy has his ulti back up and available. I'm looking at video Shockwave. There it is. Destiny not there. Dragon going to be started off, that is, and Vitality are coming second fiddle into the river, while MDK are trying to take positions out for a flank.
They're trying to close that gap. Good vision control from MDK, but Vitality feel confident. Their front line is very strong. The flank is being created by Alvaro.
Could be a big one. He
and it
doesn't have
definitely
flash.
could be. Also, you see on the other side behind the Dragon Pit, they're just stalling for the time being. Here
It's going
comes
to be a
Mirwin.
sandwich. It's going to be a big one, though. Mirwin comes in for the charm, finds himself Kazi. There's the quickness as well, but eaten up. That was everything. Well, we get a three-man crash down from Douglas and a one-man ulti from Fresco. It's the re-engage that hurts so much. Mad want to make the miracle run like Winter, but Vitality have grown. They've achieved so much, and in their face, they continue to take them out.
Vitality played that fight incredibly well. I was a little concerned around the positioning of Hylissang, but he's able to reach Kazi in time. He buys enough time for Douglas to get a great engage, and it ends up just being a cleanup for Vitality. They find 4 kills. They've started the Baron, but Elyoya is here. Now this could be risky. Hilly goes in!
He just does. He does, doesn't he? Okay, Alvaro's here for a knockup, but instead they're looking towards the Baron. Alvaro trying to get there. Award goes down, and at 4K, now trying to get
He is creating space!
Knockup. He is, Bettis. He is indeed. Memes aside, Elyoya now. Oh my God! At 5 HP, he could have the steal, but Theo finds it. Man, flipping up a potential of a game 3 or a comeback could never have been riskier.
That was 5 HP. We all saw that. But let's look at this. The flank is a great idea. They get the engage onto Kazi. The knockup doesn't quite connect from Alvaro. There's the consume. So much invested. And then that Douglas ultimate is so clutch. Connects onto 3. The root from Kazi as well before he falls means that the AD carry gets locked up. I ended up missing where the shockwave went in the chaos of all of that fight. But the reality is that Kazi, before his death, was able to do as much as he could. And the rest of Vitality are able to clean up 4-1 and 6 for Photon, putting his carry pants on in game 2. And as you rightly said, looking to change the story of Winter. MDK made that miracle lower bracket run, and Vitality have said not today.
And it was a great BO3 series from MDK in Winter. Throw your mind back. It was actually quite dominant. It was really significant to see MDK, again, continuing some of their regular split performance. And as Betty's just said, it was a miracle run. This time in spring, Vitality are the ones who are going to have to laugh because they've come through the same kind of script again, you know, losing to BDS, coming to the lower bracket, then facing off against MDK here. But they've learnt a lot. This roster's changed a lot. We've seen Kazi step up to new heights here in this game. Hasn't had the best start, but again, a lot of burden on his shoulders when MDK keep fighting fire and fires over again in the bottom lane.
And here's what I'll say. Vitality from this point need to show is the improved discipline from last week.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've had gold leads before, they've had Barons before, and they've still found ways to lose games.
They have indeed.
So that last Baron being an example of Hilly was doing about as much as he possibly could to keep Jarvan out of the pit, and Elyoya still found a way in, and that Baron went down to 5 HP. So Vitality got to be a little cautious about how they use this Baron. They're waiting for Photon off on a side lane, exactly what they need to do, set up a 4-1. And they're going to start sieging onto the base. Now, this Baron probably isn't enough to break open the base.
Elyoya just used Flag and Drag. Magnustorm going to be used as well. The Shockwave getting geared up as the Cataclysm is in, but Kazi just knocks him down. What a pick from Douglas. What a prediction. And a good punish on the jungler of Mad Koi.
Nice use of the ultimate there. If you E early, the ultimate can drag you out of range if you then try to Q. He held on to it, tried to throw out the ulti, but he ends up losing his life. And I spoke about earlier, I didn't expect them to be able to knock down these tier 3s, but I stand corrected with the loss of Jarvan. They may even convert this into an inhibitor. Super and Alvaro need to be careful. A collapse is very real.
I mean, Inhibitor's just going to drop down mid. As you said, Super and Alvaro, as they step out here, there's the quickness going down for the engage. Photon is just dead. No save from Douglas and no Tahm Kench nearby. A mistake from Vitality as the teleports are coming in. And now the punish could continue. Alvaro getting the eat up here from Hilly as he saves BDO's life. But as he gets spat back out, Mirwin brings the Spirit Rush, gets the flash, the Shockwave, the re-engage. still fire in the bellies of Vitality, as Mad Koi aren't able to get that much more, but are able to slow the pace.
MDK shut down the siege with a great pick onto Photon. They buy themselves more time to stall out this game, find a fight that can swing this game in their favor. Vitality, that could have been a very serious problem for them. You could see MDK regrouping, collapsing with the TP from Mirwin. But Hilly plays it out as well as he can. A really nice shockwave from VTO as well to create the opportunity for the rest of Vitality to escape.
I mean, video again, it's not the first time his Orianna has shown up in clinics. This game being set up for success from the skirmish in the bottom side jungle. Getting himself a Magi's, by the way. 10 stacks picked up. He picked that up only recently. And let's call it the 3-item Orianna. That is 1.7k gold ahead of Frescowi. Vitality on the cusp here. Of finding themselves in a BO5 with Fnatic for the first time this year. No playoffs run into Fnatic so far. So we don't know what that looks like in extended format.
We talk about Vitality. The last time we saw them in the top 4 was spring of last year.
Yep.
Obviously, they had a very disappointing summer, but
it's a good season for them, man.
The regroup overall has the evolution of this team throughout the years definitely been promising.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they'd love to get a revenge against BDS. It was BDS that knocked them down both in winter and in spring.
Oh, yeah.
Last year in spring, it was BDS that knocked them down into the lower bracket. They don't have a good history with BDS.
No, they don't.
Obviously, if they do win today, they'd have to go through Fnatic, who's waiting for them on Monday.
And there's no guarantees there as well. Remember, if they lose that series too, no MSI. Right? Because BDS made top 3, it's hard for Vitality. Right now, we're singing their praises, but again, we want to see how they close out this game because Mad Koi are on the verge of being eliminated themselves from what was such a great winter run. They've got points, but not enough. So they have to win this series here to have a chance of representing on the world stage. It's a tough game, but again, it's going to be even tougher.
Now, of course, we are talking far into the future right now. Vitality still need to close out this game. 30 seconds until the Baron spawns, and this is going to be MDK's last opportunity. Obviously, the gold is heavily in favor of Vitality, and there are a lot of threats that MDK need to get through. Photon being one of the most dangerous. The ultimate question is, how do they play out this fight, and can they find it?
Video, angle there is good. As you said, the fight from Mad needs to be good. Find some kind of pick, but turret just goes down, using the pressure through the jungle here, as Baron is 5 seconds from spawning, and there's no dragon on the other side of the map that can be leveraged either.
MDK doing what they can to farm up. Super, a person who was incredibly strong at the start of this game, hasn't been able to maintain that advantage. Alvaro taking one too many steps in the bot lane, giving opportunities for Kazi and Hilly to bounce back. Some of these team fights, Hilly has been doing some serious work thanks to the Devour that he has on the Tahm Kench. We get closer to the Baron beginning. VTO.
That's a great pick. He's walked into his death maybe, but as he goes golden, Magnus Storm for the re-engage. Video flashes away. Now it's Shockwave, but it's a whip. In the backside, it's a massive whip. Shockwave down, but the play disengaged. Everyone alive. But look at what was just burned as multiple angles from multiple sides tried to play out.
Flash gone from Alyoya.
Photon just ran into melee range. Photon ran in because he knew Hylissang was there maybe. As Alvaro gets on out, uses the range with super, he survives. But now the eat from Hylissang is also down.
Ultimate use from Mirwin. I love the aggression we're seeing from him looking for these picks, but the Tahm Kench making that pick potential so much harder.
A lot of trust in Hilly.
Certainly is, and he is performing right now. MDK doing what they can. They've staved off the Baron's start. Hang on, Frescowi, you got to be careful.
I mean, he's got flash available, might have to burn it. Shifting Sands instead, luckily holds onto his summoner as mid-wave is cleared out. Hilly went bot to do the same here with this wave, while Photon does top.
I mean, Hilly's got TP. He can join the fight whenever he wants. He's going to be a split pusher for now. VTO trying desperately to get level 16 himself, likely close to the Crypt Bloom.
Kazi 100 stacks now, by the way.
Oh, yeah. 28 minutes. I would say a little low.
A little bit lower than we expect, but still, I mean,
he did have a rough early game, so...
Oh, yeah.
Definitely only going to get stronger as we continue throughout this game. MDK going to clear out the vision as they've now been given an opportunity to do so. A few resets coming in from Vitality. Kazi going to go spend gold himself.
Yep.
I mean, I know it's not like a big deal, but Hilly being level 13 just makes him that much harder to kill. You know, 2-2-7 scoreline. Obviously, the goal difference between the supports, like, doesn't really mean anything. But he's such a powerful front line to pair up alongside Douglas that getting access onto this backline is that much harder, especially with the amount of peel that he provides.
True.
MDK have a lot of damage threats, but how consistently can they actually get this damage out? This Jarvan is very squishy with this build.
Oh, yeah.
So in terms of a straight up front to back, I feel like Vitality just have the advantage.
We're positioning for Baron. Objective bounty for Madkoi. If they get a steal on this, they can come back into the game.
Remember, Dragons in a minute's time, so Vitality have the opportunity to play the patient game, because you could actually just send Photon towards the Dragons to start that off and kind of divide MDK's attention.
For now, though, Vitality have to deal with this mid-wave. Elyoya threatens the engage, and Alvaro doing the same. He's got Flash up and available here on this Rakan. Photon sitting in Fog of War, but is warded, meaning they know that this gold card TF sits there at level 16. When your life is on the line, when half your year is on the line, Madkoi are not overstepping, they're not making a mistake. Now that Dragon, as Veti has so rightly said, is 30 seconds away, I think Vitality have leveraged this quite nicely, where Mad are now wondering which direction they'll take.
Muin sitting in the Fog of War, looking for an opportunity to charm. Vitality control the mid wave. They're going to knock down this tower as quickly as they can. Push this wave in as deep as they can to make it harder for MDK to access the river. You look at bot lane as well, pushing in favor of Vitality. Yep. Photon, level 16, has the Destiny available. They're looking.
Shattering Shrug was just out of
very
range.
close. Alvaro just out of range of the rapid fire cannon there for Photon. 4 items finished for this Twisted Fate. The Dragon is being started by MDK. Vitality make a beeline towards the Baron.
Super has 3 items, so he's actually going to go down pretty quickly. And as Baron starts, I mean, are Vitality going to be able to do the same kind of damage? Dragon gone in an instant. The stacking stopped. Teleport committing as well onto the flag. Vitality, though, baiting them in. And Alvaro took it. Hook, line, and sinker. Now Destiny on the back end. Photon looking to end the world as well. The gold card on this side without cleanses. He flashes away. Super is 1 hit away from its tournament life ending. And as Kazi takes him down. Revenge in this game. Revenge for Winter. I feel like it's being achieved.
Vitality herd MDK like cattle as they chase them through the jungle, pick them apart one by one. And with those death timers, they may even look to end the game. It is a little risky. Elyoya and Muin are still alive. The wave clear on this Ahri is nothing to scoff at.
Teleport, though. They're going to try at the very least. They're going to try. They want this BO5 with Fnatic. They want to make the miracle run to MSR themselves. Cataclysm in, though. The setup, but it's denied. A shockwave from BDO. He says, nah, you ain't getting in the way this time. And finally, that Ahri shrugged to the side. Mad are going to be eliminated. It's no MSI for them, but Vitality are going to cut the repeat short and try and make their own story onto the big screen.
Vitality, much more disciplined than what we've seen from previous weeks. This game was a lot about punishing the over-aggression from MDK, a team that was constantly trying to look for skirmishes, look for fights. Vitality was poised, they were ready.
Yep.
And again, we look at certain individuals. Douglas has been performing throughout playoffs. Even in their losses, I feel like he's been crucial to the engages and the team fights when he gets his hands on the rail. But we would be remiss not to talk about Photon, the man in the top lane, finding so many great picks, his utilization of Destiny. He keeps getting his hands on Twisted Fate, and you continue to see how terrifying he is on the champion.
It's on multiple champions, but you're right, like more importantly on that Twisted Fate, the early lead. He was up 4K in the end or something like that. It's insane, but you can have your own vote. What we're saying, vote for your Kia player of the series at LEC on X. Photon, Video, or Kazi. That's a hard choice. That is a really hard choice looking at that 2-0.
I do feel like Photon's probably going to edge out when we look across the entire series. Obviously, we saw VTO and Kazi having great game ones where they really stood out on their respective carries. Whereas this time around, VTO whiffing a few shockwaves here and there. Kazi struggling a little bit in the early game, but ultimately they were able to bounce back in the team fights and a solid performance. So excited to see what this Vitality can do. Reminder, Monday, they will be going up against Fnatic in a best-of-5 to qualify for the top 3 and keep their MSI chances alive. It's going to be an exciting one with tomorrow, the rematch, once again, of G2 versus BDS.
I mean, that we're all looking forward to, of course, as well. BO5, and that's where the fun starts with the BO5s in our playoffs as well. I think more importantly, the fact that we are seeing a different story, because I think at the start of these playoffs, just to reflect, we were like, hang on a minute, it all looks like winter again. We got the same matchups in a lot of the cases as well. We got the Vitality BDS knockdown, where Vitality had to play through MDK again. I'm glad it has changed. I'm glad that we are getting a different story and another miracle run to call it, you know, early if it does progress past Fnatic. But again, it is a big task to ask, considering when Fnatic have, you know, a lot of experience on their roster as well.
I mean, it's going to be an exciting one. I feel like that we talked
yeah.
today about how Vitality versus Mad is going to be a scrappy fight. I imagine the same is going to be the case when it comes to Vitality versus Fnatic.
Well, that's it for us for today, but at the very least, we get to finish off with a nice interview with Video and Douglas, so we'll hand it over to the stage.
Thank you so much, guys. The dynamic mid-jungle duo from Vitality. Thank you, guys, for joining me. Congrats on winning this one. 2-0. Quite unusual when we think about Vitality's performance. Tell me about this series, Douglas.
Well, I think every new week for us is new strategies in scrims. And I think we just, like new week, new preparation, and I think we came in with really good strategy today.
All right. Vitio, you were laughing when I just said this, so anything you want to add on this and elaborate on the new strategy that Douglas was just mentioning now?
Yeah, I think like we tried the weeks before to win scrims and go on stage, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. So this week we wanted to try like speedrun to lose every scrim, to go on stage, and then to have some free wins. So I think that's the strategy we went for this week, and it goes pretty well, I think.
So hinting scrims leads to victory for you guys, that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, well, tell me about your progress. That's unusual, but why not? I mean, whatever works for you guys. I know that it has not been the easiest split for you, Douglas. I know that at the beginning of the season, I was talking to Mac, who was telling me we need to reinforce confidence in this player, because when he's confident, he's amazing. Can you tell me about this and the fact that you needed to work on what makes you confident on the Rift?
I think the confidence is like pressing buttons in game. I think I get champions that are engagers, right? So gaining confidence is just to play more forward for me in game.
Vitio, you've been in this rookie, newer player situation a couple of years back. Now you have to help a newer jungler as well in the league. How do you rate his progress and success so far?
I mean, I think I'm pretty impressed because like I remember my first split. It was, I had like one good first week, and then it was like terrible for the whole first split. And I think Douglas had good game starting his first split, and now he's having like just good game permanently. And I think that's really, really good, like how fast he improved, and I think that's great.
I know that you as well have been progressing on something that we touched on privately last week, the fact that when you come into intense series, you need to keep your hypes up and you need to stay on the good side and have the good mindset for this. I know that last week, coming back from being 0-1 into winning the series is something that helps you a lot. Can you tell me about the way you managed to change your mindset during series to be clutch in these moments and not crumble down?
I mean, I'm in LEC for like, it's my fourth year now, and I didn't have that many success in playoff. I did in regular season. And I think I always wanted to change that, because for me regular season is just useless, obviously, if you lose at the end. And I think right now I worked way more on just try to be performing in playoffs and like try to not care as much about regular season and to peak in playoff. And that's what I did in winter. And right now I think I'm going good at playing consistently good during playoffs, so I'm really happy with the progress I'm making, and it's still I still have to win one best of 5 in LEC, and I hope it will be soon.
The most important one, but you have one right before that, will be against Fnatic, of course, who, by the way, predicted you guys to win 2-0 today against Mad Lion Scores. So yeah, I guess they were right here. What do you want to do next week against Fnatic? What do you want to prove against them, personally? What is going to be your goal going up against Razer?
We just want to continue what we've practiced. I think our game against Fnatic in regular split, I think we did good game against them. We just made mistakes that we worked on, so we'll come well prepared against Fnatic.
I hope you will. 2 days to get ready, as the series is going to be on Monday. We have PGL ready. Do you have anything you want to tell Carzzy and Mac, who are standing by Shox?
No.
No? Vitio? Anything you want to tell your teammates?
I mean, thank you, Carzzy, for making this game interesting.
All right.
Like level 1, like to give us some confidence and some stream reminders. And it was an easy win because of that. Thank you, Kazi.
No message. Thank you, Karzi. Thank you guys for the interview. Congrats on making it against Fnatic on Monday. And Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Karzi.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Kazi.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel like you're the reason you won that series, or?
I mean, definitely. I am the best AD carry after all, so.
Yeah, that's actually what Finn said.
Agreed.
Finn introduced this matchup by saying, because we had a video of you and all your most funny mic checks. And he said, what did you say? You can tell him what you said.
I said it's the best AD carry in the league versus the self-proclaimed best AD carry in the league.
That's a good
It's a banger matchup, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked your Senna game too. I think maybe level 1 was a bit hard for you, but maybe level 2 as well. But level 5, you had it figured out, kind
And
of.
a little dip level 8 again, but no.
I mean, after 6, I knew we cannot lose anymore.
Great.
That's why you had to give them some hope early, you know?
Yeah.
Then force them to dive you so that you could like get the counter kill.
Yeah, I mean, on my defense, I didn't play Senna in solo queue at all. It was just like freestyle. So the limits were not there, you know, level 1.
Hey, when was the last time we played Senna, actually? Long time ago, no? Like even in
We
scrims.
gave up on it like 4 weeks ago.
Well, is it, I mean, wasn't it quite a hard Senna game to play into their comp?
I think it's really easy if you, like, the level 1 is literally the hardest part of the matchup, for me, at least. And after that, it's really easy.
Okay, what about the other games? Because we watched game 1, which was so back and forth. Maybe Mac will get your perspective. And Vitality won, but, you know, Matt could also have won, I guess. Or how did you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was really happy with the draft that we got. I felt like in both of these games, honestly, later on, our comps were just kind of easier to play. I think there was some scuffed execution. I think we're still getting there in terms of late game composure when it comes to the way we execute team fights, the way we execute around like major objectives in the game and things like that. Like I don't think we're clean yet, and I think some of the jitters were showing a bit in game 1 especially. But I don't think it needed to be so back and forth.
Karsi, what did you think when you were hitting Nash and your Silas Nocturnal into the enemy team while you were finishing Nash? What went through your head? Can I pick your brain a bit in this?
I mean, I was confused because we said multiple times, me and Helsing were saying just let them come close to the pit so we can just turn on them because Nocturne had no ult. And
but you didn't give him clear direction how close. Maybe he thought like River was close because the Nash is in River.
It was exactly stay in the pit, and then we left the pit and we instantly lost the fight.
Okay.
Or like we couldn't get the Nashor.
Yeah. So
Some
basically,
GPS issues.
So you're saying that people should have not flamed Hilly a couple of weeks ago, and Pot should have defended. Wait, where am I going with this? Do you know what I'm referencing?
Yeah.
About the spacing and the taking space?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. So VT was taking space.
That's true. He took so much space.
He took their space as well.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Exactly, and you won. However, though, we just talked to VTO on stage, and he said that the strat was to lose every scrim as fast as possible in order to then do better on stage.
Can confirm, rip Heretics.
Can confirm. Oh, poor Heretics, you tilted them right out of the spring split, or what?
No, they 6-0'd us yesterday in scrims.
Oh, so their confidence was peaking, and then...
We had 2 predictions for today. Number 1, Heretics will lose because they stomped us in scrims yesterday. And number 2, we will win because we got stomped in scrims yesterday and ended the day like still smiling. And those were our 2 predictions based on yesterday.
I see. On the downside, though, you'll maybe end up on Romain's Scrim World Championship tweet after the split and be like, worst Scrim partners ever.
Yeah, possible.
Who cares? Let's see. Our Kia player of the series was Photon. He dealt with that Ari, didn't he?
No, he masterfully executed a Twisted Fate Ari matchup. I'm sure he had a lot of practice in that. He navigated it like an old veteran would.
Yeah, how are the comms when the Ari got locked in?
I mean, we knew that the Ahri might come. We thought it's going to be AD Ahri though, but it was AP, and AP was a bit more useful than the AD one, so it was surprisingly not as useless as you would think.
Yeah, the comms were honestly like, nice, useless champ.
Really? We will, I don't know if it's ready. Is it ready, production, our exit interview? Because we will also say goodbye to the Mad Lions Koi. Following today's games and to say farewell, Lore is standing by with Mirren.
Mirvin, thank you so much for joining me after this series. Of course, it is not the way you wanted to end the season, but I need to know what happened today in terms of preparation. Where do you think things failed for Mad Lions Koi?
I think it's something we've been struggling like this whole split. I think we had some kind of mental block, which it was kind of solved. like you could see, like in our games, we were playing maybe a bit too scared, and then teams would like stomp us. Maybe the Heretics game, so for example, we didn't do anything, or the K-Core game. And I think today it's kind of what happened. We didn't play mostly the first game. I think the second game we did way better, and we actually played really aggro and more on our terms. But we used like mis-execution, which can happen. So yeah, would say that.
I think it's really surprising because I thought that what made the whole fire and strength of Mad Lion in Winter was the fact that you were unpredictable and that you were fearless. And if you feel like playing something on the day, screw the draft. We're going to play something on the day. Why do you think that this is something that disappeared a bit in spring? Because it felt like you had the same confidence.
I mean, I think we showed many things already last split. So I think teams were more prepared. Like for example, you can see the G2 when I played Varus. I think they had a really good plan playing into it. So I think teams prepared more into like what can I bring, or what can like Fresh, for example, plays a lot of champs, or what can all of us play. So I would say it's more not like Aro's confidence or like playing my thing, you know. But it's more like I think teams are doing a better job preparing into it in draft and in games. So.
What is going to be the goal then in summer? Do you think it's about reinventing yourselves or staying true to what made you strong in Winter? What is going to be? I know it's hard because you just finished the game, of course, but maybe you have.
I cannot really tell you right now. We didn't talk yet much, but I think our goal in the end is to end up winning Worlds. It's something we said from day one. So just keep working. I think from this split, even though we didn't play out our best, it's a split that we can take a lot from. So I think it's mostly that, like the reason why we are not performing, it's something we can look at, we can look into it. And if this problem happens again, we will be ready for it and it won't end up like this.
I do feel like still, even if the road ends here, of course, you proved a lot of people wrong. And you smashed a lot of things in the LEC and did the unpredictable. And for me, that's what makes the strength of a new team and new players. And this is what we want to see in the league. And I do feel like that is what fans feel passionate about as well. Is there anything you want to tell your fans today? They were so loud again in the studio always.
I mean, it's always like this. Every game that there are fans here, they are super loud. So like we appreciate it a lot. It's really good to see everyone cheering for us. And more if, for example, like the K-Core game, it's like insane. There's so much sound for both teams. So keep doing it. Well, I think it's good for everyone, so just keep doing it.
It's good for everyone, and thank you so much, Mervin, for the interview. Cannot wait to see you in summer and see the new picks that you will have prepared for us.
There will be something cooking.
Perfect then. Have an amazing break, and I'll see you in summer.
Thank you.
And thank you, Sharks. Back to you.
Thank you so much. You just thank me. That's cool. But great interview. And you're totally right, Laura. I want to echo that sentiment about the excitement that Mad Lions Koi brought. And I hope we'll see more of it in summer. But it's the end of the road for them. It also means that we won't see them at MSI. And man, has the community been talking about that. Do you think you would be the best second team from EU to represent EU at MSI, Karzi?
If we win, then yeah.
Only if you win the whole thing, not if you just make it to the final?
I mean, if we make it to the final and G2 are in the final, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, then you would make it, yes, but do you think you would be the best team?
I mean, since we would beat every other team.
That's true. I meant like from a philosophical standpoint, you know? Mac, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
like, who has the highest ceiling, basically? Is it Fnatic? Is it you guys? Is it
highest
BDS?
Ceiling? I think we have a pretty decent ceiling. I think in terms of individual skill, we have some of the most skilled players in the league. Like if you look at the hands that our players have, sometimes the things they do are pretty wild, honestly. So I think our ceiling is pretty high. Kazi. I think aside from us, I would say Fnatic has the highest ceiling. I think aside from us and G2, right? I think
BDS. Who's that?
I mean, I have no issue with BDS. I think they're good. I just think Fnatic has a much higher ceiling. I remember looking at Fnatic on like week 2 of the split and being like, these guys are going to be really good.
Yeah.
I think they're going to scale very well into the year.
I think that's a great point, and it's also what frustrates me a lot when I look at Fnatic lineups through the years, but specifically this one, Finn. So do you think they're going to peak on Monday, and who do you think is going to win between Vitality and Fnatic?
Oh, Fnatic is a banger,
It's a best of 5.
I mean, they can go anyway. What I like to say when I watch Vitality is that you drag down people to the mud. And if they fight well in the mud with you, they can beat you. Or if they have the discipline not to go down in the mud, they can beat you. But if you drag them down in the mud and they're not ready, you're gonna win. So that's all about what I believe. If you guys manage to get them down there with you, I think you guys can win.
Marek Brazda, get in the mud with me.
Yeah, I think he'd love to get in the mud with Carzy, actually.
I mean, we have done this before.
Yeah, so we'll see it again. It is a best of 5, though. I love how we keep moving the goalposts because we were like, oh, the games are a little bit iffy, but it's best of 1s. Oh, the games are a little bit iffy, but it's best of 3s. Now, though, it's best of 5s, including tomorrow, G2 versus BDS. As per your assessment of kind of the ceiling, I'm gathering that you don't think that they're going to beat G2. I mean, this situation has happened a lot, right? Specifically in these best of 3s and best of 5s.
I mean, anyone can, like, winning a best of 5 is all about showing up on the day, right?
Yeah.
I think the reason that I would say that G2 would be heavily favored is just adaptability. I think they're such an adaptable team, and I think that's the other thing, apart from like kind of showing up on the day and having clutch factor, frankly, and having like really good mental resilience. I think that's the biggest thing that allows you to kind of outmaneuver opponents over the course of a best of 5. And I think G2 is very adaptable. So.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. I'll let you go to prepare for Monday versus Fnatic. That's a wrap for all of us. Tomorrow, though, we'll kick off the best of 5s here in the LEC Spring Playoffs. We'll have G2 taking on BDS for a spot in the final next week. You don't want to miss it. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Oscarden did end up crashing second wave though rather than third, so it doesn't get that reset that traditionally see now. Spyro.
Flash. Spyro for early flash.
Oh, the charge!
The tower! Oh!
A lot of people are in mid lane though. Even Flacket has come to help
bit
out.
Awkward for Oscar though because Wonder pulls the wave away and now Jankos is just waiting. Flag, drag, goodbye. What?
And Heretics take him on.
Spyro. Charm hits him! Absolute edge of the hitbox, dashes in!
Like, bro, you are so good. You are crazy good.
Oh, no flash Jinx. You can kill them, no? Oh, yeah, never mind. No flash Aatrox, no flash Aatrox. Maybe you can kill them. I still coming, run this way. Careful, careful.
Nice one.
That's Azeri, and it's piloted by Noah. He's not taking shit from anybody. Quadra.
I saw the play. Oh, guys, we need to improve. We are so shit.
Yeah, they're both setting up for a gank in mid, but they don't know that the other jungle is here.
Frescow, he's got no mana. Skonda ducked, he might have to flash, but Electrocute won't let him out. Normal Douglas. Video continues to try and control mid lane quite a bit. There's the ulti now flying through. The paranoia from Elio is going to result in a Fear Mewan with the charm as well. And Video cannot move. Shut down over to El Yoya. Level 1, Carzy heals away the flash maps and first blood to Super. MDK start us off.
Self-proclaimed AD versus, I believe Finn said the best AD.
I'm coming to.
Play with me.
Yeah? Keza, stand away. I heal you. Hold on. Keza.
Yeah, I help you.
Yeah.
Don't push. Nice.
Well played.
Thank you.